4K production studio, and I just gave the whole entire studio a cleaning. I finally got up there and cleaned the monitors for the first time. They're a little off right here, but they're pretty easy to just move back in place like that, and they line up pretty good for guesswork because that was all luck when I put those in. But I did clean all the monitors. You can see I cleaned the desk and I vacuumed the floor, and look at our wonderful Govee RGB IC light strip looking so fresh underneath the desk. And so what I did right here and right now, oops, zip tie left. What I did is I actually stuck them up to the desk, and then I used the clips and screwed those in various places where I knew it might droop. If it continues to droop, I might have to put more or some hot glue or maybe some other type of glue, but I think that's going to work out. You can see the controllers in the back there where you can't, and everything is nice and tied up. When I was finished with the RGB IC light strip install, I then proceeded to do some cable management under here that I had not done before, including tying up the new editing PC. This is the old editing PC, that's the new one. I actually tied up the old one, which I recently added so that I can do extra live streaming from here. If I want to do live streaming from like the security cameras or anything, I have an extra computer here to do that with. And like I said, I cleaned, Windexed, and wiped down everything in the studio, and the studio looks absolutely crazy insane. As you can see, whoops, weight dropped, but yeah, check the studio out, guys. And that is how you do production at Supercar Street Racing, and that really does add a lot to the studio. I noticed also may want to do it under the futon over there, to put some light under that area as well, would look cool. Because in the dark areas, you know, it doesn't stand out very well on the webcams up there. We are broadcasting live from the Supercar Street Racing studio in two angles, one there, one up there in the corner, and one up there in that corner, and you can see so fresh on the screen there that we are live. And we hope you guys enjoyed this project. We got another special one coming up that I have to get shot and edited, and we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey, and welcome back to the channel. Today we've got something to talk about, and that is, you want to be a YouTube creator? Well, I've got some things you should probably think about before you make that commitment. So let's talk about the first thing you're gonna have to be a successful creator on YouTube. So YouTube recently raised the stats for becoming a creator and making money with YouTube videos. They now require 1,000 subscriptions. So I know you might be thinking it's difficult to get your first 1,000 subscriptions. It is very difficult, but there are options out there. There are paid subscriptions where you can pay people to actually boost up your subscriptions. Places like Upwork will do that for you for a minimal fee, and it can get your channel started on the way to 1,000 subscriptions. Other ways to do it is just social media. Put your channel out there on Twitter, put it out there on Facebook, and just by word of mouth. And people will subscribe to your channel. They'll help you out tremendously. So the second thing you're going to need is 4,000 watch hours in order to monetize your videos. That's in 12 months' time. Now I know that might seem like a lot of watch hours, but that can be done pretty quickly. If you take your time and make great videos, you can get to that 4,000 watch hour mark quickly. Again, there's other ways to get it done though. You could actually pay someone to boost up your watch hours to 4,000, at which time your channel might take off and start earning revenue. So the next thing you need to be a successful creator on YouTube is a plan. Now, when you have this plan, all you have to do is just stick to that plan and come up with something that people are interested in hearing about. It might take you a few videos, but maybe one day one of your videos will break out and go viral. I know I have several videos over the 40,000 mark, and that's the only way you're really really going to make money on YouTube is if you get this up there in the 40,000-50,000 mark per view. Those people with million hit videos are making quite a bit of money on YouTube. So I know what you're thinking. How much does each video pay on YouTube? Well, there's a lot of factors that go into getting your videos monetized and how you get paid. And a lot of them have to do with ads. And how many ads you place on your video and how much people watch all the way through your video has a big effect on the amount of money you get paid per video. So as you can see here, planning your ads in your video has a big effect on your pay. So how much does each video make on YouTube? Well, I can tell you from experience that a video that gets over 40,000 hits will probably make you around $120 to $140. Now again, it depends on your mid-roll ads, your primary ads, your secondary ads, if people watch all the way through, the length of your video, and other factors like that. But as you can see here, a video with over 40,000 hits is still not going to make you a lot of money. You're going to need to get into those millions of hit videos if you really want to start thinking about retiring. So your next challenge is going to be coming up with ideas for your videos. To be a successful creator, you don't necessarily need to upload videos every single day. But when you're starting, it certainly helps. The more videos you upload, the more chance you have of becoming a successful creator that makes money on YouTube. Now, all your videos might not strike it rich, but having a lot of videos out there increases your chances of a video going viral, at which time your channel could take off. I have several videos with over 30,000, over 40,000 views, and as soon as I started getting those kinds of views, my revenue increased and my subscriber count increased. So try to make as much content as possible, but also try to make it very, very high quality. So how long does it take a channel to really take off and start making money? Again, that's going to be up to you. First, you've got to get that 1,000 subscriber thing out of the way. Then you got to get that 4,000 watch hour thing out of the way as well. Once those two things are done, you can start monetizing your videos, but you also have to create a Google AdSense account so you can get paid, and YouTube has to approve your account. Now, getting your account approved can be tricky. They have done some things with certain people's accounts saying that they had copyrighted material when they didn't. They have flat out denied some people's accounts, and they can take your monetization away at any time if they feel like it. So go ahead and get these things out of the way, and you're well on your way to being a successful YouTube creator who makes money on their content. So how long did it take me to start making any kind of money on YouTube? Well, I'll tell you right now, I've been at it for years, and I still don't make enough money on YouTube to even pay for the channel. It's a bummer, but you gotta start somewhere. And I have hundreds of videos from years back, some of which were not monetized until recently, and so I haven't made a lot of money on YouTube. I only really ever recently made any money that can even be counted towards anything. So you're gonna take a loss in the beginning, and especially if you have to buy equipment. You need things like cameras. You need lights, you need editing equipment, you need mics. And for that quality to be high, you're gonna have to spend some money. So it's gonna take a while for you to start rolling in the money on YouTube, but take a look at some of the things here that you're gonna have to have in the minimum to make some high quality video productions. So let's go over some of the things you need in the long run, once again, to have a successful YouTube channel and make some money as a creator. So the first thing you need is the 1,000 subscribers. That has to happen. YouTube will not monetize you without 1,000 subscribers. The second thing you need here is 4,000 watch hours over the last 12 months. You have to have at least 4,000 watch hours or YouTube will not even accept your application for monetization on your channel. After they accept your application, you're going to need a Google AdSense account to get started getting paid. And YouTube does report to the IRS. So you can expect them to send all your information to the IRS with your social security number. You need a plan. What's your channel going to be about? What kind of content are you going to focus on? Are you going to have more than one area of focus in your content? Make sure that plan is good. And you're going to need to create a lot of content. A good, successful channel starts with a lot of creative content Eventually, when you have your 1 million or 2 million subscribers, you can step that content level down and just focus on the main things that make you money on YouTube. Now, I wish you the best of luck on your endeavor to create a successful YouTube monetization channel. And please let me know down in the comments if you have any suggestions. What's been your experience trying to become a creator on YouTube? Let me know down in the comments, and we'll see you later from Supercar Street Racing.
The YouTube Partner Program, or YPP, gives creators greater access to YouTube resources and features. If you're looking to make money with your channel, you'll need to apply and be approved for YPP. To apply for YPP, you must be in good standing with YouTube, have at least 1,000 subscribers, and have 4,000 valid public watch hours in the last 12 months. We've set these thresholds because we want creators to be good citizens on the platform, and these requirements ensure our teams have enough information to review your channel. You can check your progress towards hitting these thresholds on the monetization page of YouTube Studio. You can also choose to be notified with an email once you're eligible to apply. Once your channel does hit these thresholds, you'll need to sign the Partner Program terms and sign up for a Google AdSense account. After all of these steps are completed, then your channel will be reviewed against our policies. If everything looks good, you can start earning money from ads and from YouTube Premium subscribers watching your content. You can also earn money in other ways with channel memberships, Super Chat, or even by selling your own merch, as long as you meet their criteria and they're available in your location. Now, let's walk through some common questions. 1. How long does it take for my channel to be reviewed? If you think your channel qualifies for YPP, but it hasn't been reviewed yet, we'll usually get back to you in about 1 month once you hit the review thresholds. Remember, you can find more about your status on the monetization page in YouTube Studio. 2. Why wasn't my channel approved? If you're not approved for YPP, it's likely because our reviewers found that a significant portion of your channel doesn't meet the YouTube Partner Program policies and community guidelines. Some of the most common reasons for not being accepted are regarding the AdSense program policies, specifically related to reused or repetitious content. This is content that is very similar or exactly the same across videos and channels. You can reapply again in 30 days, as long as you still meet the watch hour and subscriber thresholds. Before you reapply, we suggest you read through these policies and edit or delete any videos that violate those policies. 3. Do I have to meet the threshold every year? The short answer is no. However, you do need to stay active with uploads and community posts. If you're inactive on your channel for 6 months and fall below the threshold, we may remove your channel from the Partner Program. For more information on applying to the YouTube Partner Program, check out the resources in the description below. Thanks for watching.
Hold on, I just got to go into my kitchen real quick and then... Oh. Okay. What's going on, guys? Supercar Street Racing here. Got the brand new iSupra right here. This is my 2003 Lexus IS300 with a complete Supra swap from front to back. It's got a 2JZ GTE VVTi engine, completely built, bottom end and head, 62 66 millimeter turbo from Precision, and a V160 6-speed. So the second mod we're going to do today is I do have other emblems for the back of this car, but for now I'm going to black out this, what I hate, instead of just taking it off, this Altezza logo. It's not an Altezza. That will be coming off the car very soon. But until then, I wanted to do this quick project because there's a car show tonight and I want to get that off of there. So, be right back with some instructions. Alright guys, you've probably seen my other tutorials to do this. It's real easy. You don't have to do anything crazy as far as masking because Plastidip will come off of your paint with just your finger or a rag. So I've got the area masked off pretty good, but you want to leave like 1/4 of an inch around your logo emblem. Tape off everything. It does tend to splatter, so you know, you can lay some towels over it or whatever. And then get your Plastidip can here. It is already very warm, so I don't need to warm this up. If it's wintertime, run this under the water for about 5 minutes. Let it come up to temperature. Shake that really good. Now, an important thing is when it comes out of the can for the first time, it's going to want to splatter. And your first coat is going to need to be light. So, first thing you do is spray away from everything else, a test spray. Clear out that nozzle. That's what I just did. Bring your can over here. You're going to do a very light coat for the first coat. Good enough. Maybe from this side too. From the top. And from the bottom. Now, you don't want to go crazy on your first coat because it will run. That's all. Set your timer for 15 minutes. Alright everybody, I got this ugly red Alteza logo taped off on the front grille. Now I just want to point out that this is different because it's raised. And just like any trim, when you paint Plastidip something that's raised and it has a definite edge around it like trim and has tape around it, you're going to want to pull the tape while it's still wet. So on the last coat, while it's still wet, as soon as you spray, then you lift the Plastidip, you lift the tape up. Otherwise, it's going to pull directly off of all this. So this is ready for paint. Got my Plastidip can here. It's going to be a little different because it's covering the whole thing. Make sure you spray a test spray away from everything. And then go ahead and put a light coat. Perfect. There's the first coat. Sorry if I didn't get that on camera. Looks pretty good. Go set your timer for 15. Alright, what's up fools? 15 minutes has passed. Got my refreshment. Don't want to show it and get demonetized. But coming up here to do the second coat here. This will be a little bit thicker than the first. Sprayed my test coat and that from the side. And from the top. Well, that's a pretty thick coat. Let's see how that dries in 15 minutes and we'll see if we need a third coat. Alright, I decided I hate this too, so I taped that off. That's going to get sprayed, but we're ready for our second coat on our front logo here. Spray a little bit out of the way to clear the nozzle. And 1, 2, 3 coats there. And there's no need to get the sides, so this probably is almost done. Kind of like the way that looks all blacked out. Back has maybe one more coat left and we're done. Got the hood pins painted off, or taped off for Plastidip. I am worried about these ones because when I stick the key in, I think it's going to chip off the Plastidip a lot. So this may not be a long-term solution. I may have to actually paint these. But for now, I want to get rid of this big, ugly-ass ring. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen on my car. And now, I believe it's about 2 minutes away. I feel comfortable with putting the last coat of Plastidip on the rear. Here goes the last one, guys. That last coat's going to dry for 20 minutes. Now we're going to go ahead and put a coat on these hood pins. Let's see if we get Plastidip everywhere. Okay, there's a good first coat. Don't forget to get all the way around it like I just did. Hopefully that didn't go through to the paint, but if it did, it will rub right off, no problem. Those will take 15 minutes, and then we will come check them again for a second coat. Okay guys, last coat of Plastidip on the front badge, and we peel immediately because it has an edge. If you don't, it will pull the Plastidip up all the way around. You do the same thing with trim. Third coat. There's the third coat. Now I'm going to try to do this without messing it up. There's the bag. And let's see if this works. Alright, do you see how that came off without taking the Plastidip off? That's how you do that. Badge is now blacked out. I don't know, hopefully you guys can hear me. My neighbor is doing blower stuff. I'm going to go ahead and peel this Plastidip now. Take off the bag and the tape. Hope this works, because if it doesn't, then you have to retape it all, and that sucks. So we're gonna go ahead and get this off. Sorry about the camera. Once again, I forgot to focus on the project. I have a bad habit of that. So you take this Plastidip from the corner and you peel it. Very slowly and carefully. And once again, I'll try to get this in the shot. See how between the letters there, sorry about the yard blower, it didn't peel up, but here it's trying to. That's what toothpicks are for. That one worked great. I don't know if you guys saw that, but in between that letter, we had some good results. Okay, so now we have to deal with a few little spots left between that Z there and those two right there. Be right back. I feel like this blower is ruining my video. I hope not. Take your toothpick and go ahead and get that out of there. Look at that, came out perfect. Next one. Wow, so awesome. Love Plastidip, came right out. This one is going to be a little bit of an issue. Yeah, that one's not coming out easily. But, there you go. There is how to Plastidip your emblems. Came out really good. Let's go check out the hood pins. So I have a feeling we're going to have to peel these wet because of this edge. So I'm going to put one more coat right now. Sorry about the blower again. Alright, here's my last coat, my wet coat on that one. Time to peel. Got that peeled. That one. That one. Apologize again. It's hard to concentrate on filming. But there you go. There is a matte black hood pin that used to be silver. And that looks miles better. We did get some overspray there, but look, it wiped right off. Right there. Time to do this one. Let's go ahead and spray the last coat. Here's the final coat. Okay, while it's wet, you peel when you have an edge like that. Try not to touch the plastic dip. Then take the paper off, like that, and go ahead and peel the tape. I think I did a better job on the tape for the second one. Wow, it's not even the shot. You guys can go off on me on the comments if you want to for that stupidity. There you go. Now, you can see a little bit of overspray right here. If you just rub it like that, it comes straight off. Some right there. That's from not taping around the paper because I wanted to make sure that it didn't pull up the plastic dip. Now you can also get your detail spray, which I'm going to do next, and put it on there and get the rest of that stuff off if you want. Now here's the issue. When I unlock these hood pins, I have a feeling it's going to scratch at least this part of the plastic dip off, which I'm fine with. Yeah, I kind of missed a little bit of the metal on the sides, but it's not too bad. It's good enough. I like that better. Wow, that looks so much better. I am amazed at the difference in that. I have no idea why anybody would put metal pins on, but hey, that's a good project for me and good content. So that's going to do it for today's video. There's the front badge, the hood pins, and the rear badge. Supercar Street Racing, we'll see you guys soon. Check out this dude, Alligator Ridge, getting a suntan. Alligator Ridge, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, Alligator Ridge. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen right now with 3 different products to present to you. We have a huge hurricane coming, just switched over to category 5, but before that gets here, we're gonna do the dumbest thing and clean the garage door with our new products. I went ahead and got a window squeegee, I've got some Easy Glide glass cleaner here, and I've got so today on the channel, we're gonna introduce you to these 3 new products. Get out there, clean that garage door. So let's get busy. We don't have time to sit around here all day. We've got a category 5 hurricane brewing right now. It's gonna get us on probably Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Guys, we're over by the Supercar Street Racing sink now. We've got the Unger Easy Glide in front of us to go ahead and mix, and they do put a nice piece of tape over the top there because you know if you've ordered stuff from Amazon before, liquids, that it will just completely spill out inside of the packaging. So a lot of places have started bagging things up and putting tape on top of the cap. All right, let's get this over here in the sink and get this mixed up. I don't know how much a gallon is. I'm just gonna go ahead and put like half in here. So I'm just gonna put 2 capfuls. This stuff, very, very high concentrated stuff. That's not much. And then I guess if you go ahead and go really fast on the water, it's going to suds up. So let's fill it up slow. I'm gonna go ahead and put hot water in it here. The water's good and hot now. All right, it is not sudsing up hardly at all. Let's go ahead and fill that up to about halfway. I don't know how much a gallon is. This is a 10-liter receptacle here, so
10 liters is about 2.64 gallons.
okay. So this refrigerator told us that we can fill up this a little less than halfway. Or we have to put more concentrate in it. So that is probably enough right there. Now let's get this outside with our brand new squeegee here. This is the squeegee. We're gonna put a link to all this in the description. Let's get out there and see if this thing does any good whatsoever. All right, we're out in front of the Supercar Street Racing garage door now. We're gonna go ahead and close it. It is raining, so we're gonna try to get this done before the rain ends, and you can see how dirty this door is from grass sticking to it. Let's go ahead and try out our new, I just spilled a bunch of it.
These nuts.
Oh, okay. Doesn't work very well. Not sure if I like that. Okay, back out in the garage, we're going to attempt to do this a different way here. This stuff, I don't want it to get everywhere, so I'm going to try to do this with this. And if it doesn't work well and stuff goes everywhere, then I am going to switch to the cloth. Hopefully it just dries. I'm probably just going to wipe down that bottom part. Yeah, this is a bit too messy for the interior because it is leaving just a puddle, but I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the garage door anyway. Garages get really dusty, so this has to be done. Keep this guy looking good. This is dripping everywhere. This allows me a chance to wipe down everything though. So far, not bad. It's not great for inside because it's so messy. Try not to get it everywhere. All right, guys, we are all done with the garage door. Outside and in took me about 30 minutes total, I think, and it came out pretty good. I used a rag to follow up to get all the moisture out that dripped down when I used the squeegee. It did do a decent job. I see a few here and there, little water spots, but overall, I guess it's a lot easier than using rags. So let's bring it back inside where we can clean up and come to a conclusion about these three products. Okay, we got our garage door all done. We did use the Easy Glide glass concentrate. We used our collapsible bucket there, and we used this squeegee / window cleaner from Amazon. Now let's go over to the Supercar Street Racing editing studio and take a look at all three of these guys online. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we have three products that we want to show you today that we did use to clean the garage door. The first one is the Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. Now it has a 4.6 star review, and it only takes a capful or two to clean a large amount of surfaces on your windows. It takes 2 capfuls for 1 gallon, and we did use that out on the Supercar Street Racing glass garage door, and you saw how it came out. It came out pretty good. I made a mistake of not cleaning all the grass off first, and that was a huge problem. But it did come out very nice using the Unger Streak-Free Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. And next on our list here we have this very cool collapsible 10-liter wash bucket. And it did work out very well for using the actual squeegee because it's actually the correct size for the squeegee to fit into. And it's pretty simple. It's just a bucket that will collapse into a flat thing, so it works awesome. It does have a 4.4 star overall review right now, and it is available on Amazon for $13.59 at the moment. And the very last thing we have to show you guys today is this window squeegee cleaning tool. Now I did look for a long time on Amazon for a professional version that has a wider track, but none of them had great reviews. All of them had some negative things to say about them. So I did go ahead and pick up this one that looks like one you would use for your car. And it did work pretty good. I was able to go ahead and clean the outside and the inside of the garage with this window squeegee cleaning tool, 2-in-1. Windshield cleaning, it just goes on forever. Now this guy is only $10. Today is Prime Day, so today is the day to buy it if you see the video today. But yeah, it's 32% off, so go ahead and pick up a squeegee for yourself as well. And that's going to do it for today, guys. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and helping Supercar Street Racing by buying all of your products through our affiliate links down below in the description. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys on the next one. We try to keep the content rolling, but right now we got to get out of here. I got to go to lunch at Cliff's. What's up, everybody? This is, I think, day like 11 or 12 with no pool pump turned on. And don't forget, we're doing a pool remodel. I just am not letting my pool get yellow for no reason. But look at that. That smart clock peel satisfaction is so good in your life, and you love it. That's why I'm here for you, to give you that peel sat for you. You love it. That peel satisfaction is real. How come you won't look at me?
This planet behind, journey to another. It is one of those rare moments when history is not being made, destiny is being embraced.
TPSS, verify go for launch. TPSC, verify go for launch. SRO, verify go for launch. LM, verify go for launch. DLO.
Hey, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're taking a look at this LED pool light from Limuli, and they've been gracious enough to provide us with this light so you guys can see how it might work out in your pool. And I've got all kinds of things to tell you about this today on Supercar Street Racing. So the first thing we want to talk about for this Limuli beautiful pool light here is that it comes with super strong magnets, and that allows it to stick very well to any type of metal pool. The second point about this thing is that it doesn't take any type of tools to install it, and it is compatible with all types of pools, meaning you can put it anywhere you want in any part of the water. So this pool light here also uses an app for Bluetooth control, and that means you can do so many things with it. You can change all the colors, put it on a schedule, or sync up music to it with the Bluetooth app, which we will show you guys here in a little bit. So if you guys have ever tried any solar powered lights for anything, then you know how weak those can be. And this is amazing because it has a 26-foot cord, meaning it can reach almost anywhere, and if it doesn't, you could just simply add an extension cord, because that part will not be submerged in the water. All of that is waterproof as indicated in the manual. So yeah, this thing has a long enough cord where you can put it pretty much anywhere in your pool. So the Limuli here also has a built-in transformer. There's no need to go buy a separate transformer. It's completely safe to swim underwater. So the Limuli light is rated at IP68, and that is a dust and water rating. The IP just simply means ingress protection on the light, and the 6 means that it is dust resistant, with the 8 being that it can survive long periods underwater being submerged. So completely waterproof with the Limuli light. Here we have the Limuli LED pool light, and we're going to take a look at what's in the box right now. And here's a good look at the front of the box. Shows you that it's a 20-watt pool light, and it has an 8-meter cable, and it is IP68. And there is Limuli there and the barcode for it. And right here, it's showing you the app that you use to control it. And on the back, I guess they also must sell some other besides RGB, but this is an RGB color LED pool light. And taking a look inside of the box, we have what looks to be some sort of mounting bracket, and on the back it says to glue it. We have a instruction manual, and we see who this is made by right here, and that is in China. And then there is some instructions here on how to install it, which we will be taking a look at here momentarily. And it looks like here we can put it in 3 different types of pools: steel wall pools, soft-sided pools, and then I guess where's the third type of pool? And okay, yeah. So the third type must be the glue type pool, which would be for any other type of pool. And then inside the box here for the Limuli pool light, we see we have quite a long cord here with a built-in transformer. They do give you some, looks like some glue. Not sure how well that will work or not, but we will give it a check out. And here is the actual device here, sitting so beautiful. And on the back it says Limuli there. 20-watt RGB color light. And that is all that is in the box for the Limuli LED RGB pool light. So as usual, we're not just going to tell you to buy this product. We're actually going to see how it performs and how it installs. So once it gets dark out here, we're going to go outside and take a look at this at the pool. Alright guys, we are in the phone, and the first step to getting the app for the Limuli LED pool light is to go to the instruction manual and scan. And let's put it on photo there, and it already shows that it wants to open that link, and we install the Duo Co-Strip app, as you can see here. And there goes the app installing. And let's go ahead and open that now. And that is how we will be using the Limuli LED pool light. We have to allow it location access, and Bluetooth has to be on. And that is the first step of getting this light working. Okay, now that we have the app installed, the instruction manual says To connect to the light, we have to do the following. We have to tap the settings icon, and we got to find that. It's already on the screen. It says BLE DOM. So we're going to click that. Nope, it's not there. Interesting. Tap setting icon and refresh icon. Okay, hit the refresh icon. And there it is. It says it is connected now to the light. Alright, we are out by the beautiful pool now with the Hdmi light. And what we're going to do right now is take it out of the packaging, and this is the mounting bracket. So what you do is you attach this to the side of the pool, and then the light actually is magnetically mounted to this guy right here. Here we see the Hdmi LED pool light in the package, in this plastic packaging. We can remove that now, and then what we will do after that is go ahead and plug it in and get it submersed in the pool, where we can start taking a look at the app. Alright, we have the Hdmi LED pool light sitting here right now, and we will get to do this peel at some point, and I don't know how that actually peels. Let's see. Just like that. And now all we have to do is plug it in to supply power to it. And let's see how bright it is. And yes, it is very bright. And now we will proceed to put that over into the pool. And we will just be temporarily mounting this, so no mounting necessary. If you were going to be mounting it, you would use the mounting bracket over there, glue that to the side of your pool, or attach it to the side of your pool. Then this would stick to the magnet. And then we're just going to put this here until it gets dark enough to actually show you the app and how the light looks underwater. Okay, we are back outside where it has gotten dark, and we are with the Hdmi LED pool light. We have the app open now, and we're also recording on the other camera, and where we can go back and forth. And you can see here on the app, we can just hit one of the presets like green and purple. And that's really purple, or this classic colors here, and the light is responding to the Bluetooth control. It is very bright. It's actually much brighter than my regular pool light. And we can also go over here to style and go to any of these preset styles here. That's blue strobe, green strobe, red strobe, 7 color strobe, and there are all kinds of presets for here for you to actually go through here. Those are gradual changes. Then of course you can do music. Alright, you can see also here we can adjust the brightness and the speed of any of these presets here. I just changed the speed there. And the brightness can go down as well. As you see there, it did get a lot lighter. And moving back to the front page, you can also use the color wheel to change the colors. And we just showed you that we can use the microphone to adjust it, or we can use a regular music clip to also adjust it. So we would have to have some no copyright music on here in order to do that part. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this review of the Hdmi pool light, the RGB LED pool light. We took you through all the parts of the apps. We showed you that you can just adjust the colors, the brightness, and the contrast. It is very bright. You can see here how good it makes the pool look at night. And that is going to wrap this up for our review of the Hdmi LED RGB pool light. Guys, you just saw the Hdmi LED pool light. I probably mispronounced it a few times. Sorry to the wonderful people for us. And we just tested it out there in the supercar street racing pool, and it is very bright. In fact, I think it's actually brighter than my pool light I have now. Now we are giving this pool light away to the first person who can get the most referral subscribers in the channel. And what you need to do that is you need to help me get subscribers, and then when someone posts a subscription to me, have them post your name in the comments, and whoever gets the most comments that said I was referred by this person will get this Layla pool light absolutely free. So please get someone to subscribe, get multiple people to subscribe. When they subscribe, have them leave a comment. If they leave your name the most times, like in other words, each person that subscribes to me has to get a new subscriber that has to then leave your name in the comments. If that happens and you have the most new subscribers to Supercar Street Racing, you're getting that light absolutely free on me. I'll pay for the shipping and everything else. So go get some people to subscribe for me, get them to put your name down in the comments section. Now, checking out Amazon right here, we can see the Layla LED pool light, 20 watt color changing magnetic underwater light. It is app control, it's dimmable, it's IP68, that is ingress protection. 6 being the dust level, and 8 being that it can be underwater for a long period of time. It is not 12 volts, it is actually 110 volts. It probably is converted to 12 volts via the transformer that comes with it, so don't get confused about that. So, yeah, you should go ahead and order this. It's $79. I highly recommend it. They have an option to get a 2-in-1 of that, so you get 2 lights. And here's all the goodness about the Layla light here, and there's a bunch of pictures here with it, and also a video here showing it, which we will now post at the end of this video. Maybe if we can get this thing ripped, we will post that at the end of the video. But guys, remember, the most referral subscriptions to me and they put your name in the comments section, you will win this Layla LED pool light just for yourself. And we appreciate you guys watching the channel so much. Please like and subscribe, and also buy things through our links in the description. It doesn't matter if you buy this, anything you buy from us will contribute to our earnings, because we don't make any money on the channel. We love you guys. Have a good day. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here with beautiful not sunny Florida behind me in the background. And we got this camera that was donated so graciously to us from the company MubView. We're gonna be taking a look at this camera today, get it unboxed, check out the app, and see if this thing is worth buying. This is an indoor pan tilt zoom from MubView. I promised those guys I would take a look at this and help you guys decide whether it's right for you or not. So we're gonna open this up today, take a look at it, and it's probably gonna start raining here soon because we got another storm coming to Florida. So let's get this thing unboxed real quick, see what's inside the box, and go from there, guys. Welcome back. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the beautiful SCSR sunroom to show you this MubView pan tilt zoom indoor camera. This is a good look at the box right here. We're gonna get this thing unboxed in a few minutes, but I wanted to go ahead and talk to you about this. Outside of this box, it has a couple of things on it that are interesting. So it says it has two-way audio, so I guess you can talk back and forth to the camera. It has motion detection. It has warning and playback, whatever that means. It does have night vision. It does panoramic views, uses Wi-Fi, and does cloud storage. It has an activity zone, so you can mask off where you want the camera to actually check for activity. It says something about ONVIF. I'm not sure what that is, but we're gonna dig into that today when we get inside of the box for the MubView Smart PTZ indoor camera. So let's get this thing opened up now and figure out exactly what's going on, and I'm so happy you guys are here today. All right, a few things on the front of the box also that we didn't check into before. It says it's good for home security, for baby care, for elder care, or for pet care. And now let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, directly in front of us is the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom indoor camera. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that now. And there's a better look at the front of the box there that you didn't get to see before. It actually has a code to scan for the app, and this is the model PK320. And I guess what a lot of these companies usually do is they just clone other companies' apps, and they sell the same camera with multiple different apps, the exact same camera. And then there's a good look at the front of the box. Open it up now and see what's inside. And on the top it says PD. I don't know what that's about. And inside of the box, the MubView camera that so many people clone and copy and use their own names on. Let's see. There is a instruction manual right here. And that's it. Inside the box they have this little cardboard condom with the cord inside of it. And then if you go further, you do have some drywall inserts to install it with. You have a standard USB 5-volt power adapter here and the mounting base right there. And inside of the box with the MubView, you can see that it does have a wooden base, which is interesting. The other ones I have don't have that, but check out the Pan Tilt Zoom MubView camera, 2.4 5G. It does say it supports 5G, which would be the first camera that I have had that has 5G connectivity, as far as I know, unless Wise has integrated it, which I don't know if they have yet, but most of these devices will not work with 5G internet. They only work with 2.4 gigahertz. They have issues with doing anything other than that. But yeah, this is the indoor MubView, so I'm curious to see. And I think it's interesting that they chose a wooden bottom. I've never seen that before on any of the cameras that I've had. And this is how you mount it. So you basically screw this to the wall, put the camera on it, and you are done. And that is how you set that up. Here are the drywall inserts. So if you have a place where you need to put this so here are the drywall inserts. If you have a place you need to put this, take a screwdriver about the same size as this, push it through the wall, stuff these in there, and then you have mounting for your MubView. And inside of the manual here, we can see that it has some information about the warranty. You can register it right here with this barcode, this QR code. They do have a phone number here and a website, which I will put in the description of the video. On the next page, it does show you that the camera has the lens right here. There should be a status light somewhere on here as well. There is a mic on this part, it says. There's a reset button on the bottom along with the SD card. So it looks like you have to put the card in right here, which is kind of hard to get in probably, but I don't know. But there's the reset button right there as well, right on the bottom. It does say that the back here is a speaker. So there's your speaker right there. This is your charger or your power supply. Okay, the next step here is to download and install the app, but we want to go look at the rest of the features. It looks like you have to sign up for an account with MubView. There's instructions on getting the camera connected here, which we'll get to in a minute. And yeah, connecting the camera to the app is right here. And then more instructions on how to get the camera connected, which when we go to the phone, we'll be able to see that. And there's ways to share this with people. If you want your family or friends to have view rights on the camera, or they could also control it, you can do that right here. That's inside the app. And then there's a bunch of facts. So if you have issues with the camera, read through a couple of these, see how that works out for you if you have any problems there. 2 pages of facts. That's about it. So I think what we need to do right now is get this camera set up. So for that, we're gonna get to the phone here momentarily. Let's do that now. All right, we're back with the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom camera. And the first thing we need to do today is go ahead and download the app. So to do that, they have a QR code right here. So let's go ahead and scan that QR code on the phone, which we are also recording on. And we do see here the app is called Cloud Edge. And if we were to search for MubView, so Cloud Edge comes up, but it doesn't say MubView, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and install that. Go ahead and open up the app, Cloud Edge, and we have to sign up. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sign up, Supercar Street Racing. All right, so now we are ready to add our camera, but it is not plugged in, but I do have my trusty battery pack right here. So let's go ahead and power the camera up. All right, the camera came on and did sound. You saw that. It is still going crazy. It's doing a little dance for you guys. All right, let's add device. All right, went ahead and added device. It did find the camera, and it looks like this camera can be battery charged. So it does have a rechargeable battery in it. You can see right here on the screen, we found it. Hit next.
Please reset the device by holding the reset button for 5 seconds. Wait for the indicator light to flash red.
Okay. It's flashing already red. You can see right here. Let's go ahead and hit next.
Select the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network and enter your password.
All right, it is successfully added the device to Wi-Fi. Let's click next. Let's rename the camera. Let's call it MubView. All right, we're done with that. All right, now we're looking at the management for the MubView PTZ. You can see it right here on the screen. If we hit play, it is showing us how to work the camera here. All right, we're back in front of the MubView now. We do have a 128 gigabyte SD card to go ahead and put in the device. The other device, the other card would not work. We're ready to put the SD card in the MubView. Let's go ahead and press that in, see what happens. All right, it's fully inserted. Let's go into the app and see if it recognizes it or if we have to format it. We got our SD card formatted on the computer, and when you format this, you should do exFAT for the format. SD card is inserted. Let's back out and go back into recording management. It's saying, wait a moment. It's trying to figure out the SD card. It is doing something, 10%. It's getting the SD card ready now. You can see it right here on the app. All right, it sees that the SD card is 128 gigabyte. It has 117 gigabytes free. I'm gonna set it on all day recording. All right guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing office with the MubView camera, and I just wanted to give you guys a little update. I was able to use BlueStacks on the PC and successfully look at the video live on the PC. There should be other ways to do it with this new open standard. It'd be a way to call it up on multiple programs with this new open standard. It is called ONVIF, Open Network Video Interface Forum. So that gives the ability to use a lot of different types of programs to monitor this camera. Now I did use the camera on a live stream for about a day and a half, and I am gonna put some of the video from the camera up right after this and let you see what it looks like both in the daytime and at night, pointing out at my backyard. Now our sponsor would love if you would go check out the MubView camera. I'm gonna put a link in the description to that. And make sure that you buy all your Amazon products through our links. It helps us out greatly, as the channel doesn't make any money. So it just helps us get by a little bit and bring better products to you to review. But like I said, the MubView here, it's a nice camera. It does come with a little mounting plate on the bottom there. You just screw the mounting plate in somewhere and then you turn the camera onto it. It comes with a USB brick, a 5-volt USB brick, plugs right in there to a standard USB Type A port as well. And the quality is about 2K is what it says on the box, and that's what we observed. And we will show you that now. And then right after that, please go click through the links in the description. We'll see you next time. The Chang M recessed ceiling lighting is sitting right here in front of me, and that's going to get installed today. Guys, welcome back to part 5 of the garage makeover, and today we are getting everything out of this garage and into my new storage shed. I chose not to build the shed myself, but let's get into it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and today our mission is simple: get everything out of here into the new storage shed around the corner, which I will go give you a tour of now, and I'll show you what my plan is inside the shed. But basically, the garage is no longer for garden tools and paint and all that stuff. It is for vehicles. Some tools will remain under that workbench there, but that is all, and then everything else is going straight outside. So let's get to work. Inside the new Suncast shed, and this is what it looks like on the outside, and it was professionally assembled. It is 7x4. Now, my plan was to go up against the house, but it will not fit. It does not fit underneath my gutters, unfortunately. It's too tall. If it was 6 inches or 2 inches less, it would have fit. But as you can see, I have already built plastic shelves and placed them in here to start the process of getting everything out of the garage. And this top part of the shelf will not fit. It is too tall. It would fit here up against this wall, but it will not fit on the sides. And in the middle here, I want to put up my hanger rack and hang stuff off of this guy. So that is what we're doing now. We're slowly getting stuff in here, and I'll take you guys through that process. So these things work awesome, but I don't have any more of them, and I'm not going to run to the store to get any. I kind of want to reuse my hanger system here that I have, but there's only a few screws up here, and I'm hoping I can just unscrew these and use a couple of those and maybe some short fat screws to hold this up. It is plastic, however. There's some threaded things here, but I don't know exactly what they're for. Looks like those line up perfectly almost. I can make those work. I gotta go find screws that match this, but just a little bit longer. Alright, we got to go ahead and start getting our garden tools in here now that we have a place to hang them. And if we move this, we can hang short stuff here. We still have those two metal things as well that we could probably hang something right there. The shelf's kind of in the way though. Alright, I got my label maker here. Let's go ahead and get these shelves labeled as best we can. So the next piece of the puzzle is this TP-Link smart dimmer plug. Now what happened is this thing drew so much power it burned out a regular smart plug. This is designed for high power, so I bought that. I've already set it up in the app. I need to get up in the attic and plug it in and see what the minimum light level is, but I think these hex lights can be dimmed. If not, they'll just come on at 100%, but let's get up in the attic and get this thing connected. So this worked once and then burned up, so absolute garbage. So that's going back to Amazon, and I gotta find something different. Little update, I ordered 2 non-dimmer smart plugs of the same brand, hoping that I will split the circuit. I'll do the outer ring on one and the hex lights on another, and run 2 heavy-duty extension cords to the outlet in the attic. That does it. Now, let's get this place cleaned up. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up this part of the series, and we have successfully done hardly anything except clean out the entire garage of all the crap that was in here and moved it out into the new shed. We also now have to get our new smart plugs in for our hex garage lights. Welcome back once again to Supercar Street Racing and the 4K production studio. We're out here this morning in the freezing cold, trying to bring you this video about this Suncast storage shed made of resin, and I wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight into my experiences with the shed. So I did have this thing professionally installed. I wasn't in the mood to actually get out there and put this thing together with one person, and they came out and then they got it done in about 4 hours. I did see they had a little bit of difficulty, but nothing too major. They just kind of had to figure everything out as they went. And taking a look at the shed right here, you can see it is built very well. It's a well put together shed, very solid, doesn't feel flimsy at all, and it does have really good reviews over on Lowe's.com. So some of the things I wanted to talk about with the shed is just kind of like what the inside is like. So basically, it is just plastic all on the inside, but on the back wall, it does have a metal strip across the top that you can use these little clamp-like holders to put garden tools on. And they do say in the actual Q&A here on the Lowe's site that they make accessory kits for this. And so you can buy things like shelves and things like that to mount your stuff in the garage. It is kind of a roomy little garage at 7x4. I got 2 shelves in it, although I could not get the whole shelves in. These are the HD shelves from Home Depot. I couldn't get the whole shelf in. I had to take the top of each shelf off so I could get one on each side. These are the HD plastic shelves at Home Depot. And so I was able to do that. If you put the shelf on the back wall, it will fit the whole entire shelf. But just one thing to be aware of, if you have any kind of elevation next to your house, like if you have concrete or anything like that, or if you have to put this thing up on a pad, it would not fit under my gutters by about 1.5 inches. It was very close, but it just would not fit. So beware, if you're going to try to put this thing up against your house here, the very tip of the roof here is supposed to be 8 feet, so measure ahead of time if that is your plan. Now notice here they have it on a 2-story house right here, and it fits no problem. Also, just note the front here, it does have a door here that opens up both ways, and on the left side door, so this door here, it has metal latches at the top and the bottom to keep it open and closed. So you just push the little metal thing in at the top and one at the bottom, and that part stays closed. It does have the capability to be locked right here. You can see this area right here can accept a regular style lock, as we will show you right here. See how the latch just basically closes and then your lock goes right through it. It does have a vent at the top. And checking right here, you can kind of see the way the inside is. There are some threaded holes in there that I'm not sure if they're for the accessory kit or what they're for, but like I did notice that there's a capability to screw something into the wall at various places where you see some of these holes. Now what I did was in the back of the shed right here where you see this ladder, I bought a garage organizer thing. It's like a rack and it uses gravity to hold up poles. I will link that in the description, and also a link to the Suncast shed. So please like and subscribe and buy this shed through my link if you can. And like I said, this thing has actually awesome reviews. It is $799, $850 something with tax. And if we take a look right now, it's got 51 reviews. 65% are 5-star, 4-star is about 25%, and 1-star down at 4%. And taking a look at the Q&A, if I can get it to open here, there are things like how many hours to put the shed together. It was about 3 hours with 2 professional guys. I need a platform build diagram. You don't need a diagram to build the platform. Measure the bottom of the shed, put 4 pieces of wood together, put a piece of plywood on top of it, and you have your shed built. So it asks if you could paint it. I would not paint it. It's made of resin. It probably won't stick. The doors, keep another thing in mind that I did find out. If you are going on a slope, the doors could rub the slope, so just beware. If it's too much of a slope, the doors may not open. The box is very heavy. It took about 3 people and a forklift to get this box onto the trailer, and it is very large, so have it delivered is my advice. So it says you can anchor it to the concrete using masonry fasteners, and it withstands up to 65-mile-per-hour wind, so not a hurricane-rated shed. Oh, here are the actual accessories, and I will actually put these in the description. Some people asking, does it need a foundation? It does require a foundation. You need to put it on at least concrete, if not build a concrete pad or a 2x4 and plywood stand for it. There's the dimensions if you're wondering if it will fit a washer and dryer. Come into the Q&A. I will link this Lowe's in the description, the Lowe's link, and you can come into the Q&A and measure this. It's 6'10" wide by 3'10" deep. The shed is 3 different colors, absolutely. At the peak, it is 8'2". If your house is over 8'2" underneath the gutter, you can't slide the resin Suncast shed up against your house. I ended up putting mine on the fence like you saw and facing away from the house, and I'm worried about water running into it. If it becomes a problem, I'm going to pick it up off the ground and build a little base under it or get some feet under it. I mean, you need a full base under it. You can't just put corners because it's got a resin floor, but it would buckle if you didn't have it fully up in the air. Another person asking about the shelf kit. I will also put that in the description. And can you put a rain diverter under it? That would be a custom thing, and I would not recommend it. And let's see if we actually find this product on Amazon and see what the ratings look like there. And we do have it on Amazon, and it is quite a bit more expensive here. It is $1,148 compared to very much cheaper $7.99 on Lowe's. Here is a Rubbermaid that has worse reviews on everywhere I've seen it. The Rubbermaid does have bad reviews, but here on Amazon, this guy has a 1 rating and it was given a 4-star. I will link this in the description. I'll link both Amazon and Lowe's. I get no money from Lowe's if you buy this from Lowe's. Purchase any product you want on Amazon off of my links. It doesn't have to be the exact product. Anything you want, click any of my links in any of my videos. It gives me just a little bit of money on the channel and helps me support the channel more and bring you guys more videos. Please like and subscribe. Hit the bell icon. It assures that when I put out a new video, sometimes daily, you'll know when it comes out. We got to get out of here. We got to go live in the storage shed. Just got a text. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again. And of course, you know UPS. If your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. Alright, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. Alright, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the... yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. Alright, there's my receipt too. I paid well over $1,000 for this setup, and I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes on to your dash there. Yep, there's the... Really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to up underneath there Dremel that out. Looks like here we have... I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera, the RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here. Now it's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm gonna go ahead and check the instruction back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand, but yeah, look at that, it just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position, otherwise it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out, because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel, and I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it. And now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands, but you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the frickin' way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. All right, guys. So the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get. Whoops. Lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off. In the video, let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
When the cluster is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. So I can relate because I'm half German. So got this tool here. Now you see this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tab, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much. Get focused. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too. It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so
the sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
All right, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
All right, well, let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. All right, so this thing has to be cut out, apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent, and then you cut everything except this.
Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was.
This is a good time to install the vehicle interface cable.
I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Go. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
All right, see how they cut.
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still in
dropped
the vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this. What? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm going to work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. Alright, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out a different video for the 5 series. Maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. Be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. Alright, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. Alright, so it is the next day. Wow. What a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch, so I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash. out of frustration. And then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery, okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably going to happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comments section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing!
little toad.
We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm gonna tell you what I did, how we're gonna use this, and you're gonna see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're gonna talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off, and that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work, it did put that sound in the background, that's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm gonna do that for this video that it created. So I'm gonna put this in there. This is the video that PixFirst just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did
The man
work.
is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Leo.
Back in front of our ST3 Pros, we got both of our ST3 Pros right here on the chargers. I think Joe's is at 58% right now, so we're letting it charge up a little bit. But we wanted to get together with you guys and talk a little bit about the features of these guys. So one of the cool things is there is a variety of ranges available depending how fast you want to go.
Yeah, so I think the speed also is indicative to how far you can go. So if you want a top speed, of course, you're going to go less distance.
Right.
But if you want a longer, then you put it on eco mode. So I think there's 3 particular modes, right?
Yeah,
Eco?
sport and drive.
Correct.
So in eco mode, you get 47 miles. In sport mode, you get 20. So there's a trade-off there.
Yeah, absolutely. But depending on what you're doing and how fast you want to get there, obviously you can change in the settings pretty quickly.
Yeah, you just have to plan your trip. Another thing about this thing is that we didn't even know till we started researching is it has a 1,350 watt brushless motor.
Yeah, the brushless part is a big thing, right? So a lot of the newer motors are all coming brushless, and what it basically does is it's less wear and tear on the motor, so it lasts for a lot longer. I have a good idea that these things are going to last for a long, long time.
Cool, I'm excited about that. It says it might last 10 times longer than a normal motor.
I would believe it with brushless.
All right, another cool feature of these awesome electric scooters are the suspension system. This is not a toy. This has a dampening system that uses a dampening arm.
Yeah, and actually there's 2 of them. There's one for the front and one for the back.
That's so awesome.
So much smoother.
It really does. I've ridden them, and what we initially I think thought was the bike trying to like pop a wheelie was actually the suspension moving on acceleration, which is very cool. Now these things also have cool lighting effects. Now they have regular headlights and taillights and a reflector up front here, but they also have ambient LED lighting.
That's true, yes. I think it's multicolor depending on what you want, correct?
It is, and you can control that all with the app. So as long as you have the headlight and the taillight switched on, you can turn on the ambient lighting with the app, and there's this cool stripe on the side that we'll show you guys on video later.
And also to mention is that it has a working brake light. So if you apply the brakes, the light is...
All right, this dude was in the fire pit. Check him out. He was hiding in there when I started the fire. He crawled right out, and I don't know, that looks... I don't even know what kind that might be. I have no idea. Anyone knows, comment. Pretty cool. It's so slow. All right, guys, we are at a point now where we are ready to connect the battery to the solenoid and the controller. B plus goes here to this cable right here, which goes to this side of the solenoid, which goes to B plus on the controller. And then B minus goes to the battery. And we are ready to make this connection. I just need to tighten the top of this solenoid up a little bit and then go ahead and make that connection. All right, we have power to our battery and our display is on. Green light's on, the eco battery. Should be able to access the controller now. All right, we see our controller, our battery is at 13% there on our meter. It's interesting because no power lit up on the USB charger up there, which gets 48 volts. Wonder why that is. Not sure. Okay, now that we have onboard charging, all we do is plug in a regular extension cord to the charging port right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, we plugged in our onboard charger and we see that we have charging going on now. And there should be a charge light somewhere on there. I don't see. Oh, there it is. There is a charge light somewhere. I'm going to go look for it over here. All right, we're back out here. We have been troubleshooting the controller. We both have COVID, and so it's okay, we can hang out. But no, we've been troubleshooting. We had a couple wires reversed. We think we got it, and we're ready to start putting the controller back in the cart. And we did test that the motor actually works, and we're ready to go. So we're just buttoning some things up now, and it's going to be insane.
All right, here we go, everyone. Maiden voyage on the 70 volt upgrade. I think this is going to be a little ridiculous. What do you think, Brad?
I think this is, from what we just saw, this is literally insane.
All right.
Check motor temperature. What? Oh, wait, it's on demo. It's on demo.
Yeah.
How do I? Communications. Okay. So we got to connect to the controller. All right, we're connected. Waiting for forward and reverse switch. We're on. All right.
It's a good sign. It's moving.
All right, that's full throttle.
No, it ain't.
Just kidding.
You can't be, not for what I did earlier.
Got him. Oh, my lights don't work!
Here, I got you.
Okay. All right,
just slowly ease into it.
It's so slow. Full throttle. Very dirty. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel and happy Tuesday. I hope you guys had a great Memorial Day. And today we have something special that we're going to take a look at. I'm really excited about this because I don't have any of this particular product, but I love Govee. Govee is probably one of my favorite companies in the world. Their lighting is amazing. They have all kinds of different solutions for different types of LED colored lights and normal lighting. And today we are taking a look at replacing the light bulb that is in a lamp on the patio here. Now, what is on the lamp already is an old school color changing light bulb, and it uses an RF remote to change the colors. We're going to be upgrading that today to a Wi-Fi enabled smart bulb from Govee. We have it right here in the package, so let's take a look and see at what we got here. All right, so here is the unopened Govee smart LED light bulb. So what I like most about Govee is the fact that you can take these bulbs and you can basically use them all with the single Govee Home app. So I buy mostly exclusively Govee products now. Now this is an 800 lumen bulb, which is pretty bright. Says it uses $1.08 a year in energy, which is almost none. And if you run it for 3 hours a day, it'll last you 13.7 years. The model number is the H6008, and it is an E26, which is just a standard Edison bulb. It uses 9 watts of total power. Again, this works with Google, IFTTT, the Govee Home app, and of course with Alexa. So let's go ahead and take this guy out of the box and see what we got here. Traditionally, these are pretty easy to set up. Here we are on the tablet recording now. So we are going to first turn on our patio lights with our Alexa plug. Alexa will do that for us because we have a smart plug. Actually, I'm just going to flip the switch since I'm right here. So that turns on these patio lights and this guy, which is now on and warm white. So it did come on warm white. I don't know if you guys can actually see that, but let's get to our app here. So we go into the Govee Home app. My other LEDs you'll see here. Let's see. Welcome to Govee Home. No devices found. Interesting. I'm not logged in. Okay. I'll have to edit this part out, obviously. Alright, so here we are logged into the Govee Home app. And you can see here my devices. Bluetooth is off, so let's turn Bluetooth on my tablet. We are on now. To add a device. You click the plus, so I'm clicking it now. And then you have to know which light you are adding. So let's see, indoor lighting. So we have the H6008, so we pick that on the tablet. It's one without the bulb. It doesn't have a bulb symbol, it just has a G. So it's found the bulb. Here it is, H6008. So we click on it. It's connecting via Bluetooth. I love how it came up warm white. So let's call this, so we get to name it, Patio LED bulb. Or how about patio LED lamp bulb? That's good for now. We click done. Now it's looking for Wi-Fi. Now don't forget I have multiple Wi-Fi, so I'm going to join one that is closer. That's interesting. It doesn't see all my Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, there it is. So we're going to join this 2.4E. There we go. Bulb seems to be connecting to Wi-Fi now. Said the signal was strong, even though that's in the front of the house. That's interesting. And let's see if we have the ability to upgrade the firmware. There's usually a firmware light. Let's see, firmware version 1. Yeah, there's no place to... There must not need a firmware update. Usually it shows the firmware update right here next to the little bulb. But as you guys can see up here, it is white. And you can do scenes and color wheel. So if we go to scene, we can do the same ones that we have on our bulbs for our smart mirrors. And there we go. You can't see it, but it is running colors now. So that is basically it. You can also sync up multiple devices. Like you can have, that's a different color there. You guys can't see it, but it's a bluish color now. I don't know how much of that you guys can actually see. But yes, I can change it here in the app, and you're seeing that live as I do it. So then if you have like devices, you can actually pair them all. And you can make them do the same exact colors. So that is the, I thought that was falling. That is the Govee Smart Bulb. The Govee H6008 Smart Bulb, guys. I hope you enjoyed this little review and setup of this device. And I hope you guys have a good day. There it is.
I see it.
It's right there. Straight down.
Alright, we're going to have it chase chase the green.
It's gonna chase the car? Out here at Titan Live. About to get this thing up. There's the dyno. Outdoor dyno. Cool setup. Somebody post my link in Jack's Turbo. I don't have time. Probably less than a quarter of a tank. I'm just not sure. The gas gauge doesn't work. You know, have you seen the gas where the gas gauge like starts full on 3/4 and then it drops to like half and then it drops to like a quarter, like with the AEM and the factory ECU? That's what that one does. So I know it's, I mean, it's straight E85 right now out of the pump.
Probably want to put another 5 gallons in.
Okay, 98. He said 98, but yeah, that's fine. You hear how it like wants to stumble on idle?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you turn the AC on, it wants to die. Okay, thanks, man. Getting all set up on the dyno here. Here's a good look at their all-wheel drive dyno jet. Seems like that would be bad for the components being outside. So do you still put fans and stuff on it out here? Yeah, you have to, huh? Because they're not moving. Uh-oh. That's not good. Aha! New hood. Quick releases. Doesn't matter. I just throw it under there anywhere. The little rubber thing came off the top of it. Getting it strapped down right now. You're gonna have to get RPM under the coil pack cover?
Yeah, unless I can pick up the number 6 and that.
Okay. It's kind of hard to get off with the strut tower brace on there. It like will scratch it because it is right up against it.
You know what spark plugs you got in there?
Yeah, they're the NGK, the ones that replaced the older ones that everybody was running. There's a new series that came out,
You don't know
but
what E-range?
they are. I'd have to look and see what we put in there. They're the BK7 REs. Yeah, they're the replacements for those. They're a whole new series that came out. They don't make them anymore. Car strapped down. These bad boys. So they're going to Australia day after tomorrow, and they rented 2 shipping containers to ship their cars over to Australia. Pretty expensive to think about to go drag racing. Wonder if this tire still has a nail in it, or a screw or whatever. About to get this thing cranked up. Crazy lightning out there, looking rough over there. I just was asking Ryan what you guys had, and he doesn't have anything. I'm gonna get that. I see it goes from 3 to 2.5 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Sucks. I haven't had a chance to do anything about it yet.
You should really have 4-inch all the way back.
I'm gonna look into that. You know, it's tough when they don't make hardly anything for this type of.
Yeah, you gotta just make some, have some speed.
Yeah, go to the exhaust shop and tell them to do it. I was gonna do that. Right, getting this thing ready to be put down some power. It's nice and cool out too. It's really like, definitely feel the weather coming. It's nice and cool out.
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah. Yeah. More humid. Looking for that RPM sensor on cylinder 6. See if we're gonna have to pull off the valve, the spark plug cover to get RPM signal. Got this Titan Motorsports truck back here. Weather's looking rough up here, everybody, but it's nice and cool out, just a little bit humid. Trying to get the tach sensor hooked up, get a little RPM. Must be the ground ticket. Not sure. So these guys are really recommending 4-inch exhaust with this turbo. So probably in the next week or so, need to go to S&S Custom, give them the order, the V-band, flanges and stuff. Get that done. lot of dynos in there. Ready to blow some stuff up. We need to do fuel now? Like add fuel?
Yeah.
I need to get Ryan? Oh, okay. Sweet. Got the laptop. $16.50, I think, fuel injector clinic. Yeah. Jay-Z did that idle hunt. Idling really good right now. Yeah. So I guess he's taking a look at Tracy's default, Tracy's tuning, and seeing what he can see.
see it right here. 2,000. There it is, proof. 2,000.
Yeah, you can just fill it up with 98. I was thinking, if you don't, I mean, what do you think?
Fill it up?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Unless you need to do other stuff. Sweet. Got to get that 4-inch downpipe and exhaust ASAP. Next week, dude. Next week. S&S custom exhaust. That's what's happening. About to put some fuel in this thing. Hopefully it'll be enough to get me home and also to Cars and Jackasses tomorrow. So, where are we all meeting tomorrow morning? Someone listed in the live chat. Somebody make a comment. Where are we meeting for Cars and Coffee tomorrow? Comment. right now. Go. Where'd he go? I don't see it. I'm waiting. Where are we going? Where are we meeting for before Cars and Coffee? Fellows. Alright, anyway. Airtight Motorsports, getting the car dyno tuned on high boost, hopefully. About to find out. So the funny thing is that he says that the spring was fine. It's a 50-pound spring. So it should be making plenty of boost on the boost control solenoid. If that does not work, then he's going to have to figure out why. But as of right now, it should be on the boost control solenoid. It should make enough boost to blow the engine up. Live out here at Titan. There's Titan's truck parked in the back. They got a good parking lot here. I think they do meets here sometimes. Like, they got enough space back here to put like a bunch of cars in this lot. Waiting on the fuel. And I gotta go back inside, check on my work real quick. Super right here. This one. Got a pretty sweet Lexus right here. 370Z. 911 Turbo. Another 6 Supra. Supposedly these are the tires to be running these ET Street SS's. Mickey Thompson. Got a slow Corvette, Chad's Corvette. Got another black Supra with a sick body kit. Up front we got this thing. It's only safe when it's parked, and then even so it will kill you. I'm gonna stay back. I'm gonna stay back. Get away from me. Get away. Get away. Heading up to the showroom. Don't know who's in here. Nobody. They got me all set up right here to work. So we're just gonna check on my work. And there comes Ryan, doing a live stream. I think he's putting fuel in it right now.
Yep.
I told him just to fill it up with the 98 stuff. Got a whole one person watching. Super famous. Some of the stuff in the...
He's doing straight E85. So he don't want to go to like E99, be like a mixed blend or something, be too much.
Oh, he doesn't want to do 99?
So he's going to do straight E85 for
Okay, that's fine. Right. But it's the good E85, not the junk from the pump. Somebody thinks they're fast out here. I hear them getting on it. All right, headed back over to the dyno. No idea what the gas mileage is. But check out those HRE wheels on the Supra. I think I've seen better days. But, yeah. This thing's fast, by the way. This thing will smoke every one of you guys. Every one of you. Every last one of you. Can't show there's a secret car in there. Can't show. Look at this Mark III. E85. This is the good stuff too, not the junk. So did that IAT actually work when you plugged it in? Are you concerned about it at all?
Yeah, you need to have one.
Yeah.
Gotta get one installed in the intercooler pipe.
Okay. So what is that going to do for our tune and stuff right now?
It's gonna change the based on, you know, air temperature, weather.
And that's not something we can do now?
Take too long.
Yeah.
Gotta pull the pipe off, all the pump.
Okay.
Install the sensor, wire it up.
Right.
I'd rather get you tuned now and then you can put
Come
it
back.
in. And the biggest thing that's gonna happen is it's gonna get air fuel ratio get a little richer.
Okay.
As you drive it.
Okay.
You don't have the air temperature compensation that you need. But if it gets cold out, which obviously it's not gonna be cold
Right.
anytime soon, but if it's cold out, you could go leaner.
Leaner.
You don't have the air temperature.
Okay, cool.
You just gotta get it installed sometime soon.
All right. Are we going to need to pin the AEM and all that to get it installed? Like install the pins on the...
They may already be ran to the flash harness. I don't know, I'd have to look.
All right. So, not getting an IAT sensor hooked up, which is a huge bummer. A waste of my time driving 2 hours in a hotel room to not get stuff done. So that's a fucking super ass bummer. Whatever. Filling it up with real E85, not this, not the pump stuff that Chad uses to blow up his engine. This is like legit E85, costs more. Chad's too cheap. He just buys like pump E85. He won't get the real stuff. That's sweet that it made 2,000 horsepower though on the first pull without even going full boost. That's sick. That was like a half RPM pull too. So, you know, that's like 4,000 when it goes full. Gotta get some of those ET Street SS's. Somebody comment. All two of you. Throw a comment. That better not be a scratch. Right there. I will be so butthurt. Yep, it is. That's a big scratch. Look at that. Just happened too because it's white. Man, I don't even have the paint for this car. That's a bummer. Hopefully that'll come out. gallons. To get on the diner.
adjustments after the first pull. Thing spools so crazy. So crazy. Sounds so good on the dyno. Must be the boost duty. Cycle. There we go.
Tires are pretty quick.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, they're road racing tires. They're like...
They're spinning a lot.
Are they really? Dang, they look really good on the street. Spinning on the dyno. Tires are spinning.
because 2,000 horsepower. That's what happens. There we go. Try again. Spinning on the dyno. Making big power or terrible tires. Who knows? Alright. Here we go. See if it spins. Let some air out of the tires, trying to get that from not spinning. Here we go. Sounds so ridiculous on the dyno. You guys would freak out in person. Yeah, I don't weigh much.
I'm get somebody else.
We don't have any blocks or anything like that we can throw in there. Cinder blocks? We'll probably have to get somebody bigger than me. I weigh like 130 pounds.
Yeah, I'll grab.
And that thing's full of fuel too, so that's got a little bit of weight in it.
Yeah, I get Taylor.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll get back here too. Got to get in the trunk. Spinning. Going to get somebody heavier than 140 pounds. But I mean, I guess I'll get back here. It's going to be pretty crazy back here.
Come with?
Yeah, man. Let's go for a ride. See what happens. See if we blow it up.
Fast on this thing, okay. You
And
don't
there's
have
like-
any problems with these tires rubbing, do you?
No. Usually don't.
You want to switch sides actually? This is exhaust now.
Yeah.
See, I'll get a picture or video, whatever. Yeah. This is where I shine though.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe this thing's spinning. It's gonna be fun. Hold on. I know what I'm holding on to.
I got you.
Yeah? Let me get all this. It's gonna be weird. Didn't spin that time, I don't think.
No, you grip good.
Out here live. I think we got to pull it. Is that better? Okay. You guys don't have like big blocks to put in the trunk?
Big block. A lot more density than we have to do it quite often.
Yeah.
Once you start getting good horsepower,
Yeah. What did it do that time on power? 7. What kind of boost it made 26. That? 26. That's like the most I've ever been able to get it to do.
Yeah, it's maxed out on the duty cycle on the weight on the boost on.
So what does that mean? What do we have to do to get higher?
Well, you know, it should be higher than that. One blazing.
That's what I was really concerned about.
I'm wondering if you have a leak somewhere. You got the small housing too, that's part of it. They're suited kinds of housings you can get.
Yeah.
The turbo. One's called the H cover. That's the
Mhm.
one that you should have on this car. But,
I mean, that seems awfully low for that turbo even.
well, if I can get it to make more boost, it'll probably make a little more.
That's what I'm thinking.
But nah, you need the H cover. I mean, I've never run the small cover on this turbo before. Normally it'll make 900 plus. You know, about 32 pounds.
We gotta get more boost out of it.
Get it up to 30 something. I can bleed the side of the wastegate to get a little more boost. It's not ideal.
I mean, something's got to be wrong, right? If it won't go over 26 pounds of boost.
Not necessarily. You know what exhaust housing you have on here?
I don't know. I do know that he said he had to take off. That's why the solenoid was off, because he couldn't get it to make enough boost with the solenoid on.
You make the solenoid can do the exact same thing
As the manual.
I don't know what that's
Yeah.
So you're putting full pressure to the top port of the wastegate. That's all you can do. Now I can take and bleed some off to the side. Maybe get us a couple pounds more, but
yeah.
usually either you got a leak or that's just all the turbo.
That'd be disappointing. That's kind of the main reason I came.
Yeah. We can try to leak down. We can leak test it. We got something leaking.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little time. I guess we should. If you think that's... That one kept popping off, so that's what he put on there to keep it from popping off, that diesel size one. I don't know, whatever you think, man. All right, we're gonna stand down for now. It made 700 at 26 PSI, but it's not able to make any more boost for whatever reason. So we're gonna look into that right now, and then we'll come back after that, or later. Yeah, so this is your life as a content creator on YouTube. You wake up and you have 18,000 copyright notices for using music. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And our mission today is simple. We are going to get these wheels off and get these wheels and tires over to the tire shop to get the new tires mounted. First things first, we got to get this thing up in the air. Okay, we got both wheels off now. ready for taking to the tire shop here. Once we get the tires on them, we'll go ahead and paint them black, and the sprocket as well. All right, we got Rich. Hey. Taking us to bring the tires and wheels to Tire Outlet, and then we're gonna go get lunch and maybe even a liquid refreshment.
That's a very good possibility.
And we got the wheels and tires in the back here. I don't know where we're going to lunch yet. Probably somewhere over close to Tire Outlet if they can get the tires ready for us quickly. And then we'll grab some food. What do you think?
I think that's a good plan.
It's a deal?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. All right, we just got back from the tire shop and we got these beautiful brand new Sunf. So funny. Wheels and tires that now need prepping and painting. And so I am going to try to figure out how to do that at this point. I don't have any index cards to stuff right there, but I definitely want to do it while they are on and mounted. And they came with this lovely Sunf thing, which sucks, so I'll have to take that off later. But yeah, I'm going to try to figure out some way to do this without index cards. Alright, we're waiting for Dukes of Duval to come over, and we need to start refinishing these wheels. So all that we need to do right here, right now, is start sanding these wheels. And I don't even know how. All right, we're just waiting on index cards to come in. but we're going to do the first step of protecting the tires, and that is you do the tire protectant around the edges here, and that will wipe right off. The paint won't stick to it. So you use index cards and then the tire protectant for the whole entire protection. So the index card trick is not going to work on these wheels, and I'm bummed out. I don't know what to do. I got to figure it out now. Alright, little update. The wheels are finished being plasti-dipped. I really did not want to do that because the first time you change the tires, it ruins the dip, but I could not figure a way to do it. I probably should have done it off of the rims, but then, even then, when they mount the tires, it messes up the wheels. So this is kind of the only way to get it done without buying black wheels. Oh man, Lynn's kicking. And the sprocket and the sprocket bolts are done. So I'm going to start putting this thing back together and get it on the front wheel now. right, just got the bike back together, and that's how it looks on the new tires and the black wheels. Looks pretty sick. I almost painted the chain guard black too, but I kind of left it copper. I can always do that. I just need to touch up some of the bolts where the paint came off from tightening them up, but yeah, it looks awesome with these new tires. I love the way the street tires look compared to the other ones. So tight, looks great, hyped. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel, and today we got Dukes of Duval here, and we have his 2013 Chevrolet Silverado truck sitting right here behind us. We have one mission today, and what are we going to be doing?
Change the spark plugs. That's it.
Now, why are we going to change the spark plugs in this truck today?
I feel like it's running a little bit rough, and truthfully, I've had the truck for 130,000 miles, and I've never changed them. So I figured, you know what? Got to start there, right?
Right, so we've done some other work to this truck as well. We changed the O2 sensor. That really didn't help us. So we're gonna go ahead and get these spark plugs out and get them changed. We have a brand new set here. So let's tackle that today on the channel and let's see what happens.
Additionally, we're gonna do the wires as well.
Absolutely, let's go. All right, we're back again with Dukes of Duval here in his 2013 Chevrolet Silverado truck. Having some issues with rough running, so today we're going to try to tackle that by replacing the spark plugs and the spark plug wires as a first step. And actually, we've already done some other work to it that didn't really help. So what do we need to do first? We already went online, we looked at what we needed, and we got the tools ready for the job. What's the first step after you have these plugs out of the box?
Yeah, so first step for me is always just checking the gap to make sure they're correct. So we'll confirm the specs on those, make sure they're all gapped. A lot of times I think they're supposed to come from the factory pre-gapped. I don't trust that, to be honest with you. So I just go through each one to make sure they're exactly at spec where they need to be. And then from there, we're gonna go right in and start taking the wires out completely and then pulling them out. These newer motors are pretty easy. You're not having to like figure out where the long wires, short wires are. They're all the same length of wire, so it's very easy to go by each individual cylinder, just one after the next, and boom, it's easy.
All right, so have you checked the gap on these yet?
I have not. I'm gonna confirm those right now. So I'm gonna confirm the specs, which I think is at 0.44. I'm not sure, but we're gonna do that, and then we'll go one by one and check them.
All right, so we have the old school gapping tool that looks like a big coin. We're gonna get that out right now and show you guys how we're gonna check the gap on it right here with this guy, and then we'll get straight to work.
Yeah, man.
All right, we're back with Dukes of Duval here, and we did some research online, and apparently the correct gap is what is it, 0.040, and these are about 0.45. So what we're gonna do is just tap that head a little bit, right? So it,
yeah, we'll tap it down a little bit to reduce it. Hopefully it's pretty easy, a couple taps.
And it moves pretty simply with just a tiny tap. You don't have to do a whole lot.
It's more than that.
Or you could tap it on the ground, either way. All right, so we got this one gapped pretty close to 0.040.
And they were all off. They were all around 0.045, so we're gonna go and do all of them.
So how much was an entire set of plugs for this truck?
That's a great question. I think I paid plugs and wires around $120.
All right, not too bad, not too bad. And we'll go ahead and gap these and give you guys a time lapse of that right now. All right, we're back, and we just gapped these spark plugs at 0.040 using the hammer.
Yep.
And I got a little bit too aggressive with them, and all he had to do was bend the tip up just a little bit to get those back on track. And now what's the next step? What are we gonna do next?
Yeah, so it's easy enough. We're just gonna go in here. It's pretty simple. We'll get our lights moved around so we got a good vision of what we're doing. And we're just gonna go individually, each one by one, and we're gonna go start by pulling the wires off of each one, and then going in there and removing it. So for the socket size, it's a 5/8 is what it is. Nice if you have a spark plug socket, which is very specific because it has a piece of rubber that's inside of there that helps kind of grab that socket so that when you're going back in or trying to remove it, it kind of sticks in there a little bit nicely so that you're able to, you know, obviously get the threads on there and then obviously take it out. All right, so first things first is, you know, we're just going to make things a little bit easier to get in here. I don't think this is necessary, but I like to get this thing out of here a little bit, just kind of expose stuff, especially for the other side.
Right, so that's just the engine cover, so yeah, it just clips in.
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see, we got each individual cylinder here down the way. I don't know what number cylinders they are. It doesn't really matter. Again, this is not old school where you had to worry about what cylinder, what wire, and the length of the wire to make sure everything lined back up. Every wire is individually exactly the same. As a matter of fact, let me go and pull the plug wires out, the new ones. And my recommendation as someone that's had this truck for quite some time, I will tell you personally from my experience, there are just certain things that when it comes to specific parts, that using AC Delco on Silverado, I highly recommend. You pay a little bit more for it, but I've had so many issues in the past with buying certain parts that were aftermarket or made in China or whatever that were terrible, and then I just find myself having more issues. So I paid the price to get AC Delco. That's what I would recommend highly.
And you can see right here, Joe is just taking a look at the new spark plug wires there. And basically what happens is there is a metal sheath that goes around the spark plugs. You take that off of the old spark plugs and you apply it to the new spark plugs. Now right here, Joe is checking out the passenger side of the truck here, and basically the back spark plug in the rear there on the passenger side is going to give you the most problems. It is sort of hidden by the exhaust manifold. Now on this clip you can see me bent over the side of the truck here, and I basically had a very difficult time getting that rear plug out, but I eventually got it, and you can see me now here inserting the new spark plugs. And you want to go to 11 foot-pounds of torque if you're going to be using your torque wrench for this. Now right here, you can clearly see me struggling with this plug. We did have a plug on the driver's side rear that was very difficult to get out, and so we ended up spraying WD-40 on it, but it was very hard to get out of the truck, and we eventually got that out of there. Shot of the new versus the old. Now, is the old one an AC Delco as well? Did you look into it?
I see, it was factory.
Also notice the difference in the tip. So this is a different design here. Those are the ones with like the really small.
Or maybe it's ate away over time. I mean, these are old plugs. These are
could be
definitely overdue.
Now here is where we kind of made a revelation in the whole process, and that is if you get on top of the engine bay and just lay on top of it, you have complete access to this back spark plug and probably better access to all the spark plugs. I recommend getting up in the engine bay and throwing a towel over the truck when you do this. It ain't missing. It's not missing. We got all cylinders? Like it's all cylinders. We just got done replacing the plugs and we are going on a little test drive. We almost slammed into the golf cart. So we did get the plugs replaced about, I don't know, 2-hour job, maybe more, yeah, 2 or 3 hours. But I think I figured out the key at the very end is to be on top of the engine. Curious to see if this helps.
Well, it definitely feels a little bit smoother. It was running a little rough.
You think there was an improvement? Can't tell.
Hard to tell, but we'll see.
Okay, so Joe has the new truck syndrome.
New shoe syndrome.
So he thinks it's run so much better.
Yeah.
And we just ripped it.
I can run faster now with new spark plugs.
Do you think it's better or do you just not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It seems to be right. I feel like it's like at idle in other areas it was running really rough.
Okay.
But it feels to be a little bit better. So.
Okay, cool. So we need to reset
I think it was
the
an
codes
improvement.
again.
I think it was an improvement. Yeah,
Okay,
we could reset the codes.
It definitely needed it.
Yeah.
It's never had plugs done, ever.
Correct.
Or wires.
135,000 miles. It's recommended at 135 to change your spark plugs, I think.
We did it right on time.
Right on time. Yeah, the main.
I think it says 1,000,000 miles.
Oh, I might have misread that. Maybe it's 1,300,000.
And now you know.
Now you know.
You got to get in the engine bay and get on top of the engine to get leverage on a lot of those spark plugs. I think we could have done a lot better, I think, if I would have crawled in the engine bay like
it's terrible though.
All right, we're back in the 4K production studio after working on Joe Dukes of Duval's Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Now, you saw in the video we did have a few little issues with that. One thing, the spark plug on the passenger side in the very back is very difficult to get to. But it helps if you crawl on top of the engine bay itself and then reach down in the back, you can get to that spark plug. We also had a stuck spark plug on the driver's side. The rear driver's side was very difficult to get off. We ended up just using a regular ratchet and a breaker bar on top of the ratchet and some WD-40. Now right here on the screen there is a kit for it that is a non-AC Delco kit. I'm going to put a link to this kit in the description, but as Joe said, it's up to you, but he would recommend that you use AC Delco original parts. Also, don't forget to have a spark plug tool. There'll be one in the description as well. Some dielectric grease to put on the tip of the spark plugs, and some anti-seize compound if you believe that you need that on your vehicle. We did not use it. Guys, thank you so much for liking and subscribing. Please support the channel by buying all of your Amazon products through my product links. It doesn't have to be this exact product. You can click any of my links and buy anything you want from Amazon. And it does help the channel greatly by giving us a few dollars, because as you know, we lose money on the channel. We do have another project coming up for the Silverado. We're going to be doing the rear brakes next, so please stay tuned for that. But I got to leave right now. I got to go open up an automotive repair shop.
All right, great outro.
Later, guys. Studio A again with me, and thank you for 200,000 subscribers while I am thinking about it. Today we have a special product that was sent to us by TopDon. This is the Hdmi 600 Pro sent to us by TopDon. They asked if you guys might want to see this, and I said, yes, I thought you did. So we went ahead and got this thing, and it's pretty cool. It is a diagnostic tool for OBD2. You plug it into your OBD2 port right underneath your dash there. It does pull codes from your car, shows you all your fault codes, and then allows you to reset them and also Google them, so you know exactly what's wrong with your vehicle. And you saw today, we looked at Rich's truck and he did have one fault code. I gave him that fault code so he could go to his mechanic and then he could not get ripped off by them because they won't know what he knows. And that's why you guys should have your own Hdmi 600 Pro. Now this thing does have 4.5 star reviews. It's got 36 reviews sitting so fresh right here on Amazon. It is $208 right now. It's 20% off. So now's a really good time to go ahead and order your Hdmi 600 Pro. It also allows you to do screen recordings and screenshots. So if you want to play that back later like I did, You saw how I did that when I put it into the edit session here while I was talking over the actual diagnostic on Rich's truck. It says it comes with 2 years of free updates, so you can look forward to that. Not having to subscribe, you're going to get 2 years from these guys of nice updates. It also does 9 different service resets, a bunch of different maintenance items as well. So you can do things like reset your oil light and like your battery. When you get a new battery, this thing can help you learn your battery type for the car if your car supports it, and the tool does too. It also does live data monitoring. You can actually watch the car's data in real time on the screen so you can get indicators of what your vehicle is doing. This thing can identify your ECU automatically and know what kind of car you drive. This thing does 90 plus vehicles in 12 different languages, so you can be assured that you're probably covered when you have this thing. So go ahead and check out the Arty Diag 600 Pro. I might have called it Art Diag a couple of times in the actual video. Sorry about that. It's Arty Diag 600 Pro by Top Don. There will be a link in the description. Pick yours up and help out Supercar Street Racing. It really does help us a lot. We just need a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. Here's a look at the channel metrics right here. We have 201,255 subscribers, and we couldn't do it without your help. Thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Everything you do matters. Please like, please subscribe, and please buy all of your Amazon products through any of the links in the video description of any of my videos. You can click any other link and buy something, and it helps me out greatly, and I do appreciate it. Thanks for the like and subscribe, and I got to get out of here. It's about to storm out here. It is thundering and lightning. Let's go. All right, everybody, welcome to another video. Today we're going to be taking a look at something new that we have on the channel that we have highlighted before. Not this dog. Are you interested? I guess she's interested in it. I don't know. So today we're going to take a look at the Echo Show 5. I've got quite a few of these in the house. And what I ended up doing is when I bought the skin for the Echo Show 5 for the new theater room remodel, it simply was junk. It literally was just a sticker that you place over the top of the Echo Show 5, and it didn't even cover the front of the device. I absolutely hated it. So I ordered an Echo Show 5 in charcoal. Now this would be the first one that I have that is charcoal, but I needed something in the theater room that would not look white and reflect light. Still have not got my tripod in that I ordered, so I'm still waiting for that. So I'm still one-handed when doing all these opens. But I'm going to go ahead and get this cut open, and I'll be right back with you. All right, once we get the packaging open on the Echo Show 5, now this is the refurbished model. I have really good luck with refurbished models from Amazon. So I bought this refurbished model. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So come in just a plain box, unlike the full retail version Echo Show 5. It's got a little sticker there keeping it closed. See if I can one-handed open this thing again, or if I'm gonna have to put you guys on hold. Let's see. I think you just pull this part off. Get that ingenious level of packaging. Okay, so there's one thing about this Echo Show 5 which I want to talk to you guys about when I take it out of the box. So there are 2 generations of Echo Show 5. Take a look at this packaging. Pretty cool, huh? Here's how it looks right out of the box. There's the top. I like the black. This is the first black one I own. Mind you, only the front will be shown because I have my Genie wall mount. So this is how it looks right out of the package. Let's go ahead and unpackage it all the way. Very well packaged for a refurbished item. Amazon does a good job with that. Probably difficult to have so many products refurbished and have like an operating methods, procedure, or whatever for getting them all done correctly. It must take a lot of manpower. Taking a look at the Echo Show 5 now. It does have a 5-inch screen, why it's called an Echo Show 5. It does have a camera. built-in speaker. And note, these are not rechargeable. Now, someone makes a rechargeable power pack for these so they can become portable, which is interesting. I think it kind of fits on the bottom. Now, this white dot that you're seeing right here, that's a camera cover. So if you're nervous about, you know, your privacy or whatever, you can cover that up. On the top here, we've got the power button. We've got the volume up and down button, and we've got some various sensors or a microphone. I'm not sure which are which. And then on the back, we have the ports. There is a, looks like a USB, mini USB, I think it is. I'm not sure, micro USB. I don't know which one it is. There is a power plug, and most importantly, this is why you want to buy the older generation Echo Show 5 if audio is important to you. There is a mini headphone jack on there. Now, why do you think that that's so important if you have Bluetooth? Well, if you're into audio and you want to use this device to power or to supply audio to a set of maybe external speakers or a receiver, and you don't want to use Bluetooth, you need the first generation Echo Show 5. Amazon saw fit to drop the jack here on the new generation, which I'm pretty upset about. But the good thing is the new generation, the only difference in the new generation and this generation, the first generation, is the camera. They went from 1 megapixel to 2 megapixels on the actual camera. The processor is the same, the screen resolution is the same, and apparently the software is the same. Okay? So again, the only difference is a 2 megapixel camera compared to a 1. This is a 1 megapixel camera, and you get that lovely audio out jack, which I use actually an Echo Dot, but I think I'm going to move it to Echo Show in my whole house audio system. I think I'm going to drop an Echo Show in there now since I have an extra white one. I might put I'm missing an Echo Show in my guest bathroom, so I might use that there and wall mount it. I haven't really decided yet. But yeah, now we're going to take a look at powering on and plugging this thing in. Taking a look at what else was in the package, I totally forgot to show you guys that. So first we have a little, I don't know what it is, a setup guide. Let's see. Yep, kind of a setup guide. Goes over what's inside of the Echo Show 5 box, give you kind of a little diagram. And those are microphones at the top of the unit that I wasn't sure about. Okay, so yeah, it does say the micro USB port is not for power, so I don't know why they have a micro USB port, because it's not used for anything that I know of. Shows you how to get started. Then it has a little cheat sheet here that tells you some of the commands, things to try. Then if we open this part up, we've got the nice little power cable here with the little power cable condom on it. So the way that I do power for my Echo Show 5s that are wall mounted, there's a good example right up there. So I take power off of the switch below the wall mount, and I use this power brick inside the wall to power this device here. So I'm going to go ahead and get this guy plugged in. Let's see if I can do this one-handed. Okay. I'm doing okay at it. Okay, yeah. I was able to actually get it. Let's go ahead and plug this guy in. So what you do is power adapter goes right there. Got the guy plugged in there. 5 gigahertz network before, where I had too many devices on it. If this errors out again, then I'll connect it to 2.4. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. So I did connect it to 2.4. I know that's the right password, and all these other devices are connected to the 5. So to device options, you go down to where it shows you the operating system. You click that. It's actually updating now, so that's why probably nothing on the home screen. You see it's on 41%. So it's getting the software updates now. So I'll be right back when it's done downloading. All right, so the device just got to the home screen, and I'm not sure if it updated, but you can see right there it has a clock and a date on the home screen. Let's go see if it's still working on the update. It is. It's still only 71% done. It will time out from this screen. I'm going to go also grab my tablet so we can take a look at the way it works with Alexa. All right, the device is at 100% right now, so it should be rebooting any minute now. Yep, it should reboot as soon as it does the install procedure. And I've got the tablet here so I can show you guys a little bit of Alexa. Oops, triggered.
Sorry, I don't see that if trigger.
Okay, that was awesome. Yeah, but that's the app that I just said the name of. This is where you manage all your devices. So let's get this thing to focus. So if we go to devices, and it's going very slowly. Should have already loaded all my devices here. Let's go away from it and go back to it. Yep, not loading my devices. Give me 1 second to get this working. Okay, I clicked on the software update part, and now I have update device software. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Preparing for update. Please don't unplug your device. This guy over here is still struggling trying to load my devices. I'll probably restart it. Let me try closing the app and reopening it. So let's go back here to Alexa. That one's rebooting. Okay, so my home screen comes up fine. Let's try device again. There we go. Don't need to add new devices and groups. So now that we're in this screen with your devices, if you press this Echo in Alexa, see, I'm not sure if that's the old Echo Show or the new one. There should be two of them on here now. But there's one way to tell, and that is by the serial number. This guy is updating and rebooting. So I'm going to go ahead and see which one this is by clicking on it. Once you go into your device, this is where you can set up all the different things on it. You hit settings. There's all the list of the settings. And you can click about. And then that's where it shows the software version and serial number and everything. This guy's still going. I'll be right back when this guy is updated. All right, the device just rebooted with a new software install. I did go to the old device and rename it to Extra. And so it now has its own unique name, and this will become the one for the home theater room. But yeah, if we go back into the actual app here on the tablet, you can see that this is where we can set audio settings. We can set up like Bluetooth devices to connect to it, the sounds, the location. You can do a lot of things on the device from the actual app. So now you guys see how the drop-in feature works, and it used this built-in camera. All right, this device did come back up online. Now you can change the settings on your home screen to either a picture, which you could do that on this app, or you can do it on the actual Echo Show 5. So you can do that by going into the device settings, and you go to the little star, and then you go to, I can't remember where it is, photo display there. And then you can set up Amazon photos, or you can set up, like, so that's your Amazon account photos. You can do Facebook photos, or you can add a photo from the device. I don't think I have any. Let's go take one real quick, why not? All right, went ahead and took a picture of my cool plasma lamp. Let's see if we can make that. So it is, you know, obviously a 16:9 screen, so this picture is going to be cropped. But let's go ahead and set that up. So it's uploading it. Downloading it on the device. Now we should see that translate after it goes back to the home screen. So it says it's being downloaded. Now here's some of the examples of the content that will play on your home screen, and those things can be set up. You can enable or disable the different types of content. It still says it's being downloaded to device. So one of the good things about having these devices all over your house is that they can also play audio through the actual device. So you can make these guys part of a group, and you can play audio with any of your other devices, or they can play standalone audio. So if I say Echo, ooh, I don't know what the wake word is. Alexa, play Soma FM Deep Space One.
Soma FM, Deep Space One from Bradman's TuneIn.
So it actually started playing on another one of my devices. Played right up there because I had the same wake word. Now you can change the wake word so that way you're not waking up a bunch of different devices at the same time. Be right back. Okay, we do have finally, after whispering its name, we have the audio playing on this device. And I want to show you guys about skills, because that's basically what this is using. So this guy seems to be stuck uploading our little picture. This guy went back into updates, and it does have an application update. So not sure what that is, but it should go pretty fast. And then I want to show you guys all about skills, which are really important in the in this ecosystem. All right, I never got the photo to upload, so I don't know if it's an issue with the tablet. The device does still say it's updating, but it actually is just, I think, hung in that position. But I want to take a minute to show you guys the skills. So skills are what allow you to do almost everything in this ecosystem. And there are little programs written that interface with these devices. So let's say, for example, that you have a thermostat that you want to control with these devices. Well, they can't natively do it without someone writing an interface for it, and that's called a skill. And so if we go into the app here, and we go to skills and games, this is where you download and enable skills so that you can use this device with other smart devices. One example is, let's look for Venstar, which is my thermostat. We do a search, and there is the apps, and I believe it's this one here. And you click on it. See how it's got settings and disable skill? It's already enabled. And the settings basically is inside of that settings, you would actually put your account for the smart device that you're using. So I am signed in to my then star count, which is my thermostat. And that is right here. I think this has my address on it. So yeah, so I'm going to avoid showing the address, but this is my thermostat. So this skill is enabled, which allows this app to interface with this device or all my devices. And so then I can use commands and voice commands to change the temperature of the house. Alexa, set Brad's house to 70 degrees.
The heat set to 70.
There you go. So that is how skills work, and there's skills for a lot of different things, not just running smart devices, but there's, you know, anything that could be a program can also be a skill. So they have like joke skills and other things, and we'll just have to like look through it. But taking a look back at the home menu here, you swipe down. Here's where you can set up your alarms, your do not disturb, your brightness, notifications, communications, music. You can also join, like you could join this phone as a Bluetooth device to your speaker here, and you can play audio through it. Now, once this is set up, you can then add it to a group with the app here. So if you go into the app and we go to devices at the bottom there, it shows you all your devices, and then you can create groups. And like, for example, you can make audio groups, you can create home theater groups, but like I've got a garage audio group that plays everywhere. It plays actually on the whole house audio system, and it plays on the dot in the garage. So it plays audio in both places when I command it to play on the garage audio group. You can do things like combine lights and combine, you know, you can create groups with different objects, different smart devices. You can also do what's called a routine. Routines are very cool. That's where you can create multiple commands, and the device can do all these commands with one action. And so, like, for example, if I say good night, it then does a series of things. And it does all these commands, which is very cool because I only have to say one thing and it sets up my whole house for good night. Now, this display is interchangeable. You can actually change the clock to different formats. You can move it around. And if we go back to our menu here, if we go to settings, here's a look at some of the settings in the device. So there's where you connect to Bluetooth. Obviously, there's the Wi-Fi. Here's where you can set up your photo display on your device or change your clock content to a different type of clock. So let's see. You can also set up like predetermined themes by them with your clock. So yeah, there's clock photo display. And then you can also set up your home content. So you can toggle off all these different things that you can have rotate on your home screen. Like if you don't care about scores for your local teams, you can switch that off. If you don't care about her giving you hints on that disease, we can switch that off. Any of the stuff you don't like, you can turn off of your home screen content that rotates. I kind of like the rotating content. Some of it I don't care for, but I haven't gone through and really done that. Now here's where you set up your display. You can set up your slideshow preferences for photos, your brightness. You can make it adaptive so that when the room brightness goes down, the brightness on the screen goes down as well. And when it goes up as well. So before alarms, you can make it look like a sunrise, and then you can dim the screen to save power. Going back here to settings, and we go to sounds, you can set up your media sound. There's an equalizer built in, which is pretty cool. So you can, you know, this has a little speaker in it, which sounds pretty good, but you can set up bass, treble, mid-range. Make your alarm go up in level so it doesn't, you know, knock you down. You can do custom sounds in here. So these are your custom sounds. and you can do request sounds from the start or when you do something and the end of it when you're asking it something. There's a good example of the weather popping up on the screen. Now we have a whole nother sounds. Oh, we already did the sounds, sorry. You can set up the kids. You can set up a do not disturb for different times. Your camera. You can actually set up remote access to the camera stream, which is very cool. If you press learn more. Home monitoring. So there's a good write-up on how to use the cameras in the devices. You can set up your incoming call ringer. Now this thing will actually make phone calls. So if I say call one of my contacts, it will actually do that, and you can make a phone call through this and not even use your phone. Hopefully I edited that part out. But there's where you set up sidewalk, your web options. You can set up a remote. This is where you can pair another gadget, check for your software updates. And it keeps saying that I have, okay, it finally says I have no updates. Oh, wonderful. Reset it to factory defaults and show the serial number of the device. You can do your strict access from people, set up your calendar, and then it's all help, accessibility, and legal stuff. And then it shows you where to go to the app to link your accounts. So yeah, that's a good look at the device there. I am going to go ahead and now get this traded out because it is black and the one in there is white, and I'll show you guys that now. All right, we are in the newly remodeled 4K home theater room. Notice I removed the ugly skin that was on there, which was terrible. Now to take this out, it's so simple. It just literally pops right out. And why you should buy the one with the audio output if you're really interested in doing audio to another device and not using Bluetooth. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Please like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right, here we go, everyone. Maiden voyage on the 70 volt upgrade. I think this is going to be a little ridiculous. What do you think, Brad?
I think this is, from what we just saw, this is literally insane.
All right.
Check motor temperature. What? Oh, wait, it's on demo. It's on demo.
Yeah.
How do I? Communications. Okay. So we got to connect to the controller. All right, we're connected. Waiting for forward and reverse switch. We're on. All right,
it's a good sign. It's moving.
All right, that's full throttle.
No, it ain't.
Just kidding.
It can't be, not for what I did earlier.
Got him. Oh, my lights don't work!
Here, I got you.
Okay. Right,
just slowly ease into it.
It's so slow. Full throttle. So slow. Full throttle. What? No! Where's the controller? It's out here?
Yeah.
It's here?
What's the road? What's the road? It wasn't slowing down. It was still speaking of speed.
It wasn't anywhere close to slowing down on the dashboard. We lost our tablet. We hit the bump.
I think you just gotta. It's gonna keep falling off. Well, you're gonna need like 20 magnets on the back of the thing.
So hard.
this show miles per hour?
Yeah. No, that's RPM and miles.
Just remember those things in the middle, so avoid them.
So fast, dude. There's nowhere even close to hitting the top speed.
No.
Almost like on the hold this so I can rip it.
Yeah, just take it off. But let's get on a straightaway before we make turns. Shit, it's gonna be fucking nuts.
It sucks without any lights.
Got a pretty decent straightaway right here. Oh. Holy shit. Dude, hold on a second.
You want to get your speedometer out?
Yeah, I gotta get it out. That's squirrely. That is big time squirrely. Hold on.
Lights, man.
No, keep going straight. Alright, speed. Do I have a speed thing? Hold on. Hold on, just stop.
You can stop the camera for now. We'll get some video during the day.
What's this blocking? See, it's never like, oh, that's you too. Figure it out of there. Acceleration is insane. You're gonna be able to open it up and get on the main drag on Monument. We're really close.
I think it's just bouncing. It's not gonna be good video.
Tires and alignment, everything feels okay?
It's okay, it's real bouncy.
At those speeds, you probably need your tires balanced.
Tires are balanced.
They are?
Yeah. Well, I got it done at that tire place. They balanced it. It's just the whole front end is real bouncy.
Let's go to city, you can pass them. That's the truck.
Completely dead. Still people here though.
Sally Monday, she's got a job here. She works here now. Dude, the other day when you took off, I swore it spun the wheels.
Might go back though.
Yeah, that's fine. I feel like you could have gassed it and probably got in front of one. Yeah, you're on all acceleration right now. I felt when it was going backwards, there was a little hesitation in it, just because it doesn't have it's all top speed. But if you took that and put it to torque mode, this thing would probably pull a fucking tree out of the ground.
How do you do that? You turn the speed down?
Yeah, speed definitely has to go down, but then there's also a torque setting. I think mine has a torque setting. told Jonathan, if we could find your dirt bike before this weekend, man, we could all maybe like Sunday go out dirt bike.
Yeah, be sick.
I'm hoping that mine gets fixed by then. That's hope. Alright, I'll be back.
Alright.
I'll bring that box, okay?
Okay. Footage, video, and you can see right here on our channel analytics, we have 314,000 views and 28,000 hours of watch time, 13,000 subscribers. We only made that much money. That is the true amount of money that I made on the channel. There is no hiding the fact that that is what happened this month. So guys, please show your support for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and like and subscribe, like every video. Subscribe to the videos, click the bell icon so you know when I'm live, and go ahead and buy all of your favorite Amazon products through the affiliate links. But why don't you start with this nice Xbox Series X 1TB digital edition. There will be a link in the description for you to click through. Now we have to get out of here. We have to go. We have to get out of here. We're going to this place. All right, we are out here at Dukes of Duval today, and this is the boat, the Hydrosport. We have some stuff to do to this boat today, some audio stuff and some Garmin stuff, and we're going to be trying to install this. We brought all the connectors over, and we got everything ready out here. We got the Kenwood speakers, we got the new head unit, so hang out today while we do a little bit of boat work here with this dude. Out here today at Dukes of Duval, and on the back of the golf cart here, pay no attention to these two bottles, but in front of those we have all the tools we need to do some wiring. We've got our butt connectors here, we've got heat shrink and crimp, and then we've also got the tin cons that you just use a heat gun and it melts the solder and does like heat shrink tubing kind of solder on it. We got a park zone right here, so if you guys are trying to park, I don't know why that's in there, but we got a park. Oh!
Stop.
Stop. And today we're just gonna look at this. And what are we gonna do first though? Like, what's our first thing?
All right, so if you guys remember from one video, like maybe a year ago,
yeah,
we bought this boat, got a good deal on it. It's a 2004, so it's in great shape from the fact that like it's been in dry storage and it has very little hours on it. A lot of the electrical is going to get updated on it, so
okay,
maybe the trolling motor in this video, next video, but yeah, it's a little outdated, so it's time to upgrade.
Okay, so what's our first goal? Like immediately, what do we need to do first? Radio stuff? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
It's so old that the only thing that has on it is like a USB style connector for music, and that doesn't work for me. So I was able to find this brand new receiver radio, Fusion, which is a really nice one that has Bluetooth on it. So we're going to put that in there. And then I had to buy this aftermarket facial plate on it. And I think they like 3D printed.
3D printed plate, yeah.
3D printed
which we
plate.
probably could sand that down with a really high grit sandpaper.
We might, right? Just kind of smooth out the edges and stuff, but I'm not too picky, right? Yep.
Yeah, not really.
But as you can see, like never used, right? And
yeah.
I got this on Facebook Marketplace. I think I paid $50 for this.
Okay.
And these two speakers, we're going to upgrade those two as well because the old ones are a little bit old. And then on another boat that I had a really nice Garmin setup on it. So we're going to replace the depth finder GPS combo,
right,
with a nicer, much bigger screen, color coded, really, really nice. Only like a 1.5 years old, 1.5 years old. It's going to be really nice.
And then, so I just was looking at the speakers here, the KFC 1630, 1653 MRW.
They're the same size.
Oh, okay.
The screw holes will line up. We'll see. Hopefully it'll be a pretty easy swap. So yeah.
All right.
Both in great shape. It just needs a little bit of updating. That's all it is, right?
Yeah, that's what we're here for today. We came here to work, so let's get it.
Yep. Got one video.
Oh my God, a cat. Milky Eye. So Joe wanted to talk a little bit about the Robalo trailer. This trailer was purchased from someone last week, and it's designed for a much bigger boat, so we were able to come in and kind of adjust everything, move some things around, re-drill some holes, and make this trailer fit for the Hydrosport. And in the process, we moved this from there to up there. Stanchion.
Got him!
Edit. Stanchion.
got him.
And also adjusted the, what are those on the bottom?
Bunks.
The bunks.
Yep, and then a cross member on the back because the trailer was too long for a 25-foot boat, but it's working just fine for a 20-foot boat. So.
And there's also room to upgrade now to a bigger boat later in the future and still pull this. Now all we have to do is delete Robalo off the side, which is on with sticky tape.
Or just buy a Robalo because it says it already.
Not a bad idea. Just buy a big Robalo boat that fits. And there you see the older head unit up there with the older Garmin unit. We're going to be taking that out today. And we're going to attempt to install this new marine head unit. And basically it has both speaker level and RCA outputs. It's got an auxiliary in left, right, if you wanted to if you wanted to do like, you know, a hardwired input, but we don't need that because it's got Bluetooth.
Yep.
So, and then on the back here, everything's labeled pretty clearly.
So here's the thing about why we got this 3D thing is that the existing radio is a normal like single DIN radio outlet, right?
Yeah.
Or backside.
Right. It's a double DIN.
But with this one is a single, like a smaller
single DIN, but then a weird size.
Right. So like in reality, it's almost too small.
Half a radio.
It would have like fallen through.
Yeah.
When it lined up. So this one
just literally goes right like that.
Can still utilize the existing layout of the single DIN, and then we'll have to add some additional holes, but at least it's clean, right? So it's kind of nice.
Actually, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
Hyped to hear it bump. If you had to and you didn't like it with the stock level, you could just grab an amp and go RCA out.
Correct.
To the amp and then just go that way.
Yep.
All right, stop talking and start working.
Let's go.
Getting the tools ready right now, just everything we need to start the project, getting the video set up, drills. And so taking a closer look up here, you can see there's a waterproof DIN, single DIN of it, like around the cover. So it's supposed to be waterproof, but so the first thing I'm gonna do right here is take off this cover. So there's 6 screws here to remove the cover of this. And this is just literally to kind of maybe protect a radio that's not designed to be a marine radio and get wet. Not yet. Tap, tap, tap in. Hey, instead of doing all that, let's just try to get this whole thing out. Wiring harness through RCAs or something. Wiring. The back of the golf court. Here we go. Yo, we can just cut the power, ground, and remote from this harness right here and extend it. Dude.
What the? Are they talking about me?
All right, we got the radio installed. We got the speakers wired up. And we can't turn the music up because it's copyright music, but it's not super loud, and we're kind of concerned about if we have enough volume to overcome. It's loud right here, believe me, the neighbors are mad, but when we get on the water and the motor's going,
different story.
It's going to be a different story.
Yeah, so it's 4 channel, so I'm wondering, could we add 2 more speakers and then put an amplifier to it and put a subwoofer to it? We'll see.
Let's go.
Maybe.
Back out here, radio's in. All right, so next we got to get this Furno replaced with a real depth finder. So that's the next thing on the list. And what is this? Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, this is old Furuno, I think. Way old school. This is 20 years old, man. Basically, all this thing is...
My age.
Yeah, it's old. Yeah. So basically, all it is a depth finder. That's all it does. Look.
It's got a fish on it.
Oh, my God. No.
Wait, doesn't it have to have something underwater?
It does. Transducer, but it's fine.
We could use the same one?
Old school.
We use the same transducer?
No.
How do we get the other one down there?
Pull it through with the other wire.
Dude, we don't have a good pull record. We can't pull.
We can't pull. We both, between you and I, we both pull.
Last time we pulled, we ripped one in half. That's going in the video.
Oh, it's not. We have to hook this up and this up, right? Which, once it goes down the hole, this will be right there, right? This and this. This wire, though, however, we got to take this off because this loop comes inside the boat.
It has to. There ain't no other way.
That's wild. It's a massive wire.
Yep. There's literally no other way.
Look at this 5200 that like never dried.
Never dried. Hey guys, we're back at Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio, and you've got Brad here, and you just saw myself and Joe Dukes of Duval putting in his new Marine audio head unit and his 2 new speakers. I just wanted to go over a few options with you guys to put this in your boat. And taking a look at the screen right here, you can see there's a Boss audio unit here that is square. That would actually require you to cut your little console up there. Right below that, there is a Garmin nice looking unit that has a LCD screen that's kind of cool, and it is 358. And then if you go directly down below that, you see a standard single DIN unit there. A lot of boats just have that. And then very common is a round one like this that kind of resembles the gauges in your boat. And then taking a look at marine speakers, there are quite a few to choose from. Now these are all waterproof as well, and you know that is important out on the boat because they're going to get very wet at times, even get rained on. So there's a lot of options here. Most of them are 6.5 inch, but there are bigger ones as well. And also there are subwoofers available for that as well. If you want to get a sub to have more bass on your boat, check out the subwoofers on Amazon, and I will leave a link in the description to all these. Here's some that go on the tower of your boat. They clamp right onto that, and they also have some that have like LEDs inside, which is pretty cool. But of course you'll have to put power into them. I think most of them require power. And on this page we have a good selection of amps. I tend to like Rockville amplifiers. They are a good value, they're low price, and they tend to perform very well. And you can see right here on this one, this is a 6-channel amplifier, but you can bet it is not 2600 watts, even though it says it is. So this one actually has a PA system also with a microphone, so you can actually use that on the boat. And there are some that have Bluetooth, so you don't even have to have a head unit. You can install a whole system, just the amplifier, and you can use your phone to supply audio to the amplifier. Guys, I would love to sit around all day and talk about marine audio with you guys, but I gotta work on getting a boat myself, and I'm getting a 700-foot yacht. I'll see you guys on the next one. Please like and subscribe, and always buy your products through our Amazon links. Check down in the description. I'll give you a couple of options for amplifiers, head units, and speakers, and we'll see you next time. Wow, the water looks crazy. It's got like all this steam coming off of it. It's really cold today in Jacksonville. It's 41 degrees. I just drove all the way to the Best Buy out by the airport. It's about the same distance as the other one to get some thermal paste, and of course they didn't have any. even though they said they did online. So now I'm headed all the way to the town center to try to get some thermal paste. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing here. And yes, this is the most expensive 9500 BTU air conditioning made for your home. So today we're taking a look at the LG window air conditioner. And there's some little info right there on the side about it with its model number and everything, which I will put a link in the description here. And basically, why is this air conditioner so expensive? So there's a couple of reasons why. First of all, take a look at the styling of this thing. So most air conditioning units have thin, vents here on the front. This guy has a nice clean look on the front. No vents at all. And so the vents are on the side right here. So that's the intake vents. Has a nice design. And the best thing about this guy is that it is smart. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit about it today and clean the filter with you guys so you see how to do that. Explain how it works and let you even see what it sounds like. So first of all, this LG window unit works with the LG app called ThinkQ. I think they call it ThinkQ. It used to be called something else, a little bit more complicated, but I think it's ThinkQ, I think. I will put a link to that here, or put a graphic up that shows that. Now I know what you're thinking, you already see this part here. So the reason that I have that there, this is tint. I have that there because it's a little bit too bright at night, so that knocks down the LED lights quite a bit so that it's easier to sleep in here. I do that for most of my devices. Have a difficult time sleeping sometimes. So if we take a look at the front here, we can see that we have cool, energy saver, fan, and dry. So it looks like to me, and I'll have to verify this in the manual, that dry just dehumidifies and doesn't cool. Of course, fan is just fan, which I use that a lot during the winter time. Energy saver is a lower energy usage, and it turns the fan off when it turns the compressor off. Cool is your standard cool. Got a little indicator here to tell you to clean your filter. There is a sleep timer. This is how you know if you're connected to Wi-Fi or not. And then last one is just a regular timer. This guy here adjusts your fan speed. And then this guy here, your temperature up and down. So this uses the app, the LG app. And I will kind of show that to you guys after we take a look at the filter, which does need to be cleaned right now. So there's the filter there, and the filter light warning light is on. So let's go ahead and get that cleaned. All right, to get the filter out on this guy, you just kind of like, well, thought I knew how. Take 7, kind of just slides out there. Take that guy to the kitchen sink in here. Give it a nice wash. You can see already it's getting it really clean. And so every couple of months, if you use this every day, you're gonna have to clean this, maybe even more than that. So you see the dirt coming off? Really easy to clean with the sprayer. I'm gonna go ahead and finish cleaning this and I'll be back. Got the filter nice and clean here. Much, much better. Gonna go ahead and reinstall it. Pretty sure it just slides in, but there must be an easier way than what I did, and I might need 2 hands. So I think it just, yep, I'm gonna need 2 hands for this because I believe I have to get it to slide into that notch right there. Be back. All right, so we got the filter reinstalled. It bends easily, so it's super simple to install. Here you got your vent controls, up and down, left and right. Go ahead and close the unit up. All right, and then I'll show you guys why this is the most expensive AC. But first, a look at the remote control that comes with this guy. You can see you can do everything from your little handheld remote if you want to. It's got a power, temperature, energy saver, the mode, fan speed, timer, sleep, and clear, just like the front. But I want to show you guys what happens. I don't know if the battery is even still good in this, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I'm going to turn on the AC. Yep, battery in the remote is dead. I don't use that remote, so let's do it from the front panel. All right. So I want you guys to notice there's no sound at all. The only sound is coming from my central heater. It is on fan 3. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys hear how the fan ramps up. So it is on now. Still can't hear it. So there, it's coming up a little bit now. So this is awesome. Why? It doesn't knock you out of the bed like at the beginning of my video. It very slowly brings the fan up to speed so that there's never that jolt. Even when the compressor comes on, you hear like a very low-pitched hum. It does not knock you out of your bed. So there's the fan on. Still ramping up. Very quiet. I think it said 42 decibels is what it is. So that's probably about full speed. Now let's go ahead and change the mode to cool so you can hear the compressor come on. So the compressor just kicked on. I saw the lights dim. That's how good this air conditioner is. You don't hear it. It doesn't knock you out of your bed when it goes off and on, like when you're staying in those hotel rooms and the thing like comes on and you're up 45 times a night. So this thing is on cool now. It's set to 60. The air is very cold coming out of it. You can hear the compressor now. It's a kind of a lower frequency, and that is what the dual inverter runs. This thing's awesome, by the way. It keeps this room. This room's maybe 150 to 200 square feet. Keeps it absolutely cold at night, which I love. Go ahead and power that off. But that's full volume, full, cool, and you barely hear anything. But I like a little bit of sound. So now, when you turn it off, there you go. So it's completely off now. Now I know you're going to ask me, why do you have a window unit in your bedroom when you have central AC right there? Well, so long story short, it's about energy savings and comfort. I like it to be cold at night, and I don't want my whole entire house to be cooled to, you know, I typically keep it between 65 and 67 degrees at night in here, winter and summertime. Now, cooling your whole entire house to 67 degrees is going to be expensive. This little guy is energy efficient, Energy Star, has all the certifications, bells and whistles, all that stuff. And it'll keep my room here at 65 to 67 degrees and will not have to cool my whole house down. Now I do also have a skill set up for Goodnight with Alexa over there. She woke up. Never mind. So I have a skill set up, a routine set up, not a skill. This guy uses a skill to connect to her. I have a routine set up that does multiple things when I say goodnight. It, first of all, turns off the VESA thermostat, which is there in the hallway. It also turns off all the ceiling fans that are connected to Wi-Fi in the house. Then it turns this guy on automatically and sets it to 65 to 67, depending on how I feel. It also turns on this box fan via a smart plug. Alright guys, taking a look at the ThinQ app from LG, and we load that up. Had to blur out my email address, I guess, but let's take a look at this. You can see all my LG appliances are on ThinQ. You see my fridge there, Sub-Zero. You got Fireball, my cooktop. You got Plate Destroyer, my dishwasher. Then you got Winona Dryer. And you got Luke Skywasher. At the very bottom, you've got Air2D2. That is the LG window unit, so let's press that. Now we can see here with Air2D2, tells that it's 55 degrees in my room. You can set a schedule here with the app. And then up here, you can go ahead and power Air2D2 on. It is on cool. You can see here, we can walk into the bedroom, verify that this guy actually did come on. Let's check it out. Yep, it is on now. That did work. So the temperature is set to 60 here, we can see. And you can set the fan speed and the mode by pressing cool. Let's go ahead and switch that off. So now Air2D2 is switched off. So let's take a look at the skill for that. So setting this up with Alexa involves a skill, and you have to have your LG Smart ThinQ or whatever it's called account. This is what this is you're seeing now. But now to get Alexa going with this, you need a skill. So we go to the app, skills and games, search for LG. It's confusing because several of them come up, but here's the ThinQ Basic. You go into, now it's going to be disabled if you've never done this before. You hit enable, and then you have to link your account to it from LG, and then that's how she will find your devices. It'll discover your devices on the next page, which I don't want to go through the setup again. But once it discovers your device, you can then use it for to be turned off and on via smart home. And now let's take a look at routine. So my routines are here. So let's take a look at Goodnight. So here's the skill and the routine. And here's when I say is how it's set up. It's named Goodnight, but if I say it's bedtime, put her name in front, she will turn on the fan, set the house temperature up. Just be aware if the heat's on, it's going to go up to 80 degrees heat. So it can't turn off and on the system. It can only change the temperature. Then you notice there's Air 2 D2. It powers that guy on and sets his temperature to 67. Turns off the theater room ceiling fan. Turns off the living room ceiling fan. Turns off, it's supposed to be on. It actually turns it on. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the bedroom ceiling fan. Yes, it turns that off. Says goodnight to Susie and myself, and then it turns off its own screen by using the command Alexa turn off the screen. And you do it from the device you speak to. So that's a look at the LG air conditioner, dual inverter air conditioner, which is probably the most expensive at that BTU that you can purchase. There'll be a link in the description to buy this guy. And as usual, I really appreciate you guys watching, and please like and comment, subscribe if you can. Supercar Street Racing. See you guys. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out in Studio A today again for another cool product that someone wanted you to check out. Psych Plus reached out to us to see if you guys would be interested in looking at their smart tire inflator. I have it right here in my hands. This thing is pretty awesome, and I'm hyped to have this for my golf cart and my car. The smart tire inflator is what we're going to be looking at today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it done. Welcome back guys, you're on Supercar Street Racing. You are checking out our channel today, and I'm so happy to have you guys here. And today, Psych Plus reached out to us to see if we would be interested in taking a look at their AL7, and you can see it on the screen right here. It has some very cool features, it does some very cool things, and I think you guys are gonna love it. Now it's $79.95 right now, it's about 27% off, but by the airing of this video, it might be a little more or a little less, not sure yet when this will get out. It does support heavy duty vehicles. It can actually do pickup trucks and off-road vehicles and other big vehicles like that. And of course, it also can do floats and air mattresses and all the other little things. It's very light, it only weighs 2.8 pounds. This guy is so powerful, it can refill a 17-inch tire in only 2 minutes. It also has a 15,600 milliamp lithium-ion battery. It recharges in 150 minutes with its USB-C port. Now it does have advanced cooling for the motor, so it can work up to 35 minutes without any issues of overheating. A lot of those small little pumps that you get at like Walmart, they'll overheat like almost immediately, and they're not even designed to work for over a few minutes. It does have a cool LED screen also that shows you tire pressures and targets. You can see by the graphic right up here, it can do a 15-inch tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch tire in about 95 seconds. There's a look at the battery. It's a 5200 milliamp hour battery with 11.1 volts. Then down below that, it shows you everything it can do with that battery. 10 times on a car, 28 motorcycle, 84 on a ball, and then a bike 160 times. Pretty user-friendly, and it can also go up to 100 PSI maximum pressure. It's cool because it opens up on the side and it has a place for you to store everything. The T-hose, the Presta valve, the ball needle, and the balloon nozzle, the air hose with the Schrader valve, and the Type-C charging cable will all fit right inside this thing. And the cool part is when it runs out, you can run it corded. So if the battery runs down, you can actually run it in a corded mode. The two fans that are built in this unit help keep it cool even when running for long periods of time. It's very small. You can see the measurements here, 3.5 by 6.4 by 6.4. Very, very compact and easy to carry as well. There's a diagram right here of the thing. I'll put it up on the screen. It shows you the handle, the 12 volt DC port, and the USB Type-C port. This guy has 32 reviews and it is at 4.4, so that's not bad. It just needs more reviews before it will be up there a little bit more, but we're gonna take a look at it and review it ourselves and see what we think. All right, now that we've taken an initial look at the SykePlus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator, the next thing we have to do is throw it inside and do some unboxing. Let's throw it into the Studio B right now with Brad and get this thing unboxed. We have the SykePlus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator directly in front of me right now, and SykePlus was so hyped for you guys to get a look at this, and I am hyped because I will actually be able to use this on my golf cart. I have one tire that is very slowly leaking, so this will be great for that. We're going to look at this today. On the side of the box it just says Smart Tire Inflator AL7. Nothing on that part. You can see here it's got a cool display right here, and on this side of the box there is some product information here, and its pressure range 3 to 100 PSI. It is rechargeable as well. That's a good look at the box there. And this thing is supposed to be pretty cool. It will blow up 10 cars, 28 motorcycles, 84 balls, or 160 bikes on just one charge. Also very good for RVs and pickups. It can inflate a 15-inch wheel and tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch in 95 seconds, and it does everything. Off-road tires, pickups, SUVs, you name it, it can do it. Got a big 5200 milliamp hour battery at 11.1 volts. And it's got a large LED screen that you can see right here. Does a maximum pressure of 100 PSI. And it can work either corded or cordless. If the battery dies, you can go corded, even if the power runs out. It has built-in fans, which really help. A lot of these tire inflators get super hot. This guy has some fans to go ahead and help out with that. Even after 35 minutes, it should not be hot. Okay, directly inside the box of the AL7 SykePlus, we've got a user manual right up top. Inside the user manual, it has a packing list, shows you how to operate the screen and the buttons, how to connect a tire to it, and how to recharge it. Does have a built-in light, so we'll take a look more at this when we operate it. On top, there is a foam piece protecting the SykePlus right there. Nice packaging. I'll go ahead and say the packaging is very awesome. You guys can see it is well packaged. And everything must be inside here because there is nothing else in the box aside from the SykePlus and the manual. Now right here on the SykePlus there is some peel satisfaction right here on the display. We'll go ahead and peel sat. Got them. And that is the rest of the unit. You can see here it does have this handy carrying handle right here. Very cool. Controls are right there. There is a USB-C port right there that is hidden when you slide the handle over. And then in the back here, there probably is a storage compartment. Oh, there you go. It just pops open directly like that, and inside they gave you a USB Type-C to USB Type-C charger. They gave you a connector for doing balls. Looks like it is for standard valve stems. You just screw it on the end right here. Just like that. And let's see if it will store back in there. And it does have the ability to store in there, and you can put your other stuff in there as well. There's plenty of room in there to put even this stuff back in. We'll need to see if it is actually charged. It is charged. It looks like it's almost all the way charged. And then we have to get out the user manual to understand how to operate it. First thing you do is just power it on, which we already did. You can see right there it is on. So it has 4 modes, and you go to the mode by pressing this button here. Now notice here it's on car. If you press it again, it goes to ball, bike, and bicycle. Bike and motorcycle. Let's put it back on car. And then you set the target pressure. So however you want your tire to be inflated, you go ahead and move this knob to that PSI. And then you short press the power button to begin inflating, but you have to make sure that you are already connected to your tire, which we are not. There is also a light button right here. It turns on a nice LED light, very bright. Let's go ahead and power it off. And that is all there is to it. You can see the fan right here that keeps it nice and cool. Now let's go ahead and take it into the other room and put it directly on a charger and let it charge all the way up before we use it. Okay, we just completely unboxed the Cyc Plus AL7 right in there in Studio B. We showed you everything included with this, what the unit actually looks like. We did plug it in and check that out as well. But now we have another mission. We're gonna actually have to test this thing out, and we're gonna do that in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, where the golf cart has a tire that leaks about every 10 days or 15 days. You have to put air in it. Let's take this thing directly out to the garage and test this on the Supercar Street Racing 72 volt lithium-ion golf cart. Okay, we got the Cyc Plus right here, charging in the kitchen, and it is at 3 out of 4 bars. We're just waiting for it to charge up a little bit more, and then we're gonna take it out to the garage and work on the golf cart. So let's go ahead and get this thing out to the garage as soon as this is ready to go. And you can clearly see out here in the garage, this tire is low. We have our Cyc Plus AL7 here. This is a perfect way to use the Cyc Plus. Let's go ahead and get out what we need from the little compartment in the side. It just flips open like that. And that was the charger cable. We probably don't need that, but it also has your other connectors in it. There's my nice wheel and tire combo for the golf cart. This wheel and tire combo is low. You can see I don't know where it is leaking from, but I need to take the tire off and take it to the tire shop. But for now, we get a chance to use our Cyc Plus. And look, it has a place for your attachments right there. But to put this on, you simply put it on the wheel, the valve stem, and then you close this little latch, and this thing is ready to go. You can then shut the door here if you want to. There's the light. If you want to try the light, we can do that now as well. Let's just hold down the light button. And look how much that lights up our area here. It's very convenient. And this tire wants to be 25 PSI. So we hold down the power button, but we want to move it's almost like a volume control, but it's for PSI. We want to move that down to 25 PSI. To start it, you're supposed to just hit the power button briefly. There it goes. Dancing. Look how fast. This thing is awesome. There you see it. It did inflate my tire to 25 PSI. Perfectly with no issues whatsoever. And I do love the light. It's awesome. We'll check this top right front tire. It looks fine. Oh, it's at 14. That simple. This thing is bad to the bone. See what we got over here. 13 PSI. Nice. Still have not moved on battery. It is still at 3 batteries, and that's where I brought it outside. I brought it out here at 3. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that amount in the tire, that's fine. And you can see right here, this could be used to blow up rafts. You just stick it into a raft, screw it on the end of this, and this is used for blowing up rafts the same exact way. We got a raft right here, and you can see it is completely limp right there. We have our thing there. You just push this into the valve. That should be good. I'm not 100% sure, but on the Cyc Plus, we need to change the mode. So we have to push this down. Let's try this. There it goes. I'm gonna get ready to turn it off. That worked absolutely perfect. Awesome. Love this thing. Now we just got to take this out and plug the hole. Okay, you guys just saw us actually test out the Cyc Plus AL7 out in the garage. We went ahead and inflated the golf cart tire with this. It worked awesome, and I'm sure it works just as good on regular tires for cars. Basically, the golf cart has the same type of tire. Now there's only one thing to do. We need to figure out how to tell you guys to get your own Cyc Plus AL7. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in Studio A for a first time in a long time, and that is because we had massive power problems out here that we just got fixed. We got a new electrical panel, we got new service, and the studio now has its own dedicated circuit instead of just pumping off of the house and just breaking all the breakers every day. We're out here again finally, and I'm so hyped to show you guys the Cyc Plus AL7. Now, Cyc Plus did get in touch with Supercar Street Racing and wanted you guys to check this out. It's sitting right here on the screen, looking so fly and fresh, and you saw on the video what we did there. We went ahead and unboxed that thing and went right out into the garage and pumped up that tire directly, and it worked absolutely perfectly. I encourage you guys to get this. It's very cool. It has a very long-lasting battery. It can handle heavy-duty loads as well. It has attachments for both rafts and also balls, so you can inflate any of those things with the Cyc Plus, and it lasts forever and has a very cool light on it and built-in storage. So go ahead and check out Cyc Plus, the AL7 tire inflator, and let me know what you think about this thing. I absolutely loved it when I tried it right out there in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And I want to thank you guys for 200,000 subscribers, and please always buy through our affiliate links. The Cyc Plus will be down in the links. Go ahead and click through there when you buy yours. But we got to get out of here. I'll see you guys later. It's about to storm. Welcome to part 3 of the Avon E90X install video. We were just talking about File Manager, but I was just going to show you guys that this has an SD card slot right there, right on the side there, right there. You can see the kind of the reflection of it. Does have an SD card slot, and mine has a 128 gigabyte SD card in it, which is very nice. Yes, you can move applications to the SD card. That was my biggest thing, being able to move apps. So, File Manager is ES File Explorer. Let's go to Car Info. No, let's not. Actually, Car Info is your factory navigation system. If you want to go to that, you hold down Menu for 3 seconds, and it switches over to your factory nav, where everything works like it did before. So we hold down Nav or Menu 3 seconds again. We go back to Android. Let's look at some more of these settings here. Browser is basically, I believe, Chrome. And you can see here I had a bunch of malware installed, but we got rid of that finally. But yeah, so that's Chrome. And let's go back to the menu. The next set of menus. So this is video. This is a video player. DVR, so you can record your dash cam and either your front or your rear view camera. Settings takes you to a settings menu that looks like the BMW settings, but this is actually the settings for the unit, and this is where you set up what navigation app you want, your language, and by the way, the iDrive control works. The time. By the way, use original time and set it up in your Android settings. This is how you set the volume levels. This is how you set up your rear view and front camera. This settings actually takes you to the Android settings, just like an Android phone, and then this takes you to the nav screen, where you can then, the nav setting screen, the actual unit, where you can go into factory setup by hitting 1314. Okay. Inside here are the settings to the navigation system, and this you use your finger. Now this is important here. Car type. The only way I could get this looking correct when you switch to BMW is to put it on this. So if you have an E90X, you can try all these settings until you get the one where the resolution looks right when you switch back to BMW. There is also a boot logo change screen here. This is where you set up the GUI. I have it set on Evo New, but if you set it to NBT, that is the new BMW look. So let's go to menu again. So dashboard is interesting except for one thing. Dashboard is where you get information about your car, and you can see it actually works. But the problem is that it's in kilometers per hour and liters. I mean, come on, dude, get this working correctly. This unit is for the US. It doesn't, you need a switch for miles per hour, okay? So hit back. Phone link is where you use your telephone, and apps is just like it says, it's your ta-da Android apps. And you can see some of the stuff I've got loaded on here. I did try to root this. I was not successful. And in the process, I installed a billion malwares on it, which I removed later. So yeah, I have all my BMW apps here. The iDrive does not work on this screen. But, so you have a BMW, you probably, and it's an E90, you probably know about MHD, and you probably know about XHP. So let's talk about having MHD available to flash the car. So let's hit that. Of course, resolution looks weird until it boots up. Now, here's MHD. Now, let's look at, now, every time it boots up, it asks me if I want to use a USB cable, which is annoying, but it does it every single time. So let's look at where we would flash. So here's the maps, and I'm using that 85 mix down at the bottom for corn. And let's hit the back button. So yeah, this is the MHD flasher. And in the next video, we're going to talk more about that. We are in the Supercar Street Racing living room, and I'm Brad, and welcome to Supercar Street Racing. If you're new here, we're so happy to have you with us. If you're not new, welcome back to the channel. And today we have a partnership with Wow Lights, and right behind me here sitting on the table, we're going to get these Wow Lights 100-foot outdoor permanent lights unboxed, see what's inside, and figure out a plan on where we are going to install these. Right here in front of me, so graceful and fly looking, is the Wow Light C5103-A. This is a 100-foot permanent outdoor light kit similar to the other one that we had. And we're gonna get this opened right now and see what's inside. Ever so graciously provided to us from Wow Lights, we have the Wow Lights installation package right here. You have one thing of bulbs and wire right there. And then right next to it, we have another thing of bulbs and wire. Inside of the box, that was inside of the box for the Wow Lights. It looks like we have here a remote control. We have some clips to hold the wires in, similar to the other kit we put in. Some more clips to hold the wire in. We have what appears to be a controller, a power supply and plug. Remember, this uses 110 volt standard power. And then we have a user manual right here. Okay, we do have the Wow Lights powered on now, and I just wanted to give you guys a brief tutorial. Now, the power supply is first in the chain here, then the LED controller hooks up to the power supply, and then the Wow Lights go on the chain just like that, and they just connect one to each other with these handy little quick connect things. And now when you are ready to actually get these lights paired to the app, it does use Smart Life, and I will get that opened up and see if I can figure it out real quick and get back to you guys. Okay, we are in Smart Life right now, and as soon as we opened it up, Bluetooth was able to connect to the lights, and it was wanting us to add. And now it is pairing the device to a 2.4 gigahertz network. And it has a little clock spinning up here that it is adding the device right now. Now the lights all did stop flashing. The flashing means they were in pairing mode, and they just automatically connected to the smart home as well. I did edit the name of the device, and I think I am going to end up putting these on the fence, but I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do it if you want to put it on your house so that you have that information as well. But here is, once we get into the app, you can see that you can change the scene, and there are some different types of scenes you can change to, like whatever in Rhodius Profusion is. There's one called Gorgeous there. There's one called Blue Sky, which not sure why, because okay, now it is turning blue. Mew, whatever that means. So there's all kinds of different ways to change it. There's headings up at the top that say mood, festival, life, color, and scenery. So you can go to each one of those, like Tropical Dawn, and you can change your light colors. So the way these work to get these installed on your house is you basically take some cleaning fluid, you put it up on your house underneath the soffits, and I'll show you an example of that with the other kit that I have installed. And then you just simply press these up onto the soffit. About 4 to 5 inches away is what they recommend on the distance from the house, and they will stick. And then if you have issues with those actual things sticking, they give you these clips as well that you can screw in. And so that takes the weight off of the actual wire, and you would simply put clips between each light, and it will hold up the light much better. If you do have issues with any of these sticking, I did find that super glue, really good super glue, works the best, and that will keep them on. So right up here we have a different brand, the brand I'm not going to speak about right at this moment, but you can see that they are just spaced out a certain amount, and then I put the clips right between each one to go ahead and hold up the lights. Now I did have one fall there, which I went ahead and super glued back up, and have had no problems, and I've only ever had one light ever fall off. But this is kind of the spacing and the distance from the house that you want, 4 or 5 inches away to do these lights. Okay, I'm doing a little experiment out here on whether I can actually mount these to the fence, and my idea is pretty simple. I think I could just zip tie these on, and they will continue to point down. The problem being there's nothing to stick them to on the fence. So once they're pointed down, I'm going to try to see if they will stay. If they won't, this will not work. But I have them draped over the regular lights, and they honestly don't look that great with 2 light strands here, so this may not work either. Just because of that reason, it would be cool if it did look good. So let's try the experiment. right, we've already got power run out here, so I'm just going to tie into that real quick. But I'm going to turn the power off first. The power is off now, so I am free to work without shocking myself. I am all done with this part of the project. I have not decided yet if I am going to keep this or not. I want to see it at night. It needs all the zip ties cut off and just to be kind of adjusted here and there, but I think it's going to look cool at night. I just want to see if it looks weird, and I probably need to put more zip ties on it so that there's not loose wires in different places. But for now, that's all we're going to be doing until it gets dark. All right, we are now recording on the phone to go check out the WOW lights for the first time at night, but we will have to pause down to turn on the lights. But let's get out here and check it out. And here is a view of the WOW lights installed on the fence, and they are absolutely cool. Didn't know if I was gonna like them, but I actually absolutely do love them. Check this out. Yeah, they look crazy good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that and go ahead and add the second set over here. So just down this fence here and go all the way to the water right there. But I mean, this is crazy looking cool. And of course we can change the colors and the scenes and all that. Let's try that and we'll come back. Ah, here it is. So here are the different effects. Pretty cool. And you can go ahead and dim and raise it. We can go back to scene. Here is one called Mew and one called Mediterranean. As far as I know, when you go back to dimmer, it's just a straight color. Here's Sunflower. Dazzling. And you can go to these other tabs for life and festival and color. But we're going to wrap this video up now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be doing this other side as well. We just have to get the lights and we can do it. We are out here in the 4K production studio once again, taking a look at WOW Light. Now, the company WOW Light was gracious enough to send us these outdoor lights. It is a 100-foot set of outdoor lights similar to other brands. However, this one actually uses Smart Life for its app, unlike some of the other devices that use their own custom-made app. And you can see right here on the screen, we have the 50-foot version right there and the 100-foot version right here. The 100-foot version is $263 with a $60 coupon added to it to get yourself a little discount. And I can tell you this, the way these work. So the way that you put them up, and we just went over that in the video, is they have 3M tape on the back. You just take that and you peel it off and you stick it right up to your soffits. Ideally, you want to be about 3 to 4 inches away from the house for maximum effect. Some people aren't able to do that, like I wasn't able to do that with my set, but you might be able to. Now, I took mine to a different level by putting it on my fence. I just thought it would be cool. Now, it is expensive. However, I've been having issues with my lights on the fence burning out after about 2 or 3 times of being in the rain. So these will probably last way longer. Now, looking at the reviews, they do have a 4.3 star review. out of 25 ratings. And if we look through the picture here, you can see that they do show the app here, and it does use Smart Life, and it has a Bluetooth enabled discovery on the actual thing. So when you actually start it up, it finds it via Bluetooth and then it adds it to Smart Life via Bluetooth. And looking right here, you can see that they are IPS65 waterproof, and they are good for up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is also good because most of the time these are going to be out in the rain, and you can control them with smart home devices. You can do a bunch of different lighting effects. There's some funny ones in there that I don't even understand because they don't make sense, but they do look cool. Now we have to get one more set to put in the other side of the yard on the other fence, and then we should be good to go. And it says right here holiday decoration, but you can actually use them all year round, like I'm going to do in the backyard. I'm going to have both fences with the lights on it, and so we will be able to control them like that. And like I said, it is $263, which is much cheaper than some of the other ones that have the same effects and the same amount of lights. So there is a coupon. Make sure you use that, and make sure when you buy anything from Amazon, not just this, anything, you can click on any of my links in the description and buy anything you want. And on my affiliate program, it does give me a couple of dollars because the channel loses a ton of money. So this will help me greatly if you do it. And now we gotta leave because we have 1 million LED lights to replace in the backyard. How's it going, guys? I'm Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and it is loud because I am right below the Dames Point Bridge. And if you feel like the Red Hot Chili Peppers right now, you're right, because this reminds you of that exact song, Under the Bridge. Check out this awesome shot right here behind me of the Dames Point Bridge in Jacksonville. Right there, Jacksport, right next to me on my right. To my left, all kinds of construction and gravel and all kinds of stuff going on. And yes, traffic directly above my head, probably hundreds of cars a minute going directly above me. Let's talk about 2 years with my Tesla Model S Plaid today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is loud because I am underneath the Dames Point Bridge and traffic is flowing directly above me, and that is so cool. I wanted to bring you guys this edition from under the bridge because I came here years ago with the car club to take pictures. It's just such a cool location. So here we are again on Supercar Street Racing. 2 years with the Tesla Model S Plaid, and the car has 4,000 miles on it. That's it, only 4,000 miles in 2 years, and I don't plan on putting that many more miles on it in the upcoming year as well. The car has one more year to be paid off. I think I owe about $38,000 on it, and it'll be fully paid off, at which time I will be getting a brand new car. You guys don't know about it yet, but it is coming in the next year. And we have planes flying overhead, we have cars flying overhead, everything we need to make an awesome video about the Model S Plaid. Now let's get going. I'm gonna tell you what I like and what I don't like and everything that's happened in the last 2 years with this Tesla. Now let's start right here up front with the wheels and tires. These are BC forged wheels, and they were special ordered and created just for me. Nobody else has this exact set. They were tooled and created just for me for Supercar Street Racing. I got to pick the color, the finish, and also the finish on the actual hardware, which would be the little bolts right there. These are actually 3-piece forged wheels. They are lighter than the Tesla stock wheels. I don't know about how much, but they are definitely lighter than the stock 21-inch wheels, which is awesome. I do have Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's wrapped around the BC Forged wheels. Now, the cool thing about the BC Forged was BC Forged actually sent me pictures of my wheels as they were being made and they were in the CNC machine, which is pretty freaking cool. So I got to see the wheels, I got to see the stock before it went in the machine, I got to see all the drawings, and that was awesome. I loved it. The BC Forged wheels have been great. I have made an effort not to mess them up in the past 2 years that I've had them, and I always keep this car in the garage, and I be very careful about curb rash, of course. These wheels were about $6,000 to get, and they take about 4 months to get. So if I damage one, 4 months, and I don't have a spare. Now moving on to the tires, I have had some problems with tires, but not on the front. I have had 2 flat tires. I ran over 2 different things in the road, both metal objects that flattened the same tire. It was the back passenger tire that went flat, and both times I had to get flat towed to the tire place. The second time, I have a nightmare story. They put the wrong tire on twice. They ordered the incorrect tire twice. They got me a Pilot Sport all season. Makes 0 sense whatsoever. Now right up front on the Tesla Model S Plaid up here, you can see a few modifications that I did right away. The lights are tinted with the satin wrap. The rest of the car is satin wrapped, and so are the front lights. It looks really cool. It gives them kind of a smoke clear look, but the whole entire car is PPF wrapped thanks to All Set Auto. They did the lights as well. And up front, right down here at the very bottom, we have the carbon fiber splitter. Looks awesome. It adds a great look to the car as well, makes it more sporty. We have the carbon fiber front V here with the black Tesla logo as well. All Set Auto gave me the black Tesla logo. I bought the rest of the stuff online. You can order your stuff online as well. RPM Tesla and some other places have exactly this stuff, and I'll put a link in the description for you guys to check it out. But that is all we have in the front right now, is just that carbon fiber. Somebody's coming. All right, moving along to the side of the Tesla now, we are looking at the camera covers here. Those are actually carbon fiber. They actually are matte carbon fiber, and they're made to match the carbon that's already on the car. The rear spoiler there is also matte carbon fiber, so you will see it matches it perfectly. They press on, it looks good. It adds some sport and flair to the already sporty Model S Plaid. All right, next up on the side of the Tesla Model S Plaid, you also can see that all of the windows are tinted, including the front window. All Set Auto also did that. But right here on the side, we have the carbon fiber mirrors. That was one of the first things I put on the car, and I think they look pretty cool. They definitely make the matte PPF wrap kind of offset a little bit, and it gives it a little bit of flair on the side and brings out the sportiness in the Model S Plaid, which it definitely needs more than it did from the factory. These carbon fiber mirrors are easy to put on, and they're just press on, and it's super simple, and they fit perfectly. There will be links in the description for that as well. Right here on the side of the Model S Plaid, we have the Model S covers for the handles. All you do is press these directly on. It's super simple. They match all the other matte carbon fiber. The weave goes the same direction as the carbon fiber that comes stock with the Model S Plaid. They press directly on, and there is the handles as they pop out. Looks pretty cool, adds another sporty touch to the Model S. Back in the rear here, we see the other size of the BC Forged wheels, the wider size. The back does have 295/35 ZR21s on it, a little bit wider than stock, which is great. You need that for traction. Even the Model S Plaid can break traction in the dry sometimes on a non-prep surface. Moving towards the very rear, we have the Model S charging cover and taillight cover carbon fiber. Now this is super easy to put on. It lines up directly with your existing charging port, and on the other side your lights. You press it directly on. It does give your car quite a sporty look and feel. So buy these also from the link in the description. We'll put everything in there for you guys to get. These are the carbon fiber charge port and light covers, and you can buy those online. Guys, we are welcoming a new sponsor today to the channel. Olight contacted me and asked me if I was interested in checking out their Warrior Ultra 2500 lumen tactical flashlight, and I was so hyped because I'm gonna give this directly to Rich after I check it out for you guys. They have olive green, gray, and navy blue. And this thing is pretty cool. It has multiple settings, so you can do like a regular light mode, you can do a turbo light mode, or you can do a moonlight mode as well. It also has a proximity sensor, meaning when it gets close to something, it goes ahead and dims so it does not damage the flashlight or the object that you're getting close to. Now the Warrior Ultra does come with this cool charging cable. You can see it is red right now because it is charging. It literally just is magnetic. You stick it directly to the back and it does charge the flashlight. Now the flashlight does feel nice and heavy. It's got a great feel to it. It does not feel cheap at all, and you'll find that for the price, this is a quality flashlight. Now, as I said earlier, this has 2500 lumens. It does go up to 320 meters. It says also that it will last up to 55 days, which is awesome. Now it's got indicators also right here that show you the charging level, so you always know where it is. The button on the back is grippy and textured. It gives you secure grip even in the wet. And it does come with this awesome holster, very nice. There'll be a link in the description to both of these guys. Go ahead and buy it and tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you when you get your Warrior Ultra. We're out back on the Tesla Model S Plaid, and in the back, this is the stock factory carbon fiber wing. Directly from the factory, that's how it came. There is no other modifications to the back except it has been debadged. When I got the car, it had some cosmetic problems. Tesla fixed them. And when they asked me if I wanted the badge back on, I said, absolutely not. You can leave it off. I think it leaves a sporty feel to the car to not have the Tesla logo on the back. They did re-add the plaid badge, even though I thought about not doing it for a more stealth look. But the back of the car otherwise is completely stock. We did not wrap the taillights like we did the headlights. That's the back of the car, completely stock besides debadged. Now, of course, one side of the car is equal to the other side. There's nothing exciting on this side of the car to show you. It is exactly the same. So there's nothing on this side that's not on that side. Nothing to show you here. Let's move to the inside. I'll show you everything that was done inside. We're inside the Tesla Model S Plaid right now, and inside the car you can see the Model S sport seats. I bought these after the fact. They were retrofitted to the car. They cost about $6,200 to get put in, and I love them. They add a sporty feel to the car. They look much better than the stock sport seats, and if you're an aggressive driver, these have much more support. The bolsters are way firmer, and they keep your body way more into the car, and it feels like a sports car now. Before, it just felt like a regular Model S, and it looked like a regular Model S. Now I have the sport seats. Also inside the car, you can see right here, and I'll put some pictures up, we have the carbon fiber cover for the charging tray. It adds another perfectly matched matte carbon fiber look to the inside of the car, and I think it looks absolutely cool in the car. I'll put some pictures up right now of the current mileage on the car. As I am sitting and recording right now, it has 4,284 miles on it for 2 years worth of driving. I've only ever taken this car on one road trip, and that was to go get the camera that I bought about 3 weeks ago. Joe and I went down to Winter Garden, and we got that camera in this car. Other than that, the longest trip was buying it. I bought it down in Merritt Island and drove it right back to Jacksonville. So there's nothing else inside this car that's not 100% stock, just this carbon fiber here. Now let's talk about any problems I've had with the Model S. So far in 2 years, I have had to put the Model S into Tesla repair twice. Now the first time I had to put it into Tesla repair, it was for the charging port. The charging port would get stuck sometimes opening up. They had to go ahead and replace the entire thing. But here's the thing, they came to my house to do it on mobile repair, and the guy put the wrong charging port in. So they had to actually do it at the actual service center. They ordered the correct charging port and went ahead and replaced it with the right one. Now another time, my LTE service stopped working completely. Really odd. I could not get internet in the car, and then if I would reset the car, it maybe would come back, it maybe would not. So they went ahead and replaced the entire LTE modem in the car, and I guess that fixed it because it worked after that. Now the very last thing that ever happened just happened recently. Last week I had to put the car back in service because the GPS stopped working. Now it was working a little bit, but it was very spotty, and I did notice that when I would come to my house, it would not open the garage all the time. So when they replaced the entire GPS system and the car computer, everything worked great, and when I got home, the garage door opened like it was supposed to. So I guess that was the problem the whole time. That's the only time the car has been in the service department. It's been a total of 3 times. 2 of those times they tried to fix it at my house, 1 time they couldn't. And that's gonna do it for a 2-year wrap up with the Tesla Model S Plaid here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I wanna thank you so much for 130,000 subscribers. Please like and comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Model S down in the comment section. My buddy David just bought a Model Y. We're gonna be covering that on the channel, hopefully. Brand new Model Y, and I referred him for it, so I'm super hyped to get his Model Y coverage when he buys it. Stay tuned for that. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Always buy your products through our official product link, and click down below for anything you want to buy on Amazon. Go ahead and scoop it up from us. We get a few dollars, and it helps keep the channel going. It gives us just a few bucks to run the channel, and it means so much to us for your support. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys on the next one. I got to get out of here.
This is spin. You ready?
1 billion. Oh my God! Yeah. Let's go.
I don't have a jacket.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's
my. You gotta hold the jacket.
Hey guys, good morning. Wanted to show you guys these floor mats that I got for the E90X. Get this garage opened here. So I finally broke down and bought some floor mats. I've been needing some for a really long time. And I found these floor mats on Etsy. Wow, that's the loudest garage door. The link will be in the description here. It's going to be a quick video because there's not much to it, but just wanted to show you these floor mats, custom made from Etsy. Now these guys are available with different color stitching, and they are leather. So as you can see here, they have the M logo on them. And if you look here, the fitment is pretty good. Now the back ones I had an issue with. So he is actually remaking those. They didn't fit. The front ones fit perfect. They do have Velcro on the bottom. Pay no attention to that 9mm right there. So yeah, I'm going to provide a link in the description to these E90X, so they fit any E90 car, floor mats that I purchased on Etsy. And then he does have them for other vehicles as well. So just look through his Etsy store and you'll find what you need. But yeah, just a quick little update. And these things came out awesome, I think. I really like the way they look in the car. I would have done red too, but I tried the blue and it came out nice. See you guys soon. All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here. And then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today. And we got this brand new to us golf cart we're gonna be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
It's typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volt, so you got to get 6 volt batteries times 6, and we knew that we needed to replace them. So just had a guy come over, drop them off. A lot of guys that do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over, helped me just remove the batteries. Typically, they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here. That's coming up in a minute. But let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts.
Okay.
Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's dead set.
He's going anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which was going to be the main thing.
Okay.
My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad, so I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras.
Awesome.
But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts, but we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room, and when you get down in the battery compartment, it's pretty cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay, call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6 volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6 volt batteries. Do they still even do these?
No, I think it's pretty much 48,
they've done away with that.
volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the lead acid, the traditional lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. They're sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me.
Right.
So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in this particular case, I didn't want to pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by Easy Go versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To me, it does rust, and it's kind of a turnoff. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the overflow of the acid that happens and trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think in the future we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart. And you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes voltage.
As it's charging. And with that, some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor it soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes.
Yep.
It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
Okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay, great.
Keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people have to come in here, cut this out, and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So,
all right. So what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out.
Yep, exactly.
Are we just going to spray it out with a spray?
Just going
to
spray it
for
out.
now. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the battery cavity. So we're getting our gloves on here because this stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here,
that's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before 2000, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid.
Yep.
And if you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
All right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead and this wire brush, I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval garage, and we have a whole bag full of goodies here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
So this is what he knocked off of the, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the
battery tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert now. And then we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're gonna knock all the rust and acid, inert that thing, and then spray it black.
So, Brad, do you want to? I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle. My air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans. All right, so now we kind of got it. The top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck, and then from there, we'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed. But after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty quick, and then let it dry, and then we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. Now the trick is we need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
And then we'll put some water in it.
Ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
Need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math. But I went to public school.
We'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah,
that's the best bet. It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. But this is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're just pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound, and we have a small 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there, shake it up.
Again?
Something per pound, I don't remember.
Oh,
that's plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, it's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid, and this is why you do this when you change your batteries.
Wow.
Check out, it's almost like peroxide going on your skin or whatever.
Now, here's the thing.
Look at that. Look at that go.
I think my spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah. Look. There it goes. Breaking.
Whoa, that's working good, I almost said. This is killing it, dude. Yeah. Hi, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute, and look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at
That's
this.
That's so cool. That's nasty.
Now watch, he's gonna just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? So, look at all that come off, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. It's taking all the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know it's going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
a beast.
It does a trick.
We're going to blow this off now. Try to get it dry enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Dukes of Duval's house, and we have prepped this as best as possible. Now we're just going to spray and pray.
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just going to pray and spray.
Yeah. You know, I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do all this, called OSFO, and I believe that it will turn like, it's a product that will turn like rusty metal to galvanized by just like painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
Really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that. I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway black.
We're not. I'm going to buy some cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so maybe we just pull it right over there?
Yep.
All right,
this is not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. All right, so we got this thing drying. It's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes. So we're going for round 2 right now. Second coat of paint will be the final coat. And then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. We're going to do another how-to video today. What we're going to do today is show you how to clean first and then shine your engine bay. So I noticed last time I took a look at the Accord engine bay, it had some dirt in there. So today we're going to look at the steps to get your engine bay looking nice and brand new. Now, the first thing you want to do is go buy these 2 products. So this is Gunk Foamy Engine Cleaner, and this is Gunk engine protection shine. Now, these people used to offer this together, but they got smart and figured out, oh, let's separate them and charge twice as much. So, looking at the instructions on here, this thing says the engine needs to be cool. So make sure the engine's cool before you apply this stuff. Then you just spray it on there. You let it soak 10 to 15 minutes. The old stuff that you had, you started the engine once you put it on there, but this has to be applied to a dry engine, and just read the directions very well. Wait 10 to 15 minutes and then rinse it off. Then the next step is going to be to apply the shine. So right here we got my Honda Accord EXL. I bought it, believe it or not, about 6 months ago with 13,000 miles on it. It is almost like a brand new car inside and out. Now has 21,000 miles on it. I am thinking about selling it. Pop the hood here so you can take a look. It's a very clean vehicle, both inside and out. 13,000 miles for a almost 7-year-old car is unbelievable. Go ahead and pop the hood up here so I can show you this. So it already is in pretty good shape. The engine bay is pretty clean, but there's a lot of dirt and like sand and stuff in there. So it does have to be cool. It is cool. A little warm, but it doesn't matter. It's just slightly warm. So this stuff here, you shake it well and you apply it generously all over the dirty surfaces. You let it sit for 10 to 15 minutes. And if you have a brush and you have really bad areas, you can brush that off. And then you rinse all the areas starting at the top all the way to the bottom. If you're concerned about electrical components, cover them. I never do, and I've never had any issues, but some vehicles could be sensitive to that. I'm not going to do any of this stuff here, just the actual engine bay. So I've got the stuff ready to go here. We'll go ahead and start spraying it. It looks like it's getting pretty much everywhere, so be ready to wash your car after you're done with this, or have some detail spray handy. Yeah, it's going everywhere. I guess that's good though. Get in all the corners and cracks. Back on the firewall too. See how I'm getting everything really good, including the areas that you can't see. A lot of the dirt will tend to build up on the intake manifold and things like that. Get the firewall and the wheel well's good. You can see already this stuff is starting to take the dirt off in some areas. Get those areas down there that you can't see, don't forget that. All inside there, down next to the transmission, over here. Another thing that helps is to go from every angle. Gets areas that you can't get from, the front. So walk around the back. Get all the places that you can't get from that angle. Probably take the car to be washed after this, honestly. So not going to worry too much about getting it on the exterior. I take the car once a week to get it washed. And now from this side. See all the places I missed when I was spraying from the front because of the angles. So this helps you get everywhere. Don't forget the back of the engine too. Down there where you can't see. Back by the brake booster, master cylinder area. Up by the radiator area. I'm basically going to use the whole can on here. Can's almost empty. Clearly see the dirt coming off of a lot of the areas. Awesome. And that's that. So, use the entire can of Go Foamy Engine Cleaner on the engine, and now I'm going to let it sit for 15 minutes. Got a brush right here that I'm going to throw away or reuse just for car stuff after this. I'm going to hit these top areas here that are right in view that maybe this stuff won't be able to get off. You can see already that's making a huge difference. It can't get the big stuff off without your help. But look at that. See how that's getting all that off? Hit all the areas that you can with a brush if you really want it clean. Hit your wheel well areas, top of the wheel well, that is. Anything in sight here that you want really clean, go ahead and use a brush. I'm using a brush from the sink that I'm throwing away. Look at that. Also, if you have a really bad engine bay, you can do this twice. You can repeat the process, and that will get even more off. So keep doing that until you get everything in sight that you really want clean. Got the hose right here, which just so happens to be close to the car. I've got it set on jet. And I'm going to go ahead and start spraying everything down. And you're supposed to start from the top to the bottom. You can see the dirt coming off of it. It's working really well. Just be aware, the outside of the car is going to be dirty after this. You are going to have to wash it. Go ahead and get some more hose over here and clean it from all angles, just like when you sprayed it. Now, if there's any sensitive areas and you feel like you shouldn't spray them directly, by all means don't. But I've done this for 20 years and I've never had an issue. Some cars like the E36 BMWs are sensitive to water getting in the computer and the firewall. So those kind of cars you may want to take it easy on, spraying directly. Alright, so got it all rinsed. You can see how good that looks now. Very, very clean up here, especially where I scrubbed. Now we're going to let this dry completely. I'm going to go ahead and dry off the side of the car right here where it got wet, and then we'll be back. Got the engine nice and dry, mostly. Went in with a towel and dried the rest. Shaking up this gunk engine protector now, and it doesn't have a lot of detailed info, but it just says to basically spray it on. So never done this before, let's see how it works. Awesome. Looks like it does leave it nice and polished. Spraying it all over everything here, down in the hose areas. Looks awesome already. Supposedly cleans easier next time, and this protects everything. Pretty cool. Take a little rag to these areas where up front where I don't want to spray the actual car down. I don't want to get it on the paint. So these areas here, I'm just kind of wiping the stuff on. It's almost like Armor All when you bunch of water right here, but you can see like you can help it in some of these areas here where I just don't want to spray it directly on my paint. So in these areas, I'm just wiping it in by hand. You see how it acts just like Armor All? So it's making all the rubber pieces nice and dark, all the hoses nice and dark. Really awesome looking already. See how that is shiny? Now there's no instructions after that part. Doesn't say whether you can start your engine now or whether you have to let it dry first. I'm going to let it dry for a little bit before I start. But as you can see, I'm just kind of wiping it into the areas that it might have a problem spreading to. And some of the areas that are kind of hard to get to. So there you have it. Next time you clean your engine, it will be much easier because supposedly this stuff protects the engine from getting dirty. We will see how it acts over the long haul though. Time for the big reveal of how to ultra clean your engine. This has had time to dry and wow. Look at this. This looks like a brand new car. This is amazing. I've never used this stuff before, but it is really good. I highly recommend the gunk cleaning system, which is right here. So we've got the foamy engine cleaner and then the engine protect shine, and it came out like this. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I've got another one coming your way pretty soon as well. Supercar street racing. We just stopped by the candy store to get some candy, and we got this big candy right here, and it's, I'm not going to say the brand. Let's go. Alright guys, we are out back again. This is going to be a short and sweet update. I started working on getting a ceiling fan beam put across, but then I quickly realized that I am going to have to get another board up here and sister it with that existing board because that thing is flimsy. And I was just going to go across this way, but then I realized that the weight on this patio roof is going to necessitate a beam from there over to the end of there and then sistered up with that guy. So taking a look at our automation equipment, the electrician left about 30 minutes ago and he finished our full automation system. So we have the Jandy Aqualink with the Aquapure salt chlorinator. We've got the Aqualink interface there, and he redid the electrical here for my receptacle for the pool light and for the new automation system here. And if we look inside here, here's the new Jandy automation system already installed and ready to go. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and today, something that a lot of people do not know or understand how to do, and that is changing the bulb in a standard pool light. That is a pool light that has a housing and a niche in the back of the pool, and is connected via one single wire to the switch. That's what most of the old school pools have, is the single light. And I believe was made by a company called Light. There were several made. There is a very dim serial number on the back of mine, and it was made in 2011. Now, I believe that this housing has been replaced. I think I bought this housing because the old one was all rusted out, and the yeah, I did actually. I bought this housing and this with a new cord when I changed my light for the second time. So the reason that these are a pain is because inside of this housing is a standard like yard style spotlight. One of those larger ones that just has a standard Edison base. And to change the bulb out in this, because remember these are incandescent back in the day, you have to take this housing, this front housing off, and then you have to replace the gasket every single time that you change the light bulb, because if you don't, you're asking for trouble. Now, when I wanted to change my pool light out to an LED light, I thought that I would do that myself. Back then, I would say maybe 9 years ago, LED pool light bulbs for standard housings were very expensive. Along with that, there's also issues with cooling. Now, yes, the light is submerged underwater, but LED lights get pretty hot, and their solution was a fan. Now, that's interesting to me because the housing is actually completely sealed here. There's nothing for a fan to breathe in, and there's no way to let a fan breathe because this is submerged in water. So I did notice that there was a fan in this LED bulb here. Now, my nightmare story is, the first time I decided to do this myself, I actually pulled out the light from the niche, put it up on the top of the pool deck, which is how you do it. You take one single screw out, which is right here. One screw goes into the niche in your pool, the little metal box that's inside your pool. This comes out, there's enough cord for you to sit this on top of your pool deck so you can work on it. So I did that with this light, except the old housing, and I bought a $250 LED bulb for mine. Put the gasket back together and put it inside of the housing, and also put some silicone sealer around the housing as well because I didn't trust it. And guess what? It leaked and it destroyed my $250 bulb. So then I decided that I was going to try to figure out what leaked. Well, long story short, this gasket here, where the actual cord, this is not replaceable, where the actual cord goes into the housing, leaked. It got brittle and water was getting in right here, and it ruined my LED bulb. So then I purchased this brand new housing, and I decided to let Pinch a Penny pull the wire, replace the bulb, and put the new gasket in with my brand new housing and my brand new light. So they did. So I gave them a brand new housing, I gave them a brand new light, and said do it. Now, things have changed with the bulb that I have in there now. The Alexa is a one-piece bulb, and there's nothing to leak. It is a solid housing. It does have a gasket in it, and it is bolted together, but you don't have to take it apart. All these lights, when you buy them, all these housings when you buy them, sorry, not the lights, all these old school housings come with a cord, and you must purchase the cord length so that you can pull it to the electrical box, and that is in my video about part 2 of the Alexa pool light. This goes to your pool electrical box, and then from your pool electrical box usually goes to a switch. In my case, now that we're doing the new school one, the light and cord pull to the pull electrical box, and then there it interfaces with another wire that goes to the controller. So we're going to show you how to change a bulb in one of these. So first things first, you take the housing out of the pool with one single screw, and obviously you have water in your pool. You're going to have to dive down and do this with goggles, or you can reach down maybe and feel it with your hand and get it on. So once this is sitting on your pool deck, you're going to have a length of wire inside your niche that you're going to pull out, put up on your pool deck, and that's going to keep the light connected. It is not going to come out. The light is not going to be unplugged from this. This is solid. They make it so you can't undo it, so that it's watertight forever, supposedly. Now, that is the point where you need to inspect your light and see if you have cracking and issues around your cord. Now, if there's any water at all in your housing, stop right there and leave your wire out on your pool deck, cut it right here, and buy a new light and wire, or upgrade to a LED light housing with a light built in, because you cannot reuse your housing at that point if it is leaking. If it is leaking from here, if it's just your gasket leaking, if you can tell, then you can replace your gasket and reuse your housing. So that's the point there where you need to figure out what's going on. But let's continue. Once you have your light out on your pool deck, you're going to need an 11 millimeter open-ended wrench, and a drill will be easier with a Phillips on it. And if you notice here, there's a ring around the outer part of this housing. There's a ring connected to this screw with a nut and a bolt. Sorry, it's a screw and a nut. So what you do is you hold the nut while you run the screw off, like so. And it is very, straight up. It's very, very tight because the screw has screw has become corroded. But yeah, it does not want to come anymore. So I'm gonna have to grab a, let's see if I got the right. Yeah, it's a smaller nut. It's a smaller screw head than it is the nut. And this guy is turning, obviously. So let me grab another wrench for this, and I'll be back. I went ahead and got a number of wrenches, including some vice grips here. Also some PB Blaster. I would recommend spraying the screw with PB Blaster before you start taking the nut off, because mine is pretty bad. I don't know what size the head part of this is, but I brought a few. Looks like it is 3/8, which is interesting because the bolt, or the nut, is definitely 11 millimeter or something close. And let's see if my ratchet will go on there. It will not. The ratchet style won't work, it's too thick. So we're just going to have to take this off long enough by hand until we get it loose enough to get the drill on it. And it is very tight. Yeah, this screw is absolutely shot. Even with the PB Blaster, it does not want to move. It is super corroded on there. Remember, this sits in the water. And all those chemicals and everything in the water take a toll. Alright, it's pretty loose now. I bet you my screw driver will get the rest of that off. It's kind of hard to do while you're trying to face the camera, but let's see. That's completely stripped out. Now you just need to get this open enough to get this ring off of the clamps. So we got some more work to do here. It's actually pretty loose now. I would have let that, I would do the PB Blaster and let it sit for about 15 minutes before you actually start. Now also remember this clamp sometimes has to be pried apart, but this one looks like it is coming apart. And it is almost ready to be hand Yeah, it is coming apart. This clamp actually expands so you can get this ring off. Now, this LED light is actually 80% burned out. The blues don't work on it anymore. I caused that. I went out of town one week and left the light on for an entire week, and when I got back, it was toast. Do not leave these on for days and days and days at a time. Okay, so you don't have to take it off all the way, I don't think. I don't recall, but we are going to take it off all the way. Yeah, it's still... Now see, also, these clamps are also movable. All these clamps are on the edge of the bulb are movable. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off all the way because it's easier for me. If you can get it off of there without taking it off all the way, I would do that. Because it is almost enough now where I don't have to take this bolt completely out. So once this nut and bolt are out, this ring here, there's a washer as well, pulls off of the clamps. See, the clamps are movable. Now at this point, the light just pops right off of the front. So inside of here, now here's your ring. Inside of here, you're going to find your gasket. Now this one is extremely corroded. It is going to take a screwdriver to get it off, so I'm going to go grab one right now. Alright guys, we got a screwdriver here. Now, bear in mind, always get a new gasket for this. Do not try to reuse this gasket. It is the worst idea you would ever have in your life if you try to do that. But this gasket literally just pries right off of here. If I remember correctly. Trying to remember how I did it last time. Yeah, the gasket just gonna break my glass table, but so there we go. So broke the seal on the gasket. Once that comes out, the gasket is actually around the glass like this. Go ahead and get a new gasket. The pool store will either have these or order them for you. They are, of course, proud of them, so they're probably about $25 or $30. That just goes right around the glass there. Remember what way you take this apart? It's got to go back in exactly the same way. Have a look at what's in here. This is the LED pool light that I purchased almost 10 years ago, and it was my second one. So my mistake was so big on this light wire leaking. It wasn't really my mistake. I didn't know that the wire was corroded. That I had to buy a new pool light for almost $250, and the first one I got was completely shot. Brand new, waste of money. And the new housing was over $250 as well. So it cost me around $750 to get this pool light changed because the housing leaked. Now, inside of here, you would normally find a normal incandescent bulb on these old school ones. But this is a LED replacement pool bulb. And I don't see any obvious signs of issues here. It does have a problem. This is a J&J Electronics bulb, multicolor bulb, and it is controlled with the switch. How many times you flip the switch off and on is how you program this bulb. Now the blues are burned out, or I would resell this. Blues don't work in it. And if you look inside here, you will see this lovely housing. That's what it looks like on the inside. It's completely sealed, and this would be where your new bulb would go. You take your new gasket, put it back around your glass, replace your bulb, put the cover back on the top, and then tighten your ring back around the clamps. And that is how you replace a pool light bulb. I will put some options in the description if I can find the housing. I believe it's an Amerlite or a Pentair or something like that. It does have a serial number on the side because I bought this one years and years and years ago. It's AM, I think that means Amerlite. AM something. And yeah, it was around $250 or $275. If you needed a much longer cord, I thought the cord went all the way to the switch box, but it does not. It goes to the full light box. So I bought the long one. Probably wasted a bunch of money. But I'll put a link in the description to this, maybe the gasket if I can find it, and a modern replaceable pull light, so that if you would like to do this, you are able to purchase your own and do your own DIY install. It's not that difficult, guys. I put silicone sealer on mine because I thought it needed it, but it really doesn't. This gasket just literally slips around here and gets pinched against the housing when you tighten everything back down. And then I actually even tested mine in a bucket of water before I threw it back in the pool. If you want to do that and make sure there's no leaks, like put it in there for maybe 15 or 20 minutes and then inspect the inside of the glass and see if you see any water. You could do that as well. It's not a guarantee that you're going to see any water yet, but hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you are successful in your project to replace your light inside your pool. And if you guys have any questions, make sure you hit me up in the description, and have a good day. All right, this is day 64 of the keto diet. Let's see. 143.6, and I started at 169. Guys, welcome back. And you are here once again in the SCSR beautiful bathroom that was remodeled not too long ago, and right in front of us here today, we are taking yet another look at some different types of on shoes. And today, we have the Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male on Supercar Street Racing. Back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome bathroom, and sitting right here on top of this beautiful vanity are the Cloud Go Wides, and these are in the color black and shale. Now these are last year's models, so these are on clearance, so you can pick them up pretty cheap right now. They are about 20% off of their normal price, and all of the last year's models you can get on sale if they do have your size. One of the problems is though that usually my size is not available, so I have been buying these up as I can. But as of right now, these are the Cloud Go Wides for me, and I have not opened them yet, but we're gonna do that next, so let's go. Right on top of here is the On logo, which I call the chicken, because to me it looks like a chicken with a beak up in the air. But it is an On, not a chicken, and inside of this box there better not be any chickens, because today we are going to be unboxing the On Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male. And I do need wide shoes. I haven't had issues with any On shoes yet not being wide enough, but these are going to be extra wide, which is what I usually buy in my ASICs for doing actual exercise. My On shoes are not for exercise, these are only for fashion. And let's turn this box around and see what the box looks like on the other side. And there we have the chicken logo again. And a reminder, these boxes are all environmental friendly. They are all made of recycle. The Cloud Go Wide's looking so fresh inside this box, I would almost guarantee it. So let's go ahead and open this guy. And inside we always find the On promise here about the 100% recycled cardboard right there. And only water-based inks, no oil-based inks as well, which is better for the environment. And then we have some recycled paper right here with the On chicken logo all around it. And then we just go and open it just like this. And there is the On, looking so fresh. The Cloud Go Wides, and that is in color black and shale. There weren't many left, and I thought this might be cool, so I went ahead and ordered black and shale Cloud Go Wides. The Cloud Go Wides looking so good in front of you guys today, and that's a little bit what they look like. Now let's get them out of the box here, and then inside of them they do come with a protective shoe condom that keeps them from losing their shape in the box, keeps them fresh in shipping. We'll go ahead and pull that out of the left shoe and go ahead and unbox the right shoe for you and pull off the protective shoe interior shoe condom for you guys, which it is very stuck. All right, yeah, got it. Now we see a good look at the Cloud Go Wides. And you can see on the side right here the Cloud Tech logo. And that is the first look at these, and next we take an in-depth look all the way around the Cloud Go. Starting at the front of the Cloud Go, we can see the On logo in a silverish white right on top of the black, and this is kind of a rubberish black right here. And then on the front they have the On logo again right there in black, which connects to the bottom of the rubber on the soles. And then right here they've got the Cloud Go logo on the top that runs right underneath the laces. And this is kind of cool. It has another lace up front here, so the front lace is way further up than these laces. And then here's the black breathable material on the sides. Good look at the side. You do see these holes in the bottom of the sole and the On logo again in like a silverish. It might even match the color. It's a little bit more white than the actual shale color. And then moving towards the back, we've got these fashionable stripes that run both right here and right here. And then they go all the way and continue around the back here and repeat the same pattern on the other side. And on the back, there is just a slice up the middle right there from the bottom of the sole that heads up to the top of the shoe. And a good look right there at the top. Checking out the sole, the bottom of the CloudGo wide shoes. You can see they're wide right here is why they call them wide. They're sized wide. But on the bottom, they've got a pretty fashionable mix of the black rubber and the actual shale colored rubber there that continues all the way from one side to the other. And then they have the On logo right in the center in the channel that runs all the way from the front all the way to the back. Not sure what the purpose of that channel actually is, but we'll take a look at that online and see if they do mention what that is about. Right down below me in size 9 are the CloudGo wides, and you can see I am wearing my ASICs. These are my everyday exercise shoes, so I had them on from my treadmill session this morning out there in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. And now we are going to take off these ASICs and give these CloudGos a fitment try. Now I do have pretty bad feet. I have pretty bad bunions and I have flat feet. So I'd rather not show my feet, but I will do it for this. And this is the whole point of having a wide shoe. And you can see those go on nicely, and they are extremely comfortable shoes already. I have some Pumas that I put on and they almost kill me, and I had to manually stretch them. But you can see right here with the low cut ankle white socks on, they look absolutely cool. The CloudGo. They feel awesome, and next we'll take them for a little spin and see how they feel in action. All right, we got the CloudGos on, and immediately I noticed towards the back of the shoe there is a dip down because that's the way the shoes are designed. They roll towards the back. As far as comfort goes, especially on the issues I have with my bunions on the side, no problems at all with that. No problems whatsoever. And they are extremely comfortable. They're actually more comfortable than these ASICs that I just took off right here. Those ASICs are about $45 shoes. These are $150 shoes if you pay full price for them. Very much different price point there. And these are extremely comfortable. And that's the treadmill I usually get on in the morning. But I do wear my ASICs on the treadmill. I will not be wearing the Ons. I guess I could try them, but I am pretty comfortable on the treadmill with my ASICs. But after walking in these for a good couple of minutes, they don't even feel that they will need a break-in. They just feel like very comfortable and ready to go. And I'm sure that you guys would love these if you get them, because I actually love them already. So let's throw them in the Supercar Street Racing studio closet and add them to the collection. Back inside the Supercar Street Racing closet, and you can see here the On collection is actually full. The only way we can add more to this is to take these hucks and take them down and put them here, or we have space over here with the other boat shoes. Plenty of space right here. So that leaves us space now for the Ons over here, so we can increase the On foot collection. Let's go ahead and remove these guys and get them added to the collection. That means we are only 2 pairs short from filling up 3 shelves. And there we have the On shoe collection. There are 7 pairs right here, and then my flip-flops up on the top. And then over here on this side, we have the Puma collection. All Puma shoes, except for these are Guess. But all the rest are Pumas there. And now let's take it back to the 4K production studio and see what Brad has going on in there with these On CloudGo shoes. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. It's going to be a little noisy today. I've got roofers up on the roof right now. So bear with me as we hear some sounds from outside, but we're taking a look at the On Cloud Go Wide shoes you just saw there in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and I have them up here on the screen right now, and those guys are actually $149.99. I got them on clearance for much cheaper, but those are $149.99. There will be a link in the description. I love these shoes so much. Just On shoes in general, I like a lot. So these are pretty cool looking, and I did get to walk around in them for quite a long time, and they are super comfortable. Now, when you go onto the On website, I'm gonna show you guys how to do this, and there will be a link in the description, of course, to buy these. But when you go onto men's here, and you go on last season, we can just click on shoes. And I could not find them on the clearance section anymore, but I will try one more time here, because that's where I did buy them. Here are all the ones that are on sale right now, and when you go into these, make sure that you check if they have your size. If they don't, it won't allow you to even check the actual shoe. Like for instance, this Cloud 5 Ready, if I go in here, these are reduced by 20%, but if I hit my size, they do have my size in that. So that's what you have to make sure of when you buy their last season shoes, that your size is available. And taking a look on Amazon, Cloud 5. I'm just going to put it in Cloud shoes here. And there are all of the On Cloud shoes right there on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description for these guys. And please buy through our affiliate links and like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out greatly when you do that, and you don't even have to buy what is in the description. You can buy anything you want if you click on that link, and it gives us just a little bit of money. Get your On shoes, they're awesome. I have about 10 pairs now, and I love them, and we'll see you guys later, because peace out. Hello and welcome back to the channel. I am Brad and you're on Supercar Street Racing. If you haven't been here before, welcome. We have something really special for you today, and you can tell because we're in Studio A, where we have the best sound possible, because today we want to bring you something special. I got it right here next to me. This is the Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra. This is not a sponsored video, but I'm going to open this with you guys today. It has not been opened yet. We're going to do that all today. We're going to take a look at this Galaxy Ultra watch on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is such a pleasure to have everyone back on the channel, and I am really happy to announce today that I have a Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra right here. Now, this was not sponsored. I paid full price for it because I want to check out all the cool features of it and use it when I get on my Peloton every morning. Now, this is a 47mm Samsung Watch Ultra. I did buy this directly from T-Mobile. I did not go through Samsung or through Amazon, but I'll put a link down in the description in case you want to use our official affiliate links for your Samsung Galaxy Ultra watch. Now, this thing is supposed to have all kinds of cool features in it. It does things like LTE, so it should have a built-in phone number so you don't have to have your phone anywhere nearby. I did get that extra line put in, and I think it was something like 14 bucks a month. No big deal. It also does things like it can track your sleep. It does GPS, of course, and a bunch of other neat features that we're going to look at today. Now this thing is said to be rugged and reliable. It has much better heart rate tracking than the older watches do. It can help you compare today to yesterday, and it can also give you great tips about improving your health. Now there are multiple colors available. I did go ahead and get the white titanium, and we're going to be checking that out when we unbox it here in just a little bit. Now this Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra is also IP68. That means it can stand up to 100 meters of water for 10 whole minutes. And don't forget, this thing right here has LTE. It can exist without your phone. You can leave your phone directly at home and still do everything you want to right here on the watch. This Galaxy Watch Ultra is also really good at helping your physical fitness. It will definitely track your physical fitness, and every day it'll provide you with a score that shows you how you're doing, so you can know whether you need to do a little bit more or you can do a little bit less if you want to. Now this thing is also one of the longest lasting watches ever. Samsung says that this will last 100 hours on power saving mode. It'll last 48 hours on exercise power saving mode. Now it's really good at tracking your heart rate. This uses AI to rule out all the other movements in your body and only track your actual heart rate. This thing has some really cool other features too. Check it out. You can actually do quick replies from your watch. This thing is smart enough to give you some suggestions, and you can just touch the one that you like the best. It's great for outdoor activities too. With GPS built right on top, you can actually use that to do GPS. You don't have to have your phone out the whole time. Now, one other thing I'm really looking forward to with the Galaxy Watch Ultra is the sleep stuff. This thing will help you track your sleeping so you can get your best sleep possible with the Galaxy Watch Ultra. Okay, now that we've taken a look at some of the features of the Galaxy Watch Ultra, I think it's time we go ahead and unbox this thing from scratch. I have not seen it yet, and I'm super hyped to see what's in the box. Let's start unboxing this. Guys, welcome back, and right here in front of me you can see we have the Galaxy Watch Ultra right here, chilling in a nice titanium white, and our mission today is very simple. All we have to do is get this Galaxy Watch Ultra out of the box right now and see what's inside. It has not been opened yet. All I did was cut the little seals off the back right there and right there so that we could go ahead and open this for your pleasure on Supercar Street Racing. This is titanium white. That's what color this one is that I ordered. It comes in multiple colors. I decided to get that. And directly inside the box right here, you can see, we do see the face of the Galaxy Watch Ultra right here. It is 47 millimeters wide. And it looks like, I'm not gonna take that out yet. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox it further. Inside of that, there is another Samsung box. So there is a new Samsung box right there. Looks like there is a quick start guide here. It's a USB Type-C wireless charging cable that goes on the back of the Ultra. Let's put this back together now so we still have it when we need it. Now let's get this band open and see what's actually inside of the band box. I'm hoping it's the actual band. And I did open it upside down, but there is the band. And that is the end of what is inside of the box. It is just the watch, the charging cable, a quick start guide, and a band inside of the box. Now this thing says to install the bands, you just press this firmly into the lug. Okay, so I guess you push this on. Okay, it did go ahead and snap in place. I think I did it right. And there's the other one. Let's see if it does fit my arm. Looks like this part is adjustable to hold the tab, the extra band, but that's the way it looks on my arm. It's loose still. I'm not going to tighten it up. I wanted to get a good feel of what it looks like on my arm. It's pretty awesome. It's big, so be prepared if you want a big watch. This is a 47 millimeter. You can see how big that is right there on my arm. It's pretty large. So if you don't want one that big, get the next size down because it's kind of big on my arm. All right, here is the actual magnetic charging cable. I'm going to go ahead and charge this up, but that's going to do it for the unboxing of the Galaxy Watch Ultra. Let's get this guy charged right now completely up. 82%. Let's see how long that takes to charge up to 100%. Hey guys, I just wanted to take a time out from this video to talk a little bit about Crutchfield. Crutchfield is one of our proud sponsors at Supercar Street Racing. I just want to remind you about their awesome customer service, their ease of purchasing online, their lifetime technical support, and the wealth of products that you can get just by going on crutchfield.com. All you have to do is browse Crutchfield. If you have any questions, go ahead and contact their customer service. Crutchfield will be there for you when no one else will. Okay, we're back in front of the Galaxy Ultra watch, and it is already at 89% after about 5 minutes. It started on 82%, it is on 89. It's gonna charge really fast, but while we're doing that, we have the phone open right here, and we're gonna show you guys the Galaxy wearable app. We're gonna hit start here. We're gonna allow it to find. I don't know if the watch is actually on yet, so it might not show my device. Let's see if we have to turn it on first. Yes, it is not on yet. I'm gonna go ahead and power it on. Let's go ahead and power this guy up. It's asking me if the numbers match my watch. They do. There is a software download happening on the phone now, which you will see on the screen. It is at 100%. I have to agree to all this stuff that I want. Automatic updates. Now it's asking me to select the apps I want on my phone. I don't want Audible. I don't want Spotify. I don't want WhatsApp. I don't want that. More things maybe. Now it's asking me what to get or recommended for watch. So the quick action button on the side is asking me what I want it to do. When I push the button, I am going to skip that for now. Choose a wrist and button position for how you wear your watch. Preferred wrist left, button position right. Yes. It's asking me about exercise routines. I'm going to skip that. Check your body's battery level. You can understand your sleep better. Also, we talked about that. And you can see if you're at risk for sleep apnea. Suggested replies. You can double pinch to control your watch. Wow, that's cool. You can pinch twice like this to control the watch. It's asking me to set up a mobile plan. I already have a mobile plan. So it's looking for my mobile plan right now that I purchased for the watch. So it refuses to go past the set up a mobile plan point. So that's all we can do right now at this point is try to get that part working. So I don't know what's going on with that. I might have to call T-Mobile to figure this out, but I'm gonna let it chug away on that screen right now. Okay, the watch did update, and now I'm gonna try it again to see if I can get it to connect to my plan. Let's see. It says finding out more about your plan, and it's still just cycling. So I'm gonna have to call T-Mobile, I guess. I don't understand.
How can I return that?
I'm not really happy with the size and the weight, and also it really didn't set up properly when I got it, so I'm kind of been frustrated with that. Took me about 30 minutes to even get into support because of pin problems, and then it told me to reset my pin on the T-Life app, and then the setting wasn't there where they said it was in help, so I just been frustrated with it. No, I'd rather return it if that's possible. I'd just like to know if there's any penalties or anything like that that I would incur. I have a confession to make. I don't even know how to say this, to be honest with you. I returned the watch. Me to you, you to me, straight up, I returned it. I know I look so happy in the video, right? Well, so what actually happened was at the point where that watch was supposed to connect to the T-Mobile cloud, LTE, whatever you call it, it would not connect no matter what I did. At that point, I tried to go on and get support, and my dumb PIN code would not work. I got super frustrated. It said to update the software. I did that. That did not work either. At that point, I thought to myself, am I gonna really use this watch or no? Now, I have about 10 other generic Android watches and I don't use any of them. So at that point, I thought to myself, do I really want like an extra line on my monthly bill? I want a watch that I'm never gonna use. I would only use it really for the Peloton. They make like $30 Bluetooth heart rate adapters. So I just feel like it's something I would not use. And the whole frustration with the line not working set me off and I freaked out. I returned it. I lost a few dollars on a restocking fee, I think like 70 bucks, whatever, but I did return it. Now, if you want one, don't go by my experiences because it'll probably work for you. But for me, I couldn't get the LTE to connect and I had trouble getting support for it. So I ditched it and sent it back and I will get a refund. But for you, if you are interested in the Galaxy Watch Ultra, oh, also, it was a little bit too heavy and too big for me. 47 millimeter is kind of big, so make sure you go to the store and look at one before you get a 47 millimeter watch. I returned mine, but you can have yours right here on the Amazon link. This refurbished one right here is $302. I will leave a link in the description for this guy right here. Go ahead and order it through our official links, and that will help out the channel so greatly. This is the watch right here, and you can see right here, it does all kinds of cool features. This one is in white. It is wireless charging. It does have some pretty cool stuff. It scores your health every day, as you can see right here. So every day it lets you know if you're doing better or worse. You can work out with a 1-button tap, which is pretty cool. It's the longest lasting battery they've ever had, just like I said in the actual video. It does have turn-by-turn guidance as well that helps you with your workouts outside. It has so many cool features that you probably will enjoy it even if I don't. I just don't think I'll actually use it that much. It's pretty simple. It's just a toy for me, and I don't really need to spend, you know, the money on that. And then the monthly line as well is also, you know, like 14 bucks a month, I think is what I paid for unlimited data for just the watch. So I encourage you to get on Amazon and buy yourself one through our official affiliate links. It'll help me out. Thank you for liking and subscribing. New people, please hit the button for me. That's all you gotta do is one thing. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You've done your job for us, and we thank you so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We're right here on the channel dashboard now, and you guys can see clearly we have 171,002 subscribers. 171,002 is what we're looking at right now. This is amazing. I have shared my content on multiple social media platforms, so this helps me out greatly when you guys subscribe. If you can't watch every video, we understand, but hopefully you can watch some of them, and you can help us out by liking and subscribing. Right now, we have to get out of here. We have to go get a steak dinner, and I don't know where we're going, so we got to figure that out too. Later.
We're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me, Beckett and Company. If anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, he's a great guy to call. Or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Here, here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not going to really show up on the house, is it? Oh, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, let's start right there. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, you know, 150 foot of it.
Why not just start right there on the edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what she's saying.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about up on the...
Well, it's got to be on that under part. It's got to be, yeah, 3 inches from the house. So, I can, yeah, I think that's, yeah, just do that. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Inches, that's about 10 inches.
Yeah, do about, yeah, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light. putting it right in the corner by our power supply. And then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's called a lift.
It's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in.
No, it does.
That is super cool. Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
The screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay, so it's really cool.
They're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You only get one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open. It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird.
Who's up here?
It's dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to, don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Guys, we're back in the ever familiar Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and we got a package here from Amazon that's going to help us accomplish some maintenance today at the Supercar Street Racing compound. And inside of the box here, we have some garage door lube, 3-in-1. We're not in a cold climate, so we don't have the silicone-based garage lube. We're going to use this stuff today and show you guys how to keep your $16,000 garage door properly lubricated. So hang out with us today. We'll all learn something lubing up the garage door. Let's go. Guys, we are right in front of the 3-in-1 garage door lubricant, and that is our mission today, was to get this out of the box and go ahead and go in the Supercar Street Racing garage and service the garage door. It needs lubricating. It has not been done since it was new, and also we're going to lubricate the spring and the hinges wherever we have hinges that do bend. Now this 3-in-1 garage door lube was something like, I don't know, $13 or $14 for 2 bottles on Amazon. So of course we have to be careful with this stuff. It will go everywhere. So during the process of lubing the garage door, we will carry a few towels with us so we don't spray and drip all over our nice garage floor that has been char coated. Now this says it's quick drying and no mess and prevents rust and corrosion. And there's not much of the directions on the back. It just says shake well, apply by spraying directly on the surface to be lubricated and protected. Wipe excess with a rag. This says lubricate monthly. We're going to start maintaining our garage door like that. Let's get out in the Supercar Street Racing garage and start getting to work. Out here in the garage today with the 3-in-1 garage door lube, and all we're going to do right here and right now is show you guys how to lube up the garage door. And the most important part is that you get on the tracks where the rollers go, and you're actually cleaning the garage door as well. And then you also lubricate these hinges right here. So the first step is going to be to do the part that is open right now. We'll get all this lubricated, get it wiped down, and then we will go ahead and do all of these hinges right here. So that would be the second step. Now the garage door lube does come with a nice little red hose right here for you. Sorry about the traffic. And so all you have to do right here and right now is get a towel. And you don't want to go crazy with this stuff. So you just go light. And then you take your rag. And you are also cleaning the tracks at the same time. Wiping off the oil doesn't mean it's not lubricated. And look at that. So that is dirt accumulated from whatever over time. And then of course, while you're here, you can go ahead and lube the roller, but you don't need much, just a little spray. So part of the problem is it's going to drip, so wipe it off after you do lube. If you get any on your nice floor, go ahead and wipe that off as well. Let's go ahead and do the other side. And obviously that needs cleaning. So I'm gonna get that today also. All right, and you do see, be careful with this garage door track. You will cut your hand so bad on it. It's very sharp. So we are getting the garage door track clean now. And that is that. And then we spray a little bit on these hinges right here. Just a tiny bit. You don't need a lot. And that does soak right in. See, that time I did better because I didn't get it all over the place. And now I'm going to take the opportunity to clean this, all the spider webs and mess right there. All right, so we are going to continue with our cleaning of the tracks, and we're going to go ahead and do this top part and then proceed to clean and lubricate all of these other parts of the track. Let's get going. We're going to start there, wipe our way all the way down to that side. We just finished lubricating that track right there and cleaning it. Notice I wiped off all of the oil. Well, not all of it, but I wiped off the oil, the excess. And now all we have to do right here and right now is go lubricate these rollers. Just a little shot. You don't have to push hard. And if you do get excess on there, just wipe it off. Just barely press on it. So I didn't do a great job on that one. And make sure you get both sides. That one's gonna drip. Let's get all of these done. Okay, all that is left to do now is go ahead and get this track done. I got all the other ones done and all the rollers and all the hinges, so that's the last thing left before the spring. Let's go ahead and get this thing done now. All right, the last step to this project is to lubricate the spring there. We're gonna spray it on top of the spring. Don't get too much on it. It will actually fall down and drip. So we're just gonna go right on top of the spring and then that's it. Wipe it off with the rag. All right, we're gonna go ahead and exercise the garage door a couple of times now that it has been lubricated. Let's go ahead and open it up. That's gonna allow that nice lubrication to get through those rollers. And the garage door did open. Let's go ahead and close it. Awesome, so you should be doing that once a month. This is a $16,000 garage door. I'm gonna take care of it, you guys should as well. I'm gonna leave a link in the description to this lubrication oil from Amazon. And I hope that you guys do maintenance on your garage and don't pay a garage door company $200 or $300 to come out and spray some oil on your garage door. Do it once a month, you should be good to go. And that's gonna do it for today, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Please like and subscribe and buy all of your Amazon products through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the one in the description. You can click the description link and buy anything you want. It helps me out greatly. So we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Thank you for joining, liking, and subscribing, guys. Peace out. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing, amazing kitchen. And we were lucky enough to work with a company on this guy right here, which we're gonna be unboxing today. And you can't see it until after the intro, which is after the intro on Supercar Street Racing today. Guys, so happy to have you back on the channel. So hyped to have you watching today. And we have this joust set air purifier to take a look at today. I was lucky enough to work with this company and they sent me this air purifier free of charge. It does have a HEPA filter and we're going to take a look at everything it does, and there's some of the things that it filters out of your life and into this lovely filter right here. So we're going to get this thing out of the box right now and take a look at it. The jowl set is looking so fresh and is trying to make your air fresh. And you can see right here that it's got a carbon filter, captures 99.97% of all the airborne particles. It has a sleep mode and a 4-speed fan. So we're going to be taking this out of the box right now, but there's a look at how it looks box. And the side of the box here, it's got a color display, an automatic mode, 4-speed fan, ultra quiet sleep mode, timer, and a child lock, and it is Wi-Fi enabled as well. Let's get it out of the box completely and take a look. Oh, some contact information here for jowl set. So the jowl set air purifier comes with a filter already installed, and if you look at the label, it says replace the filter in a timely manner, meaning that they want you to keep replacing the filter on a regular basis rather than using a dirty filter. Having a dirty filter on your air purifier literally does nothing for you if it can't filter out. And inside we have an instruction manual, a remote control, and also this would be the power adapter for the jowl set air purifier, and there's a look inside of it. Let's get this filter unboxed right now and see what's inside of this bag condom. All right, reinstalling the jowl set, you just take this filter, drop it straight in there, and then it turns and locks just like that. And then over here, we have this beautiful power adapter that we need to get unboxed, and it is in a nice air poppable condom. Nothing can happen to this guy because it is so protected that it will never have babies in that air condom. And here's the power adapter for the jowl set. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Jowl set. Jowlset.com. And they have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, and we will be helping these guys promote this unit and showing you guys everything that comes with it. And if you look inside of this other plastic condom, we have some more documentation. Let's move this candle before we burn the house down. And we have a nice remote control as well. That comes in this bag. However, this thing is Alexa capable. We also got this nice tag that says Opera and has the jowlset.com website, the email address, the Facebook page, the Instagram, and the YouTube. And these guys are serious about promoting their product. Now, this does not come with batteries. Maybe there are batteries in here. They do not come with batteries. Okay, no batteries, but it did come with a little instruction manual to tell you how to replace the filter, but I figured it out on my own. But there is how you do it. You turn the lock to the left, you pull out the filter, you get the power adapter out, put the filter back in, and tighten it. And there it tells you that the power adapter is inside of the jowl set. And let's get this thing turned over now. And you can see right here, right now, that the unit just turns straight over like this. And yes, the phone is going crazy, but yeah, there is the unit. There is the display. I don't know if we get some peel satisfaction. No, we don't. But on the back, there is the power adapter that we can now get this thing connected with. And the jowl set plugs into a standard 110 volt outlet, which I will plug in with my foot. And the plug goes just like that. And the guy already made a noise, so let's go up front here and see what it says. Nothing yet, so at this point we need to refer to the manual because I don't know how you get this thing up and running, and I don't know how you connect it to Wi-Fi, but here is a user guide. Let's get that opened up ASAP. So this guy uses Smart Life, which is what a lot of the generic Wi-Fi devices use. And it says connect it to power. And I just need to see what device this guy uses. So I'm going to look at this a little bit more because it's supposed to be Smart Life, but let me get into this a little bit more. Guys, we are on the phone now, and you can see the app is actually called Smart Home Life, not Smart Life. So two different apps, and when we open this guy up right here right now, it's going to be different than the regular, and I need to sign in, so I'm going to do that now. And we are back in the app, and it says confirm it is blinking, and it is. And we need to get our Wi-Fi network here. That's Bluetooth. Alright, so we need to be on a 2.4 gigahertz network. Let's check that one off, and you guys cannot see this part. So our device is being added right now to Alexa, and then we'll have to put a skill on Alexa to actually control it with Alexa, but that comes later. And the skill is called just Smart Life, which I already have. Looks like it's adding or trying to add, but I don't see that yet. That didn't work. I clicked it and it said okay. Alright, let's try it again. I'm holding down the reset button. There it goes. It's a 402, and it is blinking. Oh, I put the wrong network. It's supposed to be 2.4. I put a 5 gigahertz, that's why. It's supposed to be 2.4, that's my error. It can't connect to a 5 gigahertz, guys, so don't even try. It doesn't like that. And I'm connected to Wi-Fi. Okay, I was finally able to put the Wi-Fi in after I closed the app completely. It is trying to add to the network now. Let's see if it's actually going to be successful or not. Okay, it worked. And we are on the Wi-Fi network now. So our air purifier is on and connected to Wi-Fi. So back to the camera we go. Okay, we just saw what you do in the Smart Home Life, and we just held down this power button for 5 seconds. You can see the Wi-Fi indicator. Back on the camera, we have the Jalset air purifier connected to Wi-Fi here. And so, really the next part of this is just controlling it from Alexa if you want to. And there are voice commands listed right here on the page. So that's a look at the fan speed, the child switch, and the power for Alexa, and then the whole user manual is right here next to it. Go over some of the areas of the air purifier that you need to understand what they are. So first we have the air outlet area here on top. So you can clearly feel up here that there is a rush of air coming out of the air outlet, and then the next thing is the control panel. The control panel is right here on the front. The air inlet is right here on the bottom. So you have the outlet up here on top and the air inlet on the bottom. And then we have the shell of the unit here, which is this whole plastic area right here. That is the body and shell of the unit. The handle is right here. And right here for two-handed use for your enjoyment. The power adapter interface is on the back. And you can see here we have power from the 110 US outlet right here to the power adapter, and there is the information for the jowl set right there. And the air quality sensor cover is marked as back here. So that would be right there. That's the air quality sensor cover. And then inside the unit, which is under, which you already saw, that's the HEPA filter. The H13 HEPA filter is down there. Now right here, right now on the display, you do see a blue indicator. According to the manual right here, blue means our air quality is very good. If it goes to green, it's good. Yellow to moderate, and red is polluted. So right now we have a good air quality indicator on the front of the jowl set. Taking a look at the front here, the button here on the far left is the on-off button. Right next to it you got the fan speed button, the sleep button right there marked with a little nighttime moon with a Z. We got the filter reset button right next to that where it says HEPA. The timer button after that, and the child lock button. And then on the display up here where it says number, like up there on the numbers, PW 2.5, that does not indicate what that is in the actual manual. 2 is the air quality indicator, which is that blue line. And in the middle, there would be a HEPA if you had to replace your filter. There's a timer over here on the right, which is not lit up right now. And down in the lower left-hand corner, there are some LEDs which are not up yet. And there is some lower right, there should be a sleep mode if you're in sleep, but that would be next to the Wi-Fi indicator there. Right in front of me is the remote for the JetSow air purifier, and if we open this right here, looks like it uses AAA, and we may or may not have AAA batteries in the Supercar Street Racing battery storage facility, but it looks like we do have a couple of AAA batteries available right here. Is it AAA or AA? Ah, it's AA? Oh, it's AAA. Okay. And batteries go straight in like this. And this other battery is being a pain, but here is one right here. And the remote goes back in just like this, guys. And here's our remote for the jowl set, all ready to have fun. And as we see on the instructions here, we have the on-off button, we have a fan speed, we have a filter reset, a timer, and a sleep mode. So let's play with this. And we see right here the first indicator came on, which means low speed. That means middle speed, and I heard a pickup in the fan. And that is high speed there on the indicator. And that is turbo mode. So it has gotten very loud, as you can hear. And now we are in auto mode, which is the mode that I prefer, and that means the unit will decide how much or how little the fan speed will be on or off. As you can see, we are in auto mode right now, but we could go into timer mode where we would press this button and we could set a time that the unit will run. And this little sleep mode thing here with the little moon and the Z's can be engaged to go into sleep mode. And then there's a child lock right there at the end that you can also use as well to keep anyone from playing with your amazing HEPA filter. And I'm still not sure what the digital display is indicating with the number, because it does not say. It does not say what that number even means, but I'm assuming it's something to do with the air quality, but we will look that up. And right here we can go to this link and we can extend our product to an extra year of warranty just by scanning this barcode right here. Everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. It is hot in the SCSR Studio A because I forgot to turn the air on early in the morning so we could shoot all day, and so it's having trouble keeping up with the hot. But regardless of that, we have something else hot right here in my hand. This is the Diag 600 Pro OBD2 car scanner. Now, Top Don did reach out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we were willing to take a look at this, and I said I thought you guys would enjoy this very much, and they sent one of these out. So today we're going to be taking a look at this on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get to work. We're back in the hot but beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studio A today. One of my favorite places to be if it's not hot. It's probably about 75 to 76 degrees in here because I failed to turn on that air conditioner early enough for it to keep up, and it is very hot. If you reach up here, you can feel the heat coming directly out of the ceiling. But what else is hot is also this Diag from Top Don. The 600 Pro they sent out to us just to work with you guys on and show you how this works. So what we're going to do today, our plan is we're going to unbox this thing first. We're going to take a look at this guy and see what's inside the box. We're going to walk directly across the street over to Rich's house also, and we are going to hook this up to his truck and see what this thing can do. Thank you so much for 200,000 subscribers. It's amazing. It took a while to get there, but I am so happy with the progress of the channel, all because of you guys. You made it possible for us. Thank you so much. Now, this Diag 600 Pro is the upgraded version of the last model. It does use Android operating system. If you were wondering, most of these do use an Android operating system. Now, this Diag is able to analyze a lot of the different systems in the car, like the engine, transmission, sensors, and things like that, and report back to you what kind of condition those are in. This guy will give you detailed fault codes and descriptions so you understand exactly what you're working with. It also does maintenance functions like your battery. It does things like ABS, things like oil, throttle, and injector coding as well. And also cool things like TPMS reset should be able to be done by the RDiag Pro. Now this guy also does live data monitoring. It can read your car's data and show it in real time. This dude does do one tap code fault clearing as well. You just hit one button and it goes ahead and resets all the active codes in your car. This guy uses auto VIN and auto ECU recognition to identify your vehicle. It's pretty future-proof because it uses CAN FD. This will keep this guy on the cutting edge of technology for a really long time. This powerhouse is compatible with 90 different vehicles and also 12 languages, so no matter where you are, you probably are able to use the RDiag 600 Pro. It says that it has 2 years worth of updates built in. And now right back behind me up here, you can see some of the essential features it does for maintenance. It does things like oil reset, ABS bleeding, DPF reset, throttle relearn, SRS reset, brakes, battery matching, injector coding, and SAS reset as well. This guy has been on quite a few automotive sites online. You can see here, it's been featured on a lot of different places. You can see some of the technology right up here that it has: a 7-inch touchscreen, 3350 milliamp hour battery, a 4-core 1.5 gigahertz processor, and also it runs on Android 11. Now I am really hyped to get this RDiag 600 Pro directly out of the box and see what's included with it. Let's go ahead and do that right now. All right, guys, right in front of me here, we have the RDiag 600 Pro by TopDon. Now, TopDon sent us the 600 Pro. They call it their mid-range diagnostic tool here. They wanted us to check it out with you guys and go ahead and open it up and then maybe fire it up inside of a vehicle. So what we have right here is the TopDon RDiag 600 Pro, and we're going to get this opened up right now. Now, taking a look at the box first, though, you can see right here just a picture of it on the front and a little car logo right there, RDiag 600 Pro by TopDon. On the side, all it says is TopDon. So there's not much on the side of the box right here, but on the back, we have a lot of information here. It says master the essentials. There's some contact information. They do have a North American phone number, and they do have other country phone numbers right here, and their website, www.topdon.com. There is a code right here indicating which one this is, and on the outside, there is not much more to this box than that. Now let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, so the first thing I see here, the presentation is real. We have a nice bag with all the stuff for the TopDon inside of it, so we don't need this box anymore where we're going. And nice looking case here for your OBD2 scanner. Let's go ahead and open it up and see. It has a nice handle on the top also for you to carry. And inside of this, we do have the OBD2 cable. So it looks like it has an old school serial. I think that's a 16-pin connector there, and that's your OBD2 connector right there on the other side. Everything is nicely packaged in little bags, and inside of this probably is a charger. It is. It's a USB type A on one end, and thank goodness it's a USB type C on the other end. More and more companies are finally getting smart and putting USB type C in their devices so that everything is one standard. Then we've got the actual scanner right here, and there is a couple of little manuals as well. There's a quick user guide here. There is a user manual if you scan that. And the first part of the manual here is in English, and it kind of describes everything on the front of this, but let's get that opened up so you guys can see it in person. There is the nice RDiag, really nice looking box with a nice large screen. It shows you what's on the front and on the top. Your top has your power button and your, I think that's a 16-pin serial connector right there. On the front, you have your OK button, you have your return button, and then of course you have your keypad here. There is something on the side of the box, a charging port, and inside of there is your USB charging port. So there's not much else to do here except charge this. I'm not going to charge it right here. This is a slow charging. This is from the computer, so it won't have much amperage. So I'm going to go plug it in the kitchen and start charging it, and I'll let you guys know how long it took to charge. All right, guys, we're back in front of the top don, and I'm happy to report that that took about 20 minutes from 60% all the way to 100%. So now we're ready to go ahead and fire up the top don. Let's go ahead and turn it on. There it is booting up, the top don. It says copyright 2024 top don. Let's see how long it takes to boot up. Now, I'm assuming this thing has Wi-Fi that it can download new things. Let's see. So we're in the setup area right now. It is a touchscreen. Nice. Okay, cool. English US. Next. That is the correct time zone. Now it's looking for my Wi-Fi network. Here it is right here. I'm going to go ahead and put in the code that you guys can't see. All right. I put my Wi-Fi information in. It says connecting. All right. So now it wants up to update the version to 2.3.0, and it's going to fix known bugs. Let's see if it updates. It's got a line. It's indicating the progress right here. Let's let it do its thing. And finally, it is at 100% on the download. Now it's telling you here when you first use this thing, there it goes, the firmware update. It's going to probably restart and update the firmware. Let's watch that process. Oh, no, it's on. Okay, cool. So let's hit update. Oh, okay, this is loading. It says there's a bunch of updates. Let's look at that. So this might be updating for the cars and stuff. There's 74. It says there's 74 updates. This has to be like vehicle updates. You just click this, it selects all of them to update. So there's 63. Let's do it. And you can see a readout up here of the speed that it is downloading updates. Let's let that update in the background. We're back now after a couple of hours of break, and my GoPro overheated, of course, because it's absolute garbage, and we're inside the air conditioning. This tablet did eventually finish all the updates. You can see right here, there's nothing left. It did let me know that I have a free year of updates. That is usually $29.99. But there's a lot of things here that we can't do right now because we're not connected to a car. It does diagnostics, OBD2, EOBD. So if you go into OBD2, you got to connect first. So what we're going to do after this, here's the different maintenance items you can do depending on what vehicle you have. So let's take this thing directly to Rich's house when it's not 115 degrees, get in his truck and connect it right up and see what it can do. Guys, I wanted to take a short break from the video to introduce you guys to our new sponsor, Trond. They sent us this very cool desk lamp right here, which is sitting so fly and bolted directly to Studio B desk. Now this lamp is awesome because it does tilt and articulate in a bunch of different ways. You can rotate it and do all kinds of stuff with it. And it is also kind of perfect for this area right here where we do the shooting. It does have controls on the very top, as you can see right here. All the controls that are on the top are also located on this remote control. The remote control does have a timer on it. It has brightness on it. It has color temperature. So as you can see right here, I'm rotating through the color temperature on the light from cool to really cool to warm white. And on the remote control right here, you can do the exact same things, if you guys can see that right here. The lamp just bolts right to the desk here. It bolts right from the underneath, and then all of the different areas of the lamp are articulable. So you can move everything, especially these two little wands right here are very cool. I love that. You can almost see it in the webcam picture right there. So Trond donated this light. It is a 360-degree rotating architect desk lamp. It has 5 colors, 5 brightness levels, a 24-watt light with eye care, and a 45-minute timer, and it does come with a remote control. Now, right now it is $69.99, but there is a 20% coupon you can apply to this, and also there's a promotion that you can save another 10% when you check it out online. And you can see right here on the picture, they're actually using DaVinci Resolve, and they have the nice desk lamp above it. That's what I'm going to be doing because I'm going to install this guy right here. I'm going to put a link in the description to the Tron LED desk lamp. Make sure you support Supercar Street Racing. Tell them we sent you and show your love for SCSR. Now back to the video. All right, you guys just saw us unbox this Diag Pro, and you saw everything that was included inside of the box. Now there's only one thing left to do. We're going to go ahead and walk directly across the street, get into Rich's truck, and go ahead and see what all this guy can do. And let's see what maintenance does. You can reset different things in the car, like your oil light, your throttle position, your EBP, steering, ABS, DPF, BMS, injector, and TPMS. I pushed maintenance, and now I'm going to go to Toyota. It found the VIN again, double cab, confirm, and there's the manual oil reset, so you can go ahead and reset the light if you do get your oil changed. That part is not supported with engine and ECT. And here's all the other functions you can use to reset to do maintenance on the car. So for example, if you need to reset your injectors, you can go in there and do that. So the mall is where you can purchase things for the Topdon. That's that button right there. The library has a bunch of useful information here, like a DTC repair guide, DLC location, warning light library, a user manual, and a quick support with TeamViewer. I guess they can remote in and work on this. And I'm doing one more auto scan on it. There it is, reading directly off of the computer. All the live data is like the fuel trim. The RPMs are right there. I'm at 700 RPMs. You can see right here. Vehicle speed sensor, timing. You've got all kinds of things that you can view in real time with this nice Topdon Diag 600 Pro. User info is just where you get all your information. You can also do firmware updates or system updates. We've already done all the updates. You saw that yesterday. That took a while for the cars to go ahead and get updated, but everything is current here now. And that is a look at the Topdon. It does a lot of cool stuff. Let's see what battery voltage does. All right, it shows you real time. The battery voltage is at 14 volts. That's cool. And under history, you can look at reports that you saved. You can replay old data. You can actually do screenshots as well if you need to. And you can screen record, which is pretty cool. All right, we are recording now on this device, and I'm going to play back a little bit of the video that I record on this device if I can figure out how to get it off of here. This is recording right now, so if we go back into diagnostics and we go to VIN, all right, it's scanning now. Let's do auto scan. I'm going to record the screen and see if I can get the file off of there to play back for you guys. And it is scanning now. It's at 30%. You can see at the bottom, 40%. It said no DTCs actually, but it is on. The light is confirmed on the dash. And it is at 70% now. Occupant detection, passenger door, driver door. And it said no TTCs on occupant detection. Passenger door, driver door now. Does not exist on that one. And if we do a report here, there is the report that you can get from this, and then you can save it and look at it later, and you can see the codes right there and what they mean. Pretty cool 600 Pro scanner. We just took this RD Diag 600 Pro directly out of the box, walked across the street to Rich's house, and installed it in his truck. We pulled all of his codes and checked out his entire truck with this cool little device, and it's very awesome, and I highly recommend this guy. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. You probably won't be sad about it. It's got 34 reviews at 4.4 stars. That's actually really good. It's hard to get a 4.4 star review on Amazon. You guys know that. And now that we've done all that, there's only one thing left to do, and you guys know what that is. Let's throw it to Brad. I will show you how you can get your own RD Diag 600 Pro on Amazon. Go ahead and order it from the link in the description. Let's toss it over to Brad right now. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to Supercar Street Racing. It's so nice to have you out in Studio A again with me. And thank you for 200,000 subscribers while I am thinking about it. Today we have a special product that was sent to us by TopDon. This is the RD Diag 600 Pro sent to us by TopDon. They asked if you guys might want to see this, and I said, yes, I thought you did. So we went ahead and got this thing, and it's pretty cool. It is a diagnostic tool for OBD2. You plug it into your OBD2 port right underneath your dash there. It does pull codes from your car, shows you all your fault codes, and then allows you to reset them and also Google them, so you know exactly what's wrong with your vehicle. And you saw today, we looked at Rich's truck and he did have one fault code. I gave him that fault code so he could go to his mechanic and then he could not get ripped off by them because they won't know what he knows. And that's why you guys should have your own RD Diag 600 Pro. Now this thing does have 4.5 star reviews. It's got 36 reviews sitting so fresh right here on Amazon. It is $208 right now. It's 20% off. So now's a really good time to go ahead and order your RD Diag 600 Pro. It also allows you to do screen recordings and screenshots. So if you want to play that back later like I did, you saw how I did that when I put it into the edit session here while I was talking over the actual diagnostic on Rich's truck. It says it comes with 2 years of free updates, so you can look forward to that. Not having to subscribe, you're going to get 2 years from these guys of nice updates. It also does 9 different service resets, a bunch of different maintenance items as well. So you can do things like reset your oil light and like your battery. When you get a new battery, this thing can help you learn your battery type for the car if your car supports it, and the tool does too. It also does live data monitoring. You can actually watch the car's data in real time on the screen so you can get indicators of what your vehicle is doing. This thing can identify your ECU automatically and know what kind of car you drive. This thing does 90 plus vehicles in 12 different languages, so you can be assured that you're probably covered when you have this thing. So go ahead and check out the RD Diag 600 Pro. I might have called it Art Diag a couple of times in the actual video. Sorry about that. It's RD Diag 600 Pro by TopDon. There will be a link in the description. Pick yours up and help out Supercar Street Racing. It really does help us a lot. We just need a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. Here's a look at the channel metrics right here. We have 201,255 subscribers, and we couldn't do it without your help. Thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Everything you do matters. Please like, please subscribe, and please buy all of your Amazon products through any of the links in the video description of any of my videos. You can click any other link and buy something, and it helps me out greatly, and I do appreciate it. Thanks for the like and subscribe, and I got to get out of here. It's about to storm out here. It is thundering and lightning. Let's go. Welcome to Florida, where we had a hurricane. It's completely sunny and pouring down rain in Florida. Yeah, This is Florida. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing matte black garage, there's a surprise coming for this guy. But what we're doing today is we are going to be removing the Trojan batteries from this guy. They are shot and they need to be taken out. So we're going to go in there and remove them. And at the same time, we actually get to see what controller we have finally. And that's today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, so the first thing we have to do right here, right now, is get this seat off because it is blocking the lovely batteries. We no longer need this charger, probably ever again. And the seat can just sit happily right here while we disassemble this entire unit. Pretty much everything with red gets 48 volts. Okay, wow, I wasn't expecting the batteries to be that heavy. They are beasts. Got all the batteries out, and now we are going to clean out this. Made a mess underneath there with all the corrosion that fell out. But I'm going to try to clean this out as best I can. It's going to be difficult. I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Now that we got everything out of here, I'm going to go ahead and vacuum out as much as I can. And we'll get a good shot of that. All right, I got the golf cart all nice and detailed and ready for the eco battery install. And I am about to call those guys here at 9 o'clock and see what the deal is with getting the eco battery and the AC motor and controller. And then I'll update you guys after that. But this thing is ready. The engine bay is cleaned out, and let's get to getting. All right, I dropped my mic feeding the alligators. I had to go figure that out. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? Because today we have the HP Envy, and it is from Best Buy. It has the Ryzen 7 processor and 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. Now we're right in front of the HP Envy and also in front of the iMac that we did purchase from a thrift store. You can go ahead and check out that video later. But right now I've got this backwards actually because it does open up from this side. But if we go around the side here, we can look at the model number, and it is a HP Envy X360 2-in-1 laptop. This thing does have the Ryzen 7 processor on it, and it does have a terabyte SSD in it and 16 gigs of RAM. Now, one of the things we're going to be doing today is actually we're going to edit this entire episode on this laptop. This is not an editing machine by any means. It doesn't have a super fast video card. This is a super fast processor, but not a fast video card. But we're going to set this up for Rich and Trish live. While we do that, we're going to be recording that, and then we're also going to get this thing going for them, as far as we're going to take all the bloatware off and install all the necessary antivirus and other software that they need to work every day. Now, this thing did come from Best Buy, and I believe it was $749, so not a bad deal. And looking at the back of the box, it doesn't really have much on it, just a little barcode and some battery information. Everything important is on the side, and like I said, I'll put a link in the description to this guy for later. Back in front of the HP Envy and ready to unbox it. And it does open up backwards, which is better for you guys because you are backwards, but the camera would hit it. So let's roll this thing around and see what's inside. And here we have a nice HP Envy logo on the back of the box, which you guys can't see. And then the Envy is inside of this black felt right here. And right underneath that, inside the Envy, we have a package here, which I'm assuming has some software related items in it. It has some setup instructions here. And then underneath that, we have a power adapter, and it is a USB Type-C power. Let's see if I have enough cable to actually plug this in from where it has to reach. All right, of note, the very first thing that we can say about the HP is that it does have a decent amount of cable from the power adapter. I would say at least around 10 feet. So here is the HP Envy, and this is what it looks like on the top. And flipping it over, not much to see. Apparently, if you want to get this thing opened up and do some RAM upgrades or something like that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They don't have an actual place to open it up, and I don't know if the battery is even replaceable. We would have to read our manual for that. But there is no battery place for you to actually just eject a battery on the back of this, as you can see. Now let's get this thing opened up and check out and now let's take a look at the ports on the HP. So on the side here, you can see it does have one USB Type A, it has an HDMI, and it has two USB Type Cs, and on this side another Type A USB port and a headphone jack. Now they have done away with the card readers on these now. There is no card reader inside of the HP. And we do have the laptop open now, and you can see it has Radeon graphics. It has a nice sticker here to show you that it has a Ryzen and Radeon graphics. It is called the Poly Studio. This is a touchscreen laptop, by the way. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug in the laptop and power it on now. And on the side of the laptop, we do have a white power indicator indicating that this is charging. And next, we'll go ahead and power this laptop on. And to make our life easier, we are gonna go ahead and plug in a USB Type A mouse to the side. It'll be much easier for us to do our setup on the laptop if we do have a regular mouse rather than the touchpad mouse. So let's go ahead and power this guy on. First, we have to find the power button. It is right here. It did light up here, indicating that we do have power to the laptop. We finally have an HP. That took about 25 to 30 seconds to actually power on, which is interesting. Now you can see Windows booting up here. Now this laptop does come with Windows 11, supposedly. We're going to take a look at that as well and see what updates it needs for Windows 11, if any. I'm sure there's going to be a round or two of updates. And here we are at the initial Windows 11 setup screen, asking us what country we're in. We are in, and we are in the United States. We'll hit next there. We are in Windows. No, we want to skip a secondary keyboard layout. We're going to go ahead and connect to my network, but we are going to stop you guys down while we do that. Here we are connected to my Wi-Fi now, the Starbase. It's looking for updates now. So they did find some updates. It is going to go ahead and install those. We won't bore you guys with that. We'll stop down while it does the initial update procedure. We're back and we have our EULA in front of us. We're just going to accept. And it just did rename the computer, and so now it is proceeding to restart. Okay, we can go ahead and do location-based services, find my device, and give advertising data and all that. We're going to turn off advertising data. And I did skip a couple of the things, but We don't want to do any of this stuff. Okay, so it is updating the software now. We'll get back to you guys when it is done. Okay, we did just put the pin in to sign in, not the actual password. So computer is now in the setup mode here again. It says it might take a few minutes, so we're going to leave it right there while we check on dinner. All right, we are all signed into the desktop of the machine now, and we are going to, first things first, remove a lot of the bloatware, including the dumb McAfee that comes with this, because it is worthless. We got dinner. Prime rib from Cody's Roadhouse. So the first thing we're going to get rid of is this ridiculous McAfee. We're going to put AVG on there because McAfee is terrible. And we have to restart, and it wants to do more updates. Let us get AVG now and Chrome. And AVG is installing. While that goes, we can go ahead and get Google Chrome. Microsoft will try to convince you not to get Chrome. I'm going to go ahead and set up Google Chrome. And AVG is done setting up. And it's going to run a smart scan. I'm impressed with this laptop so far. I just made Chrome the default browser. Now we're going to download, WinRAR. And this prime rib is absolutely fire. We don't want to launch it at this point. Now let's go back into add remove programs and see if there's anything else we can clean up. Just anything I see that she will not use, I can disable. The clamp video editor, uninstall. Dropbox promotion, uninstall. Don't need it, uninstall. OneDrive, uninstall. Teams personal, whiteboard, uninstall. Movies and TV, uninstall. Office, Omen Gaming Hub, uninstall. Outlook, uninstall. People, uninstall. Power Automate, uninstall. Solitaire I'll leave in there for her. Voice recorder I'll leave in. Weather I'll leave in. Xbox Live, uninstall. And there, my friends, is how you clean this up immediately. Okay, we did install Driver Booster Pro, and now we are going to go ahead and scan the PC for driver updates while Microsoft Office is installing in the background. So we have 28 outdated device driver. Don't see any reason why we shouldn't just install all those. I'm not going to use the official drivers. It is downloading the drivers now. And this thing is installing us drivers right now. While this happens, we are going to take a little break and throw away a bunch of food that we need to throw away. All right, I dropped my mic feeding the alligators. I had to go figure that out, but we are now copying everything that was on the last memory card to the laptop. Now we got to get the free beta installed for DaVinci Resolve. Okay, now we're installing all of the latest updates from Windows Update. DaVinci Resolve free, it is completely legal. This is still copying from the USB 3, that's a Ryzen 7 8840HS with built-in Radeon graphics. It is 8 cores, and we have 16 gigs of memory and a 1 terabyte SSD, and it is rocking right now, as you can see, everybody. This will be DaVinci Resolve 19. It's loading, and we still haven't touched the CPU yet, which is impressive. Now we are on plug, not battery. Using 8 gigabytes of 16, and this thing is busy in the background. And DaVinci Resolve is loaded without any issues. PNV. And here comes DaVinci Resolve with its familiar screen, which I'm happy about. Let's close it. Okay, we got our NAS open right now. That's where we're going to be dragging our editing stuff from for our... This is going to be difficult with one monitor, but I'm down to try. Drag the second clip down. So far, no slowdowns. Let's see. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? This is actually not a bad editing experience at all. Because today we have the HP Envy. Welcome back, guys. Today we have something really special. We have the HP Envy X360 laptop. It is a 2-in-1 laptop, and I'm going to show you exactly what that means here in a moment. Now, this is my neighbor Trisha's laptop. She lives across the street, and I told her that I would install the software on it for her, take all the bloatware off, and also put on anything else she needed for work. So we did just that, you saw in the video, and we also edited about 95% of this video on this HP Envy X360 laptop. Now, I do have the X360 right here in front of me, and it is quite a beautiful laptop. You can see right here and right now. And look what it does when you want to use it as a tablet. You flip it over like that and it sits on the ground in a V shape, so you can use it upright, or you could lay it flat completely like this if you really wanted to. But yeah, so this is how you use it in tablet mode. So let's go ahead and fire this guy up right now and get it booted up. It will be on batteries. So let's see what happens here. Now, I did fire up the HP Envy laptop, and I gotta say I'm pretty happy with the performance, and you can see it just did get logged on just then. All right, we have the Envy laptop right here in front of us in tablet mode, and you can see right here, you turn it like this into a V shape, you can very easily use it in tablet mode. So for example, I can double click Chrome and Chrome opens right up right there. This is how you use it in tablet mode. It's pretty cool, and I think you could actually lay it flat as well. All right, so I just did test the laptop. Now, when you have the lid open like this and on reverse like this, it disables the keyboard. That allows you to lay it down flat. You could lay it down on a soft surface or a hard surface, it shouldn't matter, but I would probably put it on something very soft. Now, the performance of this laptop is awesome. I had no problems whatsoever editing this video on the laptop from my NAS too, so it was actually using Wi-Fi over NAS to edit this video. I am going to leave an Amazon link in the description for this laptop. It is the Ryzen powered laptop with 16 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte SSD. You see it on the screen here. It is $858, and they even do have payment plans if you want to go that route. Guys, that's going to do it for today. I hope you enjoyed this, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. I got to deliver this laptop over to Trish. Let's get out of here. All right here in front of me, I do have the second part of the equation of the Kimimoto generous donation to the channel. We're going to get this thing opened up, and this is going to help us fix something on the golf cart that has been broken for a minute. So let's get this thing opened up now. And of course, inside of one box, there will be another box that you have to open. So let's get this unboxed now. Directly in front of us right now, we have the Kimimoto Ultimate Light Kit for the Club Car Precedent. And we already have a kit on the cart right now, but it is not working properly. So we are going to go ahead and install this kit instead and see if we can get this working the whole entire way. So we have everything in here that we need to go ahead and install a light kit on the club car precedent. All we have to do is get out there and get it done, and there is a horn. So my horn doesn't work right now, and my blinkers don't work right now. But here is everything in the kit. We already have a brake switch like this. This is the LED headlight portion of the kit here. This is part of the stock controls, and this is also a stock thing right here. So yeah, we're going to be installing this guy and removing a lot of the other kit, if not all of it, to see if we can get our blinkers working again. And our taillights don't work either, I don't think, but we got to check that. Definitely our horn doesn't work anymore, and our blinkers don't work anymore. Our headlights do work, but we got to get this thing out and installed on the club car precedent, so let's do that. All right, we are back out here in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and this is a day I've actually been dreading. We have the golf cart ready to get torn apart to fix the lights, but we want to thank Kimimoto, who provided this light kit here for us to go ahead and repair the golf cart. The blinkers do not work at all, and some of the lights on the front here on the kit are flashing and blinking. Don't know what's going on with the blinkers, or not sure if the control box has died or what, but as you can see, we are ready to start working. We have the correct star bit on our drill here to pull off this dashboard, and we should be able to pull it out enough to work. It is kind of a pain, but we do have to replace this stock, this little wire protector, and then rewire the lights in. Hopefully we can use the same taillights. I do not want to get into that mess of redoing the taillights because they do work. The brake lights work as well, but the blinkers do not work. So I'm thinking maybe the control box died. So we know one thing, when we do have the switch on, the lights only work when the switch is on, so it is wired to ignition somehow. Once we get this dash out, we'll be able to see exactly what I did, and we can just unhook this kit and hook the kit up that we just got. So it's a lot of work. We're gonna have to get going pretty soon. So let's get busy, let's get to work, and let's get this dash off. Okay. There are 4 bolts here. I'm gonna try to put these somewhere where I don't lose them. I don't have any more of these, so I'm gonna grab a plastic bag to put these in, or a Tupperware container. Got a nice Tupperware container here now. This should just lift right out, no problem. And this just does come off as well. This is where the wiring goes. This pops off for the stock. Just like that. This pops right off. There's the wiring underneath. We have all new of that. Basically, this just comes right off now, this top ring. And now this thing is kind of hard to get off. It kind of sucks. This is why I didn't want to do this. It fits up underneath this lip and over the carpet. Getting out is not fun. I always think it's gonna break. And that is it. That's how you remove the dash panel. Now you guys can see inside the dash, I did do a nice wiring terminal right there for anything 12 volts. If we needed to add anything, all we have to do is just basically go right to that double terminal set right there. I got ground and hot. So what we're gonna do now is we gotta get this old kit out and watch closely where it is wired to. The wiring is right here. Yeah, okay, so I didn't use the flat emergency flashers. Okay, I just tested everything using the new switch. It all works fine. We are going to attempt to remove this headlight. Looks like 2 bolts and 2 nuts on the bottom holding it on. Okay, on this side, all we have to do now is get this dash back together and then go ahead and build the stock. Of course, the camera keeps overheating, which is par for the course, but I have everything going back together now. Stock's gonna go back on. So I push the wires through there, the connectors, and then just goes on like this. It looks like you have to loosen this side some more. So they give you very long screws, and you just put the other screw in like that and tighten it back down. There's little clamps that go over your steering column, so you just want to make them even. Same tightness on both sides. Make sure you tighten it good because this will move when you go to grab the blinker. But it is plastic, so don't strip it out. Okay, I got my new wiring cover here. Just goes on the bottom of your steering column and covers up all the wires. There. Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now we have two sponsors on the side besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video, but today we are also sponsored by Enviroscent here, and Enviroscent was so kind to send us one of their safe scents, and they did send us lemon leaf and thyme, and you can see right here it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the Enviroscent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now Enviroscent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the Enviroscent is liquid free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you because that is the approach that Enviroscent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from. Pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rug gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm gonna leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there. This little cover just goes right on top of here. It's got 4 screws. All right, guys, we're back out here with the golf cart. Now, we didn't show you a lot of the install process. We did get the Kimimoto kit installed. It is not that difficult. All you have to do is follow the diagrams in the instructions and you can get this installed. We did go ahead and replace all the wiring in the golf cart after all, but the camera kept overheating, so we did not get good shots of that. We have just shots of the front being replaced. And then, of course, we did go ahead and put the new stock mount on here. We did not use the switch that mounts on the dash, but you can see right here, our lights do work fine. We do have good headlights. And if we look at the blinkers, we have a blinker right there, and we have a blinker right there, and a blinker right there. And the other one does work as well. We kept our old taillights because they are smoked. There are plenty of videos to install this kit online, so I'm not making a video of front to back install. It is not difficult. You can see right here the new stock. We do have a brake light now. The brake pad goes right over your old existing brake pedal. And of course we have a horn installed as well. And so that is the Kemimoto kit. Look at the lights for now. We're done in here. We just got to clean up. All right guys, we are out here on the golf cart. Give you a little bit of a sense of what the lights are like. So that's what they look like at night. Pretty good. We're moving. I'm going the back way. So this is the light kit at night. Does a good job of lighting up the road. Alright guys, we made it back into the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we did test the lights out. They are probably about the same as what I had before. They're not super bright, but they're not dim. I would say they're just adequate, so I think they're fine for any golf cart. I would actually like to get a couple of lights here and here to complement those, or maybe a light bar right here pointing down, or up here pointing down at the top. So we'll see what we can figure out, but this is gonna end the video, guys. Thank you for supporting Kemimoto. They are always generous with the channel. Please pick up their light kit. It's available on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. As always, thank you guys for the support. We'll see you next time. All right, so we got Joe here on the channel again. He's in every video. Oh, look at this. They're definitely turning.
No.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna roll. There's a truck in this lane, by the way. So whoever gets out first has got to go that way.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna go.
Speed code 4 versus high test motor versus your controller.
Okay.
Right?
Whatever controller.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna do 3.
Yep.
We'll go on the third honk. Ready?
Oh, my horn.
Oh, you smoked me! All right, so that was a stock-ish, I think, golf cart. Maybe with a speed program, but Joe's gonna get his golf cart. And his, I think, we'll smoke this one, pretty sure. We got 50 volts. So we're just waiting on Joe to come out here for the races. All right, I have a secret method. I'm gonna brake boost on him. He doesn't even know it. Shit. Stage. Ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Shit, I can't. I got a car right there. I had a car. I was gonna get smoked. These things are like almost identical. Dude, these things are really close. Same wheel, same tire. This road sucks because that thing's in the way. So I thought I could brake boost, but you can't hold the brake.
No, you can't.
It turns off the motor, so you gotta like, you gotta barely put it.
Just say when you're ready.
All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh! Yes! Smoked! They're literally exactly the same. They're literally, it's all about the launch.
Well, so the way I have mine set up is that it's so jerky when you have it set up to like the highest.
You have to tune it down. This one feels, this one feels tuned.
It just hits you so hard, you know?
I want that to, but I want the hit. Like, you can't hold it to the floor. And okay, that time it worked, but if you do it for too long, it just turns off the switch.
Yeah.
But this isn't long enough to even do anything. Oh, you want to go out here? All right, so how do you actually brake boost it? Like,
It's not.
one, you ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Wait, it did. Oh shit, that was it. Yes! I'm coming up on you! I'm catching you! I'm catching you! I'm catching! These things are like the same, man. These things are exactly the same. It's sick.
Until you go to the hill.
Like,
Until you get up.
dude, the only thing that would make a difference is lithium. Lithium would 300 pounds.
Listen, up the hill I was gonna smoke you, man.
I know, and I had a bad launch. I was like, I don't know how to.
No, I had a great launch.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
That was.
I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! Oh! Oh! I'm passing you! I'm passing you! Oh! Yes! Those brakes!
They work good.
Yeah. Okay, I could not figure out how to get this for the life of me, but it looks like you're supposed to use a spacer because the short screws don't fit it. The long screws fit if you use a spacer. It came with like another O-ring thing with a spacer. This nut is really close to the actual throttle body. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the project for the mini bike. And we got a package in the mail, and it is a high performance racing carburetor for a bunch of different kind of bikes. Supposedly it's for this bike. I don't know how it works or how to actually install it, but we're going to open it up right now and see if there's a clue. It does come with a new throttle cable, which is interesting. I don't know why. This is the actual new carburetor. Now it's completely different from the other one because I don't see butterflies as the throttle opening. Really strange. I don't know how that works. On the other carb right here, if you look in this part, I have it right here. If you look right here, there's an actual butterfly for the throttle, and there is a black thing right here that modulates the butterflies. So I don't know anything about this new carburetor and how it is supposed to work, but let's put it down there and see what else we've got. All right, we've got a breather cap. I don't know what that's for. This is a little spacer, plastic spacer for mounting the carb to the engine. We have a tube, and it looks like a fuel line and something else. Fuel filter and some accessories here. And literally 0 instructions. And then we have our new exhaust system. So I have not a clue how this is supposed to be done. But check out our new muffler and exhaust in matte black. Very cool. But this is a puzzle to me. I don't understand it whatsoever. There's no springs or anything for this. There's no like instructions on how you hook it up. I don't even see where the throttle cable would connect to this, guys. I mean, okay, we're looking at all of our components here with our upgrade kit for the bike, and we have the Mikuni MK22 carburetor here. And so the first thing you want to have handy is a small screwdriver like this, and you want to take this idle adjustment, tighten it all the way hand tight. Just hand tighten it till it's all the way to the right, and then take it and back it off at least 1/2 to 3/4 of a turn, and that is going to be kind of where you're going to want to be on that guy right there. And then the next step is to go ahead and mount the MK22 to the actual bike. But before that, you want to take these 4 screws and open that up, and inside there you've got your float. Open these 4 screws up, make sure your float, hold your carburetor level, make sure your float is also level, and then put your 4 screws back on, and be sure not to over torque those. Okay, we are taking a look at this carburetor install now. This is our actual spark plug wire. Needs to be degreased actually. It did not come with a new spark plug. I'm gonna grab some gloves. Okay, I could not figure out how to get this for the life of me, but it looks like you're supposed to use a spacer because the short screws don't fit it. The long screws fit if you use a spacer. It came with like another O-ring thing with a spacer. This nut is really close to the actual throttle body. I don't know if it's going to actually tighten properly or not, and I don't know how tight to do these. There's like no instructions whatsoever, but here is the actual thing. It's really tight. Okay, so I went ahead and mounted the carburetor to the engine. So what you do is you put the gasket in between and then you tighten them by hand. Then you tighten it with a wrench and you alternate from side to side and you just snug it up on both sides. Okay, so we got the inside of the carburetor out and it has a little clip inside there with a needle. And to hook up the throttle, you run it through the cap here. Don't lose the gasket. Through the spring, like that. And then I think you put it down the side here. I'm watching a video right now on how to do that. But I think it goes, oh, well, we lost it already. Keeps falling back in. Okay, so you run your cable through the hole in the slide at the bottom, like that. Make sure your gasket's still in place here. Don't forget your black cap like I did. I didn't see it in the kit, honestly. There's your cable cover. Your spring. Grab your float. Goes under like that. And then everything goes back in. It should drop all the way to the bottom. If it doesn't, it's not in there right. Ah, I had it in there backwards. It dropped that time. Okay, it's in there now. Assuming you just zip tie it up like that. Maybe through this little... Oh man, was I supposed to go through that? What the heck, man. Well, it's getting zip tied. There's really nothing to kind of hold it in there. Did I do something wrong? Alright, we got our air filter on there now. Just needs to be tightened up. Just uses a Phillips clamp. Just like that. Good and tight. Here's our old throttle assembly. I think we gotta take this apart. I'm actually gonna order a new one, I think. It's got 2 screws on it. I'm assuming the throttle cable hooks inside here. I've never done this before. Never worked on bicycle, mini bike, nothing. Okay, so that part just comes straight out. Okay, apparently this part comes out somehow. Okay, just like that. Okay, I do not want to forget how this piece goes in there. Goes in just like that. Okay. How am I going to get this back? Shit. Kinda sucks. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, I want to order a new one of these anyway. Didn't snug up at all. That feels like it, but we got to put the handlebars back on before we can do that part. Okay, I got the governor all ground off, so it's prepped for removal completely from the engine whenever we take the side of the case off. At least that's what I read online and watched a video of it. We need to get our fuel filter installed and our gas tank installed. Oh my gosh, we are live again. Get this mic close. We are live. Alright, so we are live again. What up, guys? We are live, test 1, 2, 3, 4, adjusting the microphone level, making sure that we are live, and it looks like we are live. We had an epic fail yesterday on the audio levels, so today we're trying a little bit better audio levels on both the game and on the mic. We raised the audio levels up quite a bit. Looks like the game's a little bit louder this time. Hopefully it's good. Go ahead and get to playing. And we have all this left over from yesterday, but today we are going to be looking at a different type of event here. Let's look at some of these maps here and see what we want to do. Yeah, why not? Let's do the beach. And let's go with some actual World War II people. Let's do 500,000 American shotgun soldiers and 500,000 WW2 assault soldiers. These guys will be storming the beach. How the heck do you turn this? Hold right click to rotate. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be coming in on the beach here with our American forces there and there. Hopefully we don't lose 1 million to death as soon as they launch in the water. So we got our American forces here. Let's add our German forces. And these guys are going to get the same amount, 1 million. Whoops, I guess I can't type. 1, 2, 3. There we go. These guys are going to be up here at Normandy Beach, and they have the advantage of all the cover behind this, just like we did back in the day. So we got our US Army here, our German Army here, and let's start the battle. I don't know how my audio is. If you're watching, leave me a comment and tell me if my audio is good, if you can hear me. Let's get this party started with a 2 million battle. Got the RTX 3080 Tough cranked up and ready for action. Germans versus US. Here we go. I'm hyped. Let's get this party started. Alright, so there is our American forces on the beach. That is quite a sight to see of Americans. Look at all those guys, man. That is a lot of American soldiers on the beach. Then up top here, we can only do this from literally a drone view. Look at the rest of our American soldiers. 500,000 Americans there, 500,000 Americans there, 1 million Germans up here with all the cover, with their gunnery cover here. Check out the Germans. 1 million Germans, and here comes the Americans up the beach, and let's see what happens, and let's hip hip. Here they come. So far so good. It is not lagging. Here come the Germans. Here come the Americans. Looks like the Germans are going to beat the Americans to the beachfront. They're not going to come down the hill, I don't assume, or if they're going to fall down the hill and die, that'll be interesting. There is a place for them to come down over there. There's a path. Let's not forget we've got short-range shotgun soldiers and we've got long-range rifle soldiers. And here they come down the hill, and we're going to see some engagement here pretty soon. Looks like some of the soldiers are coming down the hill. They're not using their cover at all. They don't even care. So these are the Germans here coming down the hill. Right down the rocks. Already starting to see some deaths here. Here come the Americans up the hill. The Germans are standing their ground up here on the side of the hill, not making their way down. And already we've got a lot of kills happening. Team 1 is absolutely getting slaughtered at this point as they move their way up the beach and get the gun. They're actually going through the gun turret cover here. They're going right through it. It's magic. They're getting killed right as they exit. And here is our German guys sitting on the beach at the mountain, base of the mountains, and just absolutely killing the Americans. Right now, not looking good for the Americans as they come up the beach. No cover, and the Germans have the high ground on the beach. They're still making their way over the hill. Honestly, they haven't even gotten over the hill yet, and they see the blood spill on the beachfront. And the Germans have racked up 150,000 kills. The Americans only have 3,000. They are taking it hard. The Germans holding their ground tight. 191,000 kills to the Americans. 4,200 just continue slaughtering. From the Germans' point of view, you can see what's happening. They got the high ground. It's easy for them to really do whatever they want. Pretty handily in this battle. It looks like they're going to take a huge loss here, so let's go ahead and end it there and make it interesting. Let's swap sides and see if the ground that they're on has anything to do with their gameplay. Germans will start there. Wish I knew how to leave run on permanently on the camera. Americans will start here. And it gives them, this gives the Americans time to get closer than, or actually, let's leave it just like it was for our apples to apples comparison. And here we go, hip hip. Now we got the Germans on top. Americans are at the bottom, and let's hip hip them. Americans are on top, Germans at the bottom now. So exact opposite of what we had before. So we're testing if it was the ground that they were on, or if it was the strength of the troops. They both have 1 million troops. We've already got troops dying. I don't know what that's about. Team 1, the Germans. Team 2 already has troops dying. I don't know how that's possible. Yeah, the American team is just getting pummeled already by what? I have no idea. They haven't even started fighting. I'm just going to find a way. Makes no sense to me. The Americans are not even fighting anybody. They're getting killed. Wait, who's fighting up here? Did I do something wrong? Did I do this wrong? Oh, yeah, I totally did this wrong both times. Look at this, I got them lopsided. Alright, now they won't fight each other. I had them fighting each other. Okay, that's why the first battle was so bad. I had them fighting each other. How do you lock the run on? UEBS2 camera speed. I have to hold down shift. So I'm looking on Reddit. Double tap shift. Okay, try that. Alright, so I borked that up. I had them on the same... First I had the teams lopsided, then I had them on the same... Had them on exactly the same, like the same plane. Let's get it now. Now we shouldn't see people dying instantly. I had them opposite teams up here together. Here come the Americans on the top, 500,000 shotgun soldiers, 500,000 infantry, and the Germans working their way up the beaches here at Normandy, seeing if they can fare as well as they did. And we can hear them talking to each other, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And they are coming right up the hill, but the Americans are going to be working their way towards the hill now to meet them. With the same amount of soldiers, and yep, they got up the hill, so they've already infiltrated the land here, because I let them get a slightly better advantage since they were going to be down the hill and lose their ground immediately. And they're going to make it all the way up the hill. Team 2, the Germans, already with the kills. We're going to start to see the U.S. team 2 coming back here quickly. And now the kills start racking up with the U.S. The Germans as well. The U.S. has the high ground, and they're working their way up to the hill. And now the U.S. is top of the hill, not using the bunker here. Let's see if they're going to use it. The Germans are right at the top of the hill trying to cross over, but the U.S. has a 6,000 to 3,000. 1 million troops on each side fighting it out. It's a very close war. With the U.S. holding the Germans off. All fronts here with the Germans try to march right up the hill and reach the front. And we got the Germans here at the top of the hill. So just fighting them off here. But taking some losses themselves, really got tough. Look at it. US racking up 65,000 kills and 28,000 for the Germans. The US holding off the German assault pretty good. You can see here the Germans just not getting to the top of the hill. No matter where we go over here. Look at the Germans on the beach. The beach completely covered with Germans. They can't even move. It's so packed. They have racked up 40,000 kills with U.S. troops. The U.S. just holding off the German assault. Still having many troops back here that can't get to the front lines to fight because it's just a wall. Just a flat out wall of troops. U.S. racking up 185,000 kills to the German 71,000. Using every bit of that high ground advantage here. Trying to get over here to the edge of the hill. And dead bodies sliding down the hill. Just falling down the hill as they die. And they slide down. Hit the rocks, which isn't pleasant for them. And they get to the bottom. Right there. See the wall of dead bodies sliding down the hill. It comes right over the top of the edge. And they have 260,000 kills. There's dead bodies still falling down. This one we have another just river of dead bodies. Stuck in the rocks. Not able to get up the hill. The U.S. just flows down the hill with the dead ones. And over here, same thing happened. And we just gotta touch base here. Here's what the Germans are trying to do. They're trying to get up the hill right here. They're getting taken out. Just as they hit the top of the hill. And the U.S. has 360,000 kills. And the Germans are not out of it completely, but they're taking a beating here. Let's do that because this is going to end like this. So obviously the high ground is huge here. And she's saying she's having issues. All right, so we're going to add to the German team here. Add. We'll give them a couple of Shermans, even though they aren't Sherman. Team 2. We give them like 10. Nah, let's give them 5. Which is right here at the front. and we will move them up a little bit with the opportunity to get closer. This is Susie texting me with the toasty. Alright, we moved everybody up a little bit. They're going to be able to get closer. We've got them 5 Sherman tanks on their side, which are actually American. But let's give it to them and start the battle and see what happens. Now we got the Germans with a little bit more of an advantage here. And we should see the Germans with a better opportunity here. We should see some of our good old American tanks somewhere. I don't know where I put them. There they are right there, so let's hip hip. Look at the tanks rolling right over the sandbags there on the way up. They're going to try to get up the hill. I don't know if they're smart enough to go where the openings are. Let's see what they do. I'm kind of curious. See if they roll right over rocks. They're headed for the openings here. Maybe they do know how to get up there. Tanks right up the hill. They floated right up the hill, and they are first up on the hill to take on the Americans here. They're going to have quite a feat when they get to the top. That's right, Sherman tanks on the American, the other side of the tanks. And the tank's already taking a hit, and they are gone already. They took that many, but that didn't do anything. They're already dead. That did not work. They're going to need a lot more than that to make the fight even. So those tanks got killed right away, so let's do 100. This ought to be interesting. 100 Sherman tanks on the German side. Bunch of traitors. Let's go see while we hip hip. Where are they? There they are. A wall of German tanks that are actually American tanks that have defected to Germany. And up top we have a wall of Americans heading towards the high ground. And it is pretty close when they get to the top about who gets to the top. So let's see if our tanks do anything. We might actually put the tanks behind the soldiers next time if we can't get this, if this strategy isn't effective. And here come the tanks up to the top, some of them. We have issues here. These guys are totally stuck. Yeah, they finally made it. Now the kills start coming up for the Germans. Team 2 is Germany. Right? Team 2 is Germany. They have one. Here they come up the hill. Team 1 is the Americans. Team 2 is the Germans with the tanks, and it looks like Team 2 has to look in. Tanks all dead. Wow, we got some tanks holding in there with the Germans. as they are actually doing better than I thought. Team 2. Germany getting to the top of the 100 tanks and staying right at the top of the list. I think that Germany was team 2. Let's go back and start that over. Yeah, Team 2 is Germany. They are getting the upper hand. So let's move them back a little bit. Move all these guys back a little bit. And start that battle again and see what happens with them having to travel a little bit further over the beach. Let's see what that does. Let's go ahead and hip them. Should give the Americans time to get all the way to the beachfront mountains. What a place to fight. I mean, if you're coming up that hill, that is a tough thing to do when you have these guys with the high ground, 1 million soldiers. And there comes the Germans with the defected American tanks somewhere. Don't see the tanks offhand yet. Where tanks go? I don't see the tanks. There they are. I'm blind. Yeah. We got Germans topping the hill already from the beach. Here comes the Americans. Germans are team 2, don't forget. Americans with 0 kills. See, Germans already with 100. And the tanks are rolling. Slowly. But stuck. They're stuck. Going up the wrong way and causing the blood to flow. Although the Germans had more kills. Germany down on the beach if you just joined. Germany on the beach, US up here. Germany with the defected US tanks on their side. Germany with the bodies down. Look at the bodies flying. Makes it. The bodies are flying air. You see the Germans stealing the German tanks. Bodies are flying. US not sparing. The tanks have given them 14 to 60. Double the tanks. Tanks are getting 10 or 15 kills per shot. And that tank died. Germans have not crossed the line yet. They're holding at the hill. They can't get up the hill, but yet they are beating the US in kills. Here comes the US up to the front line. Blood flowing down to the beach. And the Germans just tripling the kills. The Americans coming up the hill with their tanks. When tanks fire, you can see the Americans. Right there. The Germans with 120,000. fight is going lopsided one way. Let's give the Americans some artillery. Okay, so Americans already have that many soldiers, that many. Let's add to Team 1 stationary artillery. I don't know, I can't talk. Stationary artillery. And rotate this guy right here. And all right, so we gave the U.S. some artillery because they were getting beat due to the tanks. Let's move them up a little bit. Get them in a tighter formation, and let's hip hip. This ought to be very interesting now. U.S. has some artillery at the front now. Against the German tanks. Where is the artillery? Not seeing it. Thought I placed it right at the front here. Well, all we can do is start it. There it is. Looks like trees to me, but nope. The artillery is strong. The U.S. with 20,000 kills already. Due to the artillery fire, and it is just a lopsided destruction here with the high ground going to the U.S. and the artillery. The Germans are not able to deal with the strong artillery fire. And you can look down here and see what they're facing. Look at that artillery fire coming in and just taking out people left and right with 50,000 kills as the Germans are making their way up the hill. Here come the Americans to back up the artillery. We're losing artillery now. Fight's going to start going back the other way in a minute because we're losing gun by gun here. Look at them disappear. One by one, the Americans are losing their advantage, and the Germans starting to get some kills here. As the last artillery is now gone, the Americans have lost their advantage. And here come the Germans up the side with the tanks. The Americans are quickly losing their big advantage that they had with their artillery sitting on the side of the high ground. It's great for the Americans. The bodies falling down and getting blasted. As the Germans quickly overturn the tide with multiple kills for the tank. They're about to catch. Americans put on them. Pass up. Even with the low ground, the Germans are just able to overcome the Americans. Here they go. They just pass the Americans and killed, and that is the other, is the turn of war, the turn of the tide, so to speak, as they say. As the Germans take over the battle with their tanks. All the tanks being killed here. Let's see. Looks like maybe they are out of tanks, but they are yet still. Yep, tanks are all gone, it looks like. Now it's just a good old-fashioned battle to the death, and the Americans working their way down the hill. getting to the beach almost. They didn't have 150,000 kills, but they are getting slaughtered there. The bodies are piling up. They're trying to work their way down to get that German offensive off the beach. They're taking some heavy hits. They're outkilled. 180,000 to 113,000 as they come down here and slaughter. Germans are out of tanks though. The bodies flowing down the hill like a river here. As they die, they flow down the bodies. Steadily, the lead is increasing. 100,000 more kills. So this is not a fair fight. So let's give the U.S. a little bit of an advantage here as well. Let's go team 1. Team 1 will get some Sherman tanks. Let's give them 50 Sherman tanks. And Team 1's tanks can start. Right behind them. Let's get it started. We're going to find a way to get this battle a little bit more even. Alright, so the US has got some tanks now on their side. US has artillery, which immediately takes out tons of Germans. So let's hip these guys. And there's the artillery already taking out thousands of Germans. Before they can even do anything, they are getting slaughtered. 20,000 kills for the US as the US and their tanks roll forward to the mountainside, where they should enjoy an advantage of cover, but they don't use it properly. They're not trained properly. And here comes the Germans. And the artillery getting taken out already, with the US enjoying a 50,000 to 14 kill advantage right off the bat due to the infantry, artillery fire here that's getting taken out now slowly. And I don't see the tanks yet. Looking for them. Americans have made it partially down the hill here with the advantage of their artillery fire, which is down to 1, and they have no more artillery now. Where are the tanks? There are the German tanks, not seeing the American tanks at all. You see tank fire getting some Americans there. Not seeing the tanks. But the Germans are coming back again. There's the American tanks. They haven't made it to the front yet. They haven't even started their assault yet, and the Germans are coming back. They're having trouble getting through the piles of people. Now they're on the top of the starting Americans. And they are firing into the crowd. You can see that here. They're working their way up. They just can't make it due to the crowd. The crowd is just crazy here. Friendly fire? I don't know what the tanks fire is. Absolutely. People feel it. The tanks are making it to the front line. Maybe we put them in the front next time, but the Germans with the huge kill advantage here. 137,000. Tanks barely on the front line of the Americans. And the Americans are holding fast, getting up them again, even with the tanks. I believe I positioned the tanks in that place. They're rolling down the hill finally. Tanks getting a little advantage here, but the Germans are up 138 tanks. 200k kills for the Germans now. We are still way away from the beach front there. They're at the edge of the beach, still racking up 200 kills. So the Americans 100. Americans rolling down the hill with their bodies. Tanks just not able to do enough damage. 3 tanks here and a bunch of tanks here right on the edge trying to get down. But they just can't because there are too dead bodies and live bodies. So let's try a different strategy for the Americans here. Let's put their tanks at the front with their artillery, and then let's start the battle. One sec, I gotta get my streaming back up. Alright, let's do this. Now we've got our tanks. I don't know, I think I have the strategy this time, I'm not sure. We've got our tanks and our artillery already working to the tune of 20,000 kills already. Our tanks now have the front line. They can do some real damage. 1 million. They are taking a beating already at the front line and getting pummeled back by the tanks. Germans losing their 40,000 damage already with this massive artillery fire. And they don't give the US more artillery. Every time the artillery fires, we're talking about 2,000 or 3,000 kills here. Are the tanks gone? The tanks are gone already? The tanks already wiped off the earth. You know what that means. The advantage is slowly. We're going to be in trouble here shortly when we start getting this artillery. Germans still have a ton of tanks left. Moving up the hill again is at least 30 or 40 tanks. We're going to start taking out the artillery. But for now, the U.S. enjoying 80,000 to 15,000 damage. Watch this artillery slowly. That will the tide will turn because the German Germans right here. US 87,000 to 33,000. The US is completely out of tanks. And I think it might be moving to get some more artillery. Because here pretty soon the Germans are going. So, oh, we got artillery. Okay.
Let's just see where you get some best
2 left. 3 left. Once that advantage is gone, are slowing. Germans are picking up now. That is going to be curtains for the US. That is going to bypass the control. So let's get going. It's not quite an even fight yet. But I can tell you what would be an even fight. We're going to make that happen. Let's add a team to the US. Team 1. Let's give them artillery 50. Here. Give them artillery 50. And give them artillery 50 and artillery 50. There. One more. Now they have some real firepower. And let's move it up. And now let's see. This is going to be fun, guys. I'm hyped. Now let's look at the firepower of the US as they have their guns. I like the lone gun right there on its own, but we've got some guns here. Actually, those could have been a little bit further forward. Their tanks are up close. The US with the artillery fire now up on the front lines. And let's see what kind of a difference that makes. And right away, the artillery is right on the beach almost, and it is already doing what it's supposed to do and letting the Americans get a little push before the Germans start their crazy offensive assault. They're losing artillery already. The Americans have killed already 130,000 with their massive artillery front here. They've got artillery there that is taking out tanks. It's taking out massive amounts of Germans. Look at their artillery fire. And here comes the US to back up their artillery and their tanks. The US just lost a tank there. US with 175,000 kills before their troops even get to the front. Their artillery is just pounding away. The Germans here, you can see it, taking out thousands and thousands as the U.S. finally able to get on the beach for the first time. The U.S. coming down the hill for the first time, really, and getting to the beach. As their artillery backs them up, they are marching down the hill as best they can. And they're actually making it. As the Germans now coming up the hill. But the U.S. pounding away at the Germans with their artillery, giving the U.S. troops chance to get down the hill. 200,000 to 40,000 advantage. Now, German troops starting their inevitable overtake as the U.S. has lost all their artillery fire. The river of dead bodies starts flowing. It's just a non-stop. Flow down the hill, hit the rocks, go around the corner. Germans are starting their push and making the U.S. very tough. And their kills are actually racking up faster than they can overtake the U.S. This Normandy battle is tough for the Germans, even with the low unit. again, Germans with absolutely no artillery fire. I've done it again. They're coming back strong. All their tanks are gone. The U.S. is losing the advantage quickly. As soon as they get overtaken, it's basically over. Toolless. The rivers of dead bodies are flowing. I believe we should move the U.S. soldiers closer because this is turning. Let's move the U.S. closer. Let's get them up here to fight. Let's give them some more artillery, and 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 more, and more, and more, and more. And let's try that. Now, this is a decidedly one-sided fight. Let's see what happens. Hip hip. The artillery absolutely making dents into the Germans already. You can see Germans flying like puppets through the air, into space. That guy still didn't come down. I love it. U.S. 200,000 killed already. This might be the turning point of the war. That's the U.S. coming down the hill. And their tanks are up front, getting beaten, but still there. They're getting poofed out one by one. They're almost gone. The U.S. is not stuck on the hill anymore because the artillery is giving them a chance to get to the finish. They have 300,000 kills already. 330, still there. Still have quite a bit of artillery left. As they have shrunk the German army to almost half. And fire going all the way out to the back here. Fire going all the way to the back from the artillery. I saw some Germans back here in the back absolutely getting pummeled right there. They just made a hole. That hole they just created. The U.S. finally able to do some damage with their artillery. Germans getting just as many kills as the U.S. though. But the problem is they are down to I don't know what happened to my stream. My stream keeps going in and out. I have no idea what's going on. I think I'm back. I don't know what happened. Alright, so we're back in action here. We were frozen for a little bit. The U.S. has a 645,000 kill advantage here. And they are crossing over the beach with their artillery still intact, being the key to victory here for the U.S. And check out their artillery fire here. They are working their way to victory here on the beach. You can see the artillery still taking out thousands of German soldiers at a time. The U.S. is finally going to mark out victory here. Double. As long as the Germans don't make it to the side of the hill, it seems to be a guaranteed victory for the U.S. here. Still, artillery fire. Well into the battle here, they have plans here. Watch them nuclear damage on the Germans. Oh, we lost that gun right while we were watching it. Germans are definitely targeting the artillery. There's no doubt about it. As they come back and lost some heavy artillery. U.S. made 300,000 kill damage leading up to the end of this fight. The Germans just cannot make it up to them. They're getting stopped right there by the artillery fire still coming. Side. Not seeing any artillery left here. Waves of U.S. troops moving down the beaches as they still are. It looks like actually the Germans are getting more kills per second. That's a good stat. Kills per second. Germans are actually coming back. Believe it or not, the Germans are tough. They are coming back. As the U.S. has moved all their troops to the front and are slowly getting down to the battle here. The Germans making a comeback now. The Germans pull this off. That is just epic because they were down so many. And now the Germans, kills per second, are out gunning the U.S. kills per second. Look at the Germans' kills going up. 542,000 maybe. And on this side of the battlefield, a few stragglers here on the end trying to make their way down. Germans with the big comeback are coming up the hill. They are coming up the hill. They have pushed back the U.S. on this side of the battlefield. Here they come. The U.S. kills slow. The German kills are rising fast. Check it out, the Germans coming back after being pummeled with artillery. And I think they have taken out all of the U.S. artillery. They have. Oh, no, there's 3 left right here. 2, 3 left. It's the U.S.'s only hope here. They are not firing. Why are they not firing? These guys doing absolutely nothing. Firing backwards. Oh, wait a minute. These guys doing nothing. And the Germans. Artillery does nothing. Whoops. Oh, it's trying to possess. I've never possessed anything. That's not just hard to do what they're supposed to do with the Germans. The U.S. about to go down here because the Germans were killing them at too high of a rate and their artillery is doing nothing. Now it starts to fire. Into the field there and it takes them. There it goes. There it is. Now it's is the U.S. getting some kills at the Germans' fire. Overcoming that with a higher kill per second ratio, what I call it. That's my invention. The U.S. is on the beach. They are now getting overtaken. Down on the beach, moving their way up. Slowly. Because we are out of artillery up here. Going to go down to the wire because the Germans are at 790,000 kills. The U.S. is at 823,000. The Germans' kill ratio is climbing fast. They're going to overtake the U.S. in kills or die trying as they move up the hillside. They're trying to take France. U.S. is about to be overtaken. They started with a huge advantage with their artillery. They have the high ground. They cannot hold on to that side. Here come the Germans. I'm saying something about to overtake the Americans and match this battle. It's going to go down to the wire. Look at the kills. 825 to 840, the Germans are catching the U.S. And this fight is almost over. Germans will pass the U.S. 834,000. Germans at the top of the hill. U.S. at the top of the hill. There's a face-to-face fight here. Two of them. Climbing almost identically now. This fight is insane. What a good fight. The Germans cannot make it across the top. They are slowly getting to the top here and coming and flanking. Back to the U.S. here. They're about to catch the U.S. in kills. They're close. We're running out of people in the U.S. U.S. doing their best, but they just can't pull it off. And it is almost tied now. Almost tied as the Germans top the hill there. And 8:59 is about to be tied. 8:59 to 8:62 as the Germans take the hill. It's a dead even fight. Here come the Germans over the hill. And when they take the flank, surely it's over. And I don't know if this artillery does anything. It's not firing. Nope, they can't possess it. That's just the look. Here comes the Germans, 867 to 869. It's going all the way down to the wire, guys. I've not seen a fight like this good. 117,000 to 127 remaining. As the U.S. putting up a fight here. U.S. not giving up. U.S. holding a 2,000 person advantage here. Unbelievable fight to the death. Germans coming over the hill, getting killed at the top of the hill. Death rate almost identical. US still has plenty of troops over here. US coming down the hill. Unreal. The US. Big push on the beach. Taking back a slight advantage. The US. 3,000 kills ahead and counting. Have started to push their way down the hill. I think they have the Germans outnumbered on the beach. This is such a close fight. Where are the Germans? The US moving down the hill here. US just fighting their hearts out, maintaining that 3,000 kill advantage here. What a fight. Just unreal. So close. 2,000 advantage for 3,000 advantage for the US. As they have made their way down the hill to the beach. And are fighting what few Germans are left on the beach because they all went up the hill. Look at the US go. We are down to less than 90,000 troops for the Germans. And the US trying to take the beach, doing a good job of it. Look at the Germans that are left here. Slowly taking them one by one. The US with a 4,000 advantage now is slowly overtaking this fight. They have fought back valiantly here. Got the Germans on their toes here, on their heels, I should say. And the Germans on the beach trying to hold off the US onslaught as the other Germans went up the hill. They left these guys on the beachfront, and this US force is trying to overtake the beach now. They have this whole entire area basically taken out. Don't know what they're firing at back here. There's fire going everywhere. They have racked up a 4,000 and they're keeping it at a 4,000 kill advantage. Germans with 900,000 kills, the US with 905, almost 906. And the Germans are losing the beach from here. Germans slowly losing the beach, the US easing their way forward to take the beach. Some have cover here. They have a 6,000 kill advantage now in the US as they start to flank the beach. They are coming in on every side here. And here are the Germans still on the beach trying to make their way out. But not able to do the US. 7,000 kill advantage, slowly creeping up. And they have these German forces here completely outnumbered. They are trying to slow down here. They are going. There's probably good 1,000 left here. You can see by this. Many thousands of German soldiers coming in. They are about to take out the Germans. They have over 9,000 killed. Germans hanging tough. actually Germans over here moving up the side of the hill. That's the U.S. There's the Germans. U.S. here. Let's check out the beach and see if the U.S. has totally taken the beach yet. They have not, but they're well on their way to doing it. Here's what's left. 23 to 14,000. 923 to 924 to 913. As the U.S. holding tough here. Getting out. Here's what's left on the beach. $10,000 kill advantage for the U.S. What a fight this was. This was epic. Just like the title game. Really good fight. Started with the Americans and they racked up a big advantage in the beginning. The Germans came back hard to even the fight out, and the U.S. has held this almost 10,000 kill advantage for a good amount. We're down to 61 and 16 troops as the beach slowly clearing. The U.S. will move elsewhere once they finish off this feud. The last assault is just on the beaches here. They're going fast now. Back into this again surrounded. The U.S. will have to find something else to do.
Freedoms per minute.
Now the U.S. has turned their attention elsewhere. Now we have another fight on the beach coming. The U.S. has turned their attention to this group over here, slowly trying to come up the hill. Here comes the U.S. U.S. turning their attention to the Germans over here that had it good, and now they are fighting the U.S. on two fronts. They've got a mean front coming up the beach. Big group of soldiers here on the beach headed their way. And they are not going to have a good time here, I'll tell you that, because there is a group of soldiers heading this way that is massive. They are walking their way down the beach, right towards the Germans. What a fight, what a fight, what a fight, what a fight. It's going to be down to the wire. Here's the German onslaught on the beach, what's left of them, as the U.S. marches this way. The U.S. enjoying some cover here as they slowly march. Come up here to the treatment. 9,000 kill advantage for the U.S. Headed towards this group of Germans here. And it actually looks like the Germans have more troops left. Could win the fight. If that's the case, then the troops remaining. They have 54,000 remaining to only 48,000 in the U.S. So they could potentially win this fight, which doesn't seem possible until the wrap up. Let's see what happens. Next time, right? to see the end of this fight because I don't know what's going to happen. The group of Germans here has been whittled down. And now we have this group of Germans here firing at this group of Germans on top of the hill. There's quite a few established Germans up here now working their way down. Now on the beach. US with the low ground now doing well. And getting more kills per second. Still says the Germans have 45,000 troops left, and the U.S. only has 41,000. How that's possible? The U.S. has. But I think the German number is shrinking faster than the U.S. as the Germans sit on the side of the hill here, and the U.S. trying to take them back. They moved to the beach to try to take the beach from them. They did take the beach from them. U.S. hanging tough here. U.S. with more kills but less troops remaining, which does not make sense to me. It's a bunch of Germans here hanging on the side of the hill behind this encampment here, this tough shelter. The U.S. has troops here looking to find out. U.S. still less troops remaining than the Germans, which I don't understand. 12,000 more kills, but 4,000 less troops. They're going to lose if that keeps up that trend. I don't understand. Taking a look at the battlefield here, do we have anything going on here? We do. These are U.S. soldiers flanking Germans. These guys haven't even gotten into the fight yet. They're about to. It's about to take a turn here. U.S. decided to come up the hill from the back here. Now they have thousands and thousands of soldiers coming off the beaches. Around the backside of the Germans, look at all the U.S. troops coming. This is going to be bad news, I think, for the Germans. U.S. here, Germans here, and here comes the U.S. by the thousands just behind. To reinforce this line of U.S. troops here, we have thousands and thousands of them. Here they come, guys. Look at the numbers coming from the U.S. And they're still coming up the side of the mountain from the beach, but they took the beach. Now they are ready to engage and fight the Germans right here, right now. This will most likely take that little clump out right there. They are taking the ones out here on the front line. They're going to get reinforcements here quickly. The U.S. is losing this front line, but they are about to get reinforced hard by this whole group. $10,000 killed as the stragglers are here. We're about to see a force coming up there, but they had no clue it was there. Backing up these American soldiers from here, they are taking the beating. This fight is epic. I hope you guys are enjoying it. US coming over the top of the hill for the first time. Look at the line of US soldiers. Have this many armies together, which is quite a feat. This fight has been going on about an hour, and it is toe-to-toe, 10,000 killed. The U.S., however, they have 6,000 less troops. How is that possible? Because, oh, I see, because they had more soldiers. But still, this is going down to the wire. U.S. still on this side of the beach. The Germans start coming down the hill. They're taking out by quite a bit of U.S. troops on the side. Still away the Germans on this side. Very good. Winding down. U.S. still holding here. Pretty even fight. Still at 10,000. Nothing really changing on that. A lot of Germans moving down back to the back here.